walking through a disease-infested wasteland. Death surrounds you. Your heartbeat slows as your body grows cold. Wandering through a nightmare, too young to be torn apart. Over and over again, witness to a dying world's last breath. Rotten souls, feed off your last hope. You find yourself in a world of pain and suffering, walking through a disease-infested wasteland. Death surrounds you. Your heartbeat slows as your body grows cold. Wandering through a nightmare, too young to be torn apart. Over and over again, witness to a dying world's last breath. Rotten souls, feed off your last Wandering through a nightmare, too young to be torn apart. Over and over again, witness to a dying world's last breaths. Rotten souls, feed off your last hope. Welcome to hell. We are winning. Team Evil will lose. We remain true. Ego, greed, and entropy, elixir, trickery, hypnotic hypnosis with the force of nature's wrath. With all our might, we fight back, keep the bloodline intact. Power with a power trip, fire, water, air, and the dirt, and we're talking about the world's oldest trick. We are winning the world's oldest trick. Team Evil will lose. We remain true. The world's oldest trick. We are winning the world's oldest trick. Team Evil will lose. We remain true. Money, This is our domain. Spirit guides the human ego, and we're talking about the world's oldest trick. We will win. We are winning. The world's oldest trick. Team Evil will lose. We remain true. The world's oldest trick. We will win. We are winning. The world's oldest trick. Team Evil will lose. We remain true. Rats dance with humans like wolves with the sheep. The gunpowder it stands thick from poisonous deceit. But as the storm strikes hard, you know it's not the same game. Lies and their deceit lay like roadkill neath a runway train. Team Evil will lose. Team Evil will lose. Team Evil will lose. Evil will lose. Evil will lose. Team Evil will lose. Evil will lose. Evil will lose. The king, the Raven King, El Diablo, El Diablo, El Diablo. The legend is forever.
I am the Raven King.
I can do anything.
I soar higher and higher. splits open, blood red scream. Demons crawl from shadowed seams. Their eyes burn lies, my sword cuts clean. The truth ignites a primal gleam. Ashes fall like winter rain. Steel on steel, the clash, the pain. I am no mortal bound by chain. The Raven King, I rise again. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Soaring higher, higher. Bones of the earth tremble and quake. Evil's grip begins to break. Thunder answers each step I take. Their kingdom crumbles for truth's sake. My voice shatters the darkest sky. Shadows cower where my sword flies. No fear, no death, I cannot die. The Raven King, I testify. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Soaring higher, higher. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. Truth is my weapon, my shield, my fire. Immortal flame soaring higher, higher. Soaring higher, higher. Hey! Ravens scream in the blood red sky. Shadows crawling where the dead men lie. Axes sing, oh the steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry. The king is here, the king is here. Wild eyes blazing, nothing to fear. The king is here, the storm draws near. Bow or bleed, the choice is clear. Mad laughter rides the howling gale. Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail. The king is here, the king leaping flame, carved by war, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here, forever reign. The king is here, forever reign. Forever
Forever Rain. Hello, everyone. The king is here. The king is here. It's showtime. It's showtime. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Hello, my niggas. I bet there's mostly demons tuned in right now, like this sneaky snake. The sneaky snake. The sneaky, sneaky, sneaky snake. The sneaky, 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 sneaky snake. The sneaky snake. I call that one the sneaky snake. It's a real sneaky, sneaky snake. It's a real sneaky snake. And she posted this earlier when I was on Talcott show yesterday, hours ago, almost 12 hours ago. Quote, darkies and quote, Negroes, says Steven. But Margot tells Jack he's a problem and quote, you're not racist to Steven. Wild. And she laughs to tears. Oh, Trexty, what a sense of humor you have. You're such a fool. You don't have any sense of humor, do you? You just don't get it. You never will. You're not smart enough to understand. You're just not smart enough. You fucking dummy, fucking dummy, sneaky snake. She's the sneaky snake. That's the sneaky snake right there. Anyway, darkies and Negroes. Darkies and Negroes. I might have to write a song about that. Darkies and Negroes. Maybe I'll write a song about darkies and Negroes. Great words. I like both of those words, darkies and Negroes. Great words. Nothing wrong with those words. Nothing wrong with those words, Trexty. Nothing wrong with those words. Nothing at all. Anyways, it's good to see my niggas on here today, my live stream this morning. Good morning to everyone. This is for VIPs only. VIPs only. And for lovers of Dolphin Jesus. And it's showtime, everyone. It's showtime. What do we have here? Over here. Over here. 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 We've got Black Jesus in the house. Black Jesus. Yo, my motherfuckers. What's going on, my bitches, my niggas? Yo, my niggas, what you be? What you be doing? What you be? You know me and my people. We love them watermelons. My goodness. It's good to see you, Black Jesus. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, we have someone else. Oh, hey. Hey, Mike, what's going on, man? Hey, King Steven. King Steven, it's Mike Tyson, and I wanted to come on here and say that Team Evil's messed up, like that Charles fucking he's a loser. He the Luther. He the Luther. Love your show, man. King Stephen. I love your show, King Stephen. Thanks. Hey, Mike. Thanks for coming on here. That was Mike Tyson, everyone. The youngest heavyweight champion in boxing history. Iron Mike Tyson. A good friend of the show. Iron Mike is a good friend. What's that? Oh, there's a demon. Yeah, you're not wanted here, Laundry. Yeah, go away, you fucking demon that rolls his eyes in his back of his head. He rolls his eyes. He's a diamond, mate. He's a diamond. He's a diamond. Has everyone heard the song about laundry yet? Have you heard the Landry song and seen the video? Have you been watching my channel? Have you been paying attention?
Hey Laundry, hey Laundry, young Landry Booger Eater, nerdy beater, greasy hair, don't care. I'm the king of the castle, you're the dirty rascal. Hey Landry, Blandry, you are some kind of pansy. Hey, hey Laundry, hey Laundry, hey, hey. Landry juggles with pickles and itches for tickles. Landry eats yogurt and snacks on his toader. Dirty rascal, dirty rascal, dirty rascal. Landry, you suck. Hey Laundry, young Landry Booger Eater, nerdy beater, greasy hair, don't care. I'm the king of the castle, you're the dirty rascal. Hey Landry, Blandry, you are some kind of pansy. Hey, hey Laundry, hey Laundry, hey, hey. Landry juggles with pickles and itches for tickles. Landry eats yogurt and snacks on his toader. Dirty rascal, dirty rascal. Landry, you suck. Hey Laundry, young Landry Booger Eater, nerdy. Hey! Team Evil, you demons suck. I'm the king of the castle, you're dirty rascals. The Raven King rules, king rules, king rules. One for the money, two for your throat, three for my hunger, four for the rope. Leave your crosses at the door, or say your prayers to the floor. A raven black in a sea of white, they shit their pants when they see the sight. Hey! Team Evil, you demons suck. I'm the king of the castle, you're dirty rascals. Hey! The Raven King rules. Hey! Hey! Team Evil, you demons suck. I'm the king of the castle, you're dirty rascals. The Raven King rules, king rules, king rules. 5 for the heartbeat, 6 to extend my time, 7 for the fire in my belly, 8 for that 9mm shot. Bring me a single rose, the blackest one that grows. Bring me that fat pig. Hey!
God is within and throughout each breath that we breathe. For that is the will of God, for you to be alive. Everything you need to be alive is within you and with you and around you. But what are you going to do? Are you going to live or just pretend? to live? You going to survive, or are you going to thrive and grow and accomplish? There's a big difference. Knower. God is the knower that knows. It's beyond the future. It's beyond the past. God is within and throughout each moment of time. God is within and throughout each breath that we breathe. For that is the will of God, for you to breath that we breathe. For that is the will of each breath that we breathe. For that is the will of God.
Brothers and sisters, that's not crazy at all, is it? Is that crazy? Ways to get sick. Hello everyone. That's Jesus on a trash mountain in India in a slum, squatting on top of a mountain of trash. Do you believe in God? Do you have a God? How many gods do you believe in? How many gods do you have? Do you worship and praise a God? Do you get down on your knees and look up to the sky? Or do you prostrate yourself on the ground, kissing the ground, kissing the dirt? What do you do? Do you have a God? Do you follow and worship and praise a God? Then you're a slave. You're a slave. You're a slave. Do you believe in a creator of this realm, a good, caring, loving, intelligent, compassionate creator? God, your Father, the creator, the source, the whatever. Is that what you believe? Is that what you believe? Your God loves cancer, cockroaches, and disease. Your God loves cancer, cockroaches, rats, mosquitoes, fleas, ticks, maggots, parasites, thousands and thousands of kinds of disease, dis-ease of the body, the mind, the spirit. Your gods absolutely fucking suck. They're demons. That's what you're worshiping. Like fools. You're praying and begging and praising and worshiping demons, believing them to be good. You're worshiping demons. You're a bunch of demon worshipers on earth. That's what you are. Your gods made cancer and cockroaches, parasites and maggots and mosquitoes that kill children.
We are winning.
Fuck your gods. Fuck your disgusting, vile, evil, sadistic, hideous gods. They're demons. That's what you're worshiping. Like fools. You don't even know what you're praying to. You're absolutely foolish.
The king, the raven king. El diablo. El diablo. El diablo. The legend is forever. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. I soar higher and higher. I am the Raven King. The king is winning. The king is winning. All of this will end.
Hello, motherfucker, bitch. Oh, yeah, unshaven, looking like shit. I don't give a fuck. Got my shit still busted because of that goddamn cat looking like fucking dog shit up in this hood. But anyways, I was just talking to T, and now I fucking want to ask you guys the same questions. So, I can't ask you every question that I asked T. Some of them may be a little too fucking X-rated, but like I made, I forgot those masters still in the back. Anyways, I mean, fucking, yeah, I can't. I don't know if I could ask you guys if you could kill anybody in this reality and get away with it. Who would you kill? Oh man. Anyways, no. What we're going to talk about was one of the other questions that I asked them, which was I actually did ask him that question, and I was like, I'd find out whoever's the most powerful motherfucker in this realm. What up, T? Don't forget live chat. I said that's who I would murk out if I could. I guess so. I guess I'd have to kill God if there is such an entity. Anyways, so. Well, the thing that I wanted to say was the other question that I asked T was if you were appointed the world leader, the world is now one world government. There's no more these borders, that borders. It's just humanity. What up, vegan? What would you do? You're appointed as the world leader. There's only one president, one controller. You have full power over humanity. What do you do to fix this place? So I've said what I would do probably 100,000 times. Everybody knows. What up, original consciousness? You know, everybody knows what I would do. And I've said it a million times over and over again. What would you guys do? Practical solutions to fixing humanity. It's actually, it really, you know what's weird is I already know what the stories are going to be because we all know the answer already because there's really only one way that you can do this. Humanity needs three things: food, water, and a place to sleep. That's all they need to survive. And we can't figure this shit out. Everything is fine. Yeah. Well, I don't know if Johnny would progress us towards anything more beautiful, or symbiotic or abundant, but oh God, I wouldn't leave it this way, Johnny. I don't know about that, but I would.
He thinks he's funny. He laughs at nothing. His live stream is titled Fixing This Hell, as though you can fix this realm. He's pushing absolute shit, nonsense, absolute garbage. He's a liar. He's a convicted felon. He's a degenerate. He's a demon. He's a creepy creature. He's a creepy creature. You can't fix this realm. But he makes all sorts of fucking claims. He's claimed that he's the most genius being ever to live on this earth. Smarter than Tesla and Einstein and all this stuff. He's absolutely degenerate. He has claimed that murder is not evil. Direct quote of him. It's an absolute psycho on Team Evil. So's Charles. He's friends with Charles, the Demon Slayer. He's buddies with Charles. He's been working with him, including on some of his content. He's mentioned Demon Slayer. They are buddies. Chrissy Pissy, Charles the Demon Slayer, Derek, and others. Forever Con Man. They're all one group behind the scenes. They're all connected.
I'd probably, again, instead of taking humanity's wealth and putting it into underground black projects or underground.
All he does is drink his fucking coffee, smoke his weed, laugh at nothing funny, and spew out shit. And he never cared about his mother. The things he said about his own mother, he never grieved. He never cared about her. He's just a disgusting creature. That's what he is. He hasn't worked in about a year. Who's been funding him? What money's he living off of? His mother wasn't wealthy. She might have left him some inheritance, but she definitely was not wealthy her entire life. She was pretty poor. So what is he doing? Who's funding his no work lifestyle? No job. If you can't tell that this creature is a fucking lying narc, you've got issues.
Bunkers that nobody's ever going to see, and spending $23 trillion on some underground city and this and that. I would have spent that money on like practical solutions for humanity's hunger problem. Like I probably would have built a bunch of greenhouses. Again, remember, if you're one world leader, you've just got.
A lot of people don't eat fruits and vegetables, and you can't live off of just that. That isn't a food solution. Plus, this world is run by evil. You're not fixing it by saying, build greenhouses. How do you get the money diverted to greenhouses? How do you get the control of the money system out of the hands of evil? You don't say how. You're just a full of shit, narcissistic, lying goddamn demon. A sneaky demon. A scummy, dirty demon.
Gotten rid of all the wars, all the conflict, so you don't have to worry about these people and creating nuclear weapons to defend yourself. Like you can put all of humanity's resources into practical things that
nukes are a psyop. You're just talking fucking baby truther bullshit. You're functioning at such a low level, and so are your fans, your followers. They're like cult followers. They're following a scumbag, and they can't even notice what you are.
Help humanity. I mean, I know this is so fucking complicated in the mind of a fucking retard. I'm sorry. Anyways.
He calls everyone retards. That's you, Chrissy. That's you. You look vile and filthy.
What up, Dead Inside? $1 billion on some underground city and this and that. I would have spent that money on like practical solutions for
vile, filthy demon.
For humanity's hunger problem. Like I probably would have built a bunch of greenhouses. Again, remember, if you're one world leader, you've just gotten rid of all the wars, all the conflict, so you don't have to worry about these people and creating nuclear weapons to defend yourself. Like you can put all of humanity's resources into practical things that help humanity. I mean, I know this is so fucking complicated in the mind of a fucking retard. I'm sorry. Anyways. What up, Dead Inside? What would I not do? So much to do. Oh, yeah, that's true. At that point, anarcho. What up, Matt? Libertarianism was a strong sense of collectivism and agrarianism. Dude, you know it's crazy, Matt? You're fucking getting so read into this shit, bro. I'm struggling with your comments the same way I do with Vazen's comments, but you actually fucking could probably tell me all the shit you're talking about. I don't know what the fuck.
You struggle with everyone's comments. Because one thing, you're paranoid and you think everyone's making fun of you. You assume everyone's a troll. You struggle with everyone's comments if they don't just agree with you constantly. You're very paranoid and very insecure. And that's what narcissists are. He's very insecure deep down. So outwardly, he tries to project confidence. He's not confident. He's an insecure little crybaby. That's what he is. Chrissy the crybaby.
You're talking about deconstruct government while keeping judicial structures to keep everything neutral. Yeah, I would say if humanity comes together, there goes all conflict. If you supply humans with shelter, food, and water, there goes all crime and struggle and depression and misery.
That's what lefties think. That if you just provide them, did it work that way in communist Russia? They were provided with just food, shelter, water. Did all crime go away? Did it all go away in Cuba? It doesn't just go away from that. You're full of shit. You're full of shit. You have the mind of a fucking communist. There's such a thing as human competition. There's all sorts of psychological things. There's people that are just predators. Has nothing to do with food, water, shelter. You're such a simpleton. You think you have everything figured out, all the solutions. You don't have any solutions. He titled his live stream Fixing This Hell Realm, or Fixing This Hell. You can't fix this place.
And blah, blah. It's like the solution to fix humanity is actually really easy in comments, but you actually fucking could probably tell me all this shit you're talking about. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Deconstruct government while keeping judicial structures to keep everything neutral. Yeah, I would say if humanity comes together, there goes all conflict. If you supply humans with shelter, food, and water, there goes all crime and struggle and depression and misery and blah, blah. It's like the solution to fix humanity is actually really easy. And it's like all of humanity's going out of its way to like complicate it and keep us in a worse system. So we're overcomplicating it to keep us in a darker, worse system. It makes no sense because it's actually super simple. It's like, why are you guys going out of your way to be evil for sport? What is this? Live chat. Oh yeah.
I have to wonder why certain people are watching it this time of the morning, this early time, just to hate watch me. They must be really obsessed. They don't want to hit a like button, and they're sitting here lurking, hate watching me. We had 18 people tuned in. A bunch of people watch me early in the morning with hate, and they're just hateful little demons. They're obsessed with watching my channel day and night. They come here to watch me. Obsessed with me. They can't stay away.
Don't forget to put on live chat, everybody. I'm an anarcho-communist. You're gonna have to define that for me because I'm doing a live stream. I can't go look it up hella quick. I probably could. You're
gonna have to define that. He doesn't know anything. Doesn't know anything. Anyone that follows someone at that level, I mean, I can understand if you just found the Morons channel and you went there and thought, what is this about? And you didn't see through them the first day or the first 2 live streams, or maybe. But if you sit there for months or years, you've got such issues that I definitely can't help you and don't want to help you because you fucking team evil. You sit there for years watching his shit, whoever it is, you're evil. You'd have to be. You're not just dumb. You're not just dumb. You're evil. If you can't see through that, if you think he's good or okay. Here's a direct quote of his. Murder is not evil, Christopher Sedaris said. I've shown it many times. I recorded it before he deleted all those videos. He used to come out with shit like that all the time. He's evil. He's an evil demon. And some of you think that he's like Captain Truther. He's just an evil, degenerate, lying, filthy, criminal felon demon. That's what he is. He's immoral. He's degenerate. Absolute loser. He's a loser. He's a loser. And he's friends with this one here. Charles Bryant, the Demon Slayer. He's had many channels, and this is one of them. And he hides who he is. But it matches up perfectly, and he fell right into my trap and revealed who he is. I know it's you, Charles. I'm not guessing. I know it's you. Your denial doesn't change what I know. You've been caught. You took the bait multiple times. You're a fucking dummy. You're predictable. You're predictable. You're not clever. You're predictable. And you're a narc. You're narcissistic. All the way through, you're a narc. You're a demonic narc. And you're a creep. You're a sodomite. You're a degenerate. That's what you are. Go put on your little dress and sashay away somewhere. That's what you should do. You creepy fuck. You're creepy. You're a weirdo. You have a whole channel trying to bully me and bash me. You're a liar. You're predictable. You're a loser. I'm going to shift gears to something else. We have a bunch of demons lurking this morning. They'll just sit there watching. They can't get enough. They just can't.
You don't understand influence because you never become influential. Think about the difference of doing influence and being influential. People don't think real influence is really possible. Influence doesn't live in techniques. It lives in a person, in people. And this is why most people fail. Most people think they know what influence is. They think it is persuading a person, a technique of some sort, some kind of cool tactic that they write in a notebook and they memorize. We're shifting and sometimes breaking a person's reality. And most of the time they don't know it's us that's doing it. In 1951, a dude walked into a bank in Denmark and convinced the cashier to hand over every dollar using just his voice. He hypnotized the bank teller without a weapon, without any threats of any kind. And in 2014, a car dealership manager handed over a brand new SUV to a man who just calmly told him to do it. And later on in an interview, the manager said it just felt like a dream. These people aren't using scripts. They use command of reality, but it does work. And influence isn't about the words themselves. Influence is not about the words. It's about who you are and what you are when you say those words. When you command your own reality, other people fall into sync. And when you don't do that, they ignore you. Let's talk about perception. Perception is more important than power. The lens that you see people through is what determines and builds your personal influence. If you've read the Ops Manual, you might have understood that there are 4 lenses of behavior, but there are 5. Lens number 1 is people are broken. And in this lens, everything is some kind of pathology. And lens number 2 is people are different. Everything becomes a personality test or some kind of a label. It's an ego battle. Lens 3 is people are facts. And this is good because there's a lot less emotion. You don't get pissed off about the crap people do that usually pisses you off. But in this, people are data. They're traits. And it's kind of more cold observations. Then we get to the 4th lens, and this is seeing people as reasons. So we get good at profiling behavior and understanding people's behavior. We start seeing the fuel, the wounded part of that person behind the crazy stuff that we might be seeing. And then the lens number 5 is people are reflections. Every single person that you meet mirrors you. Their screwed upness is your screwed upness. Their brilliance is also your brilliance. And understanding these 5 lenses is not going to help you. Not 1% going to help you. Memorizing all of these 5 things is not going to change you. They have to become your everyday operating system. It has to become your worldview. And until it becomes your worldview, you will not become powerful in the way that you want to be. This is not about influence or anything else. It's about mastering yourself. It's getting to that 5th level. Even the 4th level is fantastic. Until you do that, you're still looking at humans as objects. And that's not influence. That is insecurity wearing a costume. So let me tell you one thing here that I sincerely see way too often. People think influence is about what you do. Even the best sales trainers in the world think this. There are books out there that are nothing more than what to say to people, like word for word scripts to say to people. And that belief system takes 5 seconds to prove so wrong that it's embarrassing. embarrassing. And that's why it's weak. That's why it doesn't land when it should land. Influence is not something you do. It's something that you are. It bleeds out of you without effort when it is in you. And if it's not in you, you're learning these techniques and you're just kind of a child doing silly card tricks. This is why your worldview is the real bottleneck. It's not your technique or your memory, and it's not your little notebook full of cool scripted lines that you wrote down. If you don't become the person, you're never going to wield the power. If I gave every salesperson in the world $1 million and then had them all collaborate and gave them another 100 million and built the best sales script in the world that's ever been built before, and then I handed that script to somebody with no control over their own reality, their own body, maybe they have social anxiety, now that script becomes the worst script in the world. And that is instant proof that words are meaningless without owning yourself. I don't believe in gimmicks, because if you knew what was truly possible, if you knew what you could do, you right now could walk into a room and do stuff like that every day. You just don't have the self-belief or the worldview to envelop that, to be able to hold that reality. If you knew how far this could go, if you knew what you were really capable of becoming, you would stop.
Hello, demons. Hello, demons. Hello, my niggas. I don't know who Rich Spillman is. Very strange way to enter the chat room. Very strange.
Information.
Do 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 do.
Guys,
Bye. I don't understand why she's calling. She knows that I'm fucking live right now.
yeah. Anyway,
You never know what kind of jokes will run. Sit back, relax, let the laughter flow. It's the podcast duo. Now let's go. Father and daughter doing their thing. Sit back, relax, let the laughter flow. It's the podcast duo. Now let's go. Father and daughter doing their thing. Did you really just say
did you
that?
really say that?
Yep.
I wasn't expecting you to give that.
I wasn't the one late this time.
Damn it. We actually rehearsed it, and it. I'm the one who fucked up. All right, let's shout out to the chat. Welcome to the show. My name is Patrick, aka OTW. We are back at the studio for a new segment here. We've called this the We Laugh at Anything podcast. I'd like you to welcome my daughter, Rebecca. Say hi.
Hi.
There you go. See, she listens sometimes.
Shut up.
You knock it up. All right. So, so shout out to the chat. Welcome to Bear Jew. Welcome to Mr. E. We also have, let me see. I Want Teas in the house. Welcome. We have the Pixel Tea channel member and channel moderator. We have Christina. Welcome to the show. We got Chris Rastas in the house.
Hello, Christina. Hello.
We got. Hi, Mom. I'm on TV.
Hello, Hello. I made it. Tabarnak, ça commence bien. My worst fear was that we weren't gonna laugh.
Yeah, well.
And our podcast is named We Laugh at Anything, so that would have been a fucking shit show.
It would have. It would have been horrible. All right, just trying to make sure like we're not getting any echo or anything. Welcome to Snow. Welcome to White Chocolate Slave. Thank you for being here. We got who's this? Oh, we got Moose is in the house. What's up, Moose? Welcome
Hey,
to the
Moose.
show. Okay, now we got. Let me see who else is.
Is
in
it
the
like
house.
mousse à la vanille or like mousse au chocolat?
C'est pas un mousse. That's not like a moose. You know, it's like that animal, the moose. That moose.
That's what you want to portray. That's
No,
fun.
but
That's
he's
great.
like big antlers. He's got
Aw.
big, and he's a really big beast. You know.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean.
Sorry, I'm hungry.
Okay, so let me see who else is in the house. Plasma Void's in the house. Welcome to the show. Fire Drake 009. What's up? That moose.
That's what you want to portray. That's
No,
fun.
but
That's
he's
great.
like big antlers. He's got
Aw.
big, and he's a really big beast. You know.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
Sorry, I'm hungry.
he's got
Aw.
big, and he's a really big beast. You know.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean.
Sorry, I'm hungry.
Okay, so
So Patrick's daughter's name is Becky. I think it's Rebecca, just like Bex. Big Bex. She's big too. That's why he gets very defensive if somebody mentions big women or makes jokes about Baxter Lard. Because his daughter's a big Becky. His daughter's a big Becky.
let me see who else is in the house. Plasma Void's in the house. Welcome to the show. Fire Drake 009. What's up? What's up? All right, let's just bring that up on screen. All right. All right, so
Happy
shout out
birthday.
to hey, let's do this for Gen X Jeff. So, here you go, Gen X. This one's for you.
Hey, hey, hey. Like the candles hide the cake. It's time to turn
Yeah.
up. No chill, no breaks. You know what it is.
Live that happy birthday, motherfucker. Yeah, you still alive. Still talking that trash. With that birthday pride. Get lit, get loud like it's do or die. Another year, same savage. Multiply. The happy birthday, motherfucker. Yeah, you still alive. Still talking that trash with that birthday pride. Get lit, get loud like it's do or die. Another year, same savage. Multiply. Joe Day. So we wildin' out the gate. You survived 365, ain't that great? You older, bolder, still no chill, still sipping something strong, never popping
Shout
no
out to
pills.
Jimmy
Got a
Shively.
crew that's rowdy, vibe unmatched, a cake full of fire like we about to dispatch. Clap for the OG, toast to the legend, counting every hater like birthday blessings. Oh, and happy birthday, motherfucker, yeah, you still alive, still flexing that pain, but you thrive in the fight. Get lit, get loose, it's your damn right. We toasting
Shout out
to the
to Gen X
chaos
Jeff.
you bring to the night. Candles melt, the block on alert. Every step you take, leave a footprint in dirt. Ain't no Hallmark card that can sum up your style. You a fireworks show on a
That's a
crocodile
long-ass
smile.
happy
Yeah,
birthday,
give us all
motherfucker.
hugs and cue that song. We here for the boom, the bass and the wrongs. Middle fingers up while the beat's still banging. Another trip round the sun, still slanging that slang. Get the shots poured up, don't sip like a sip. This a grown-ass bash, not a birthday limp. We don't
Yeah.
do balloons, we do bass and bars. And laugh at the haters from behind, go bars. Oh, and happy birthday, motherfucker, yeah, you still alive. You ain't changed much.
It's starting to rain money! The chat is on fire!
All right. Okay. So Moose
Focus.
dropped the link. Moose dropped the link. That's not even funny.
High five.
See.
Okay. We
So-
high five to our family success.
So after all, you did win for the high five thing, right?
Yeah, we'd have to create another emoji for high fives.
Is there a high five emoji?
It's gonna. Ça va sûrement sortir the same one.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's like a double thing.
Gorilla sees a song. Oh, there he is. Jimmy Shively dropped it in chat. And we also got another. Did I do this? We got anyway. I'm all mixed up here.
Could hide in the night, but the cellar where you left me ahead of you. Saw the gaps you're stumbling through. I found my melody in the shakedown.
Goblins talking about in chat. It's like.
I'm gonna kill you in your sleep.
Yeah, if you don't say those words, you're not allowed
shit,
threatening people online.
Oh, fuck.
Well,
no, it's not
especially
true.
not-
I'll hug him in his sleep. What? I'm not. What? Okay.
What did you say?
What was I gonna say?
I don't know.
Oh
what
yeah,
you're
when
saying.
it's like, fuck.
All right. Well, I'm gonna thank you for being here.
Have a
if
great
you wanna
day.
Snapster. What's up, Snapster?
Because OTW, your father sometimes is a terrible broadcaster. I'm hoping.
Well, see, that doesn't last very long.
Wait, put him on again. I want to do like a, like a blah blah blah. Stop. Blah blah blah. That would be funny as fuck to edit.
No, I got an idea, Becky. But your dad is too.
There we go.
Again.
He does me like he fucking wrecks my hair. The 5 first minutes of our podcast. You fuck.
Hey, look.
Jesus.
No, call me Dad.
No. Fuck. I'm
right,
with Becky on
so-
this. The praying hands. Fuck yeah. Yeah. Not yeah.
No.
All right.
Well, this is bad. Let's do that.
Built by the real, made for the few.
That's not even funny.
High five. I don't know. I'm just filling in the emptiness.
A second, I'm working on it. So this is Moose's new clip, guys. Everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do we donate to
No, you can donate to us.
Goblins talking about in chat? It's like, yeah.
Shit.
Mm.
I need to pee.
Well, go pee.
Oh, I can? Okay.
What do you mean you can't? Did I tell you
I
could
can't.
go pee or something? Did I give you some sort of rules there? You could go pee. It's
Oh,
like
fucking
I
no,
can
man.
handle the show while you're gone, right?
Okay.
Yeah, go pee.
Are you sure you're okay?
Will you fuck off?
Are you okay?
Get out of here. Go have a piss.
I can hold your hand.
Leave. Go.
Oh, fuck. I'm going to break this shit. Okay. I'm back.
All right, she's going for a piss while I kind of like do something here. All right, so all right, nice setup, OTW. Hey, thanks a lot, much appreciated. You like it? That's cool. Yeah. Okay. This is a pretty dope setup.
For
Scooters for.
old people that they take at Walmart, but like the better and bigger ones for outside. Well, I have one of those, and I've been riding one of those since.
We could actually get like somebody funny.
Yeah, like I really don't mind. Like if y'all want to talk, or if somebody has real shit to say, like conversation. Gold mine. The potential here is endless. Well, I don't know if you're speaking about us, but yes, we do have a great fucking potential, fudging potential. Excuse-moi mon langage. And thanks. If that's a compliment to us, thanks. The other one was, OTW, you gotta make some shorts from this dude. Okay, from somebody else. So I think you were commenting somebody else, but that's great. Yeah, I'm like, you go. Well, so I hate it when he does this, because he leaves. He leaves often like that in his streams when I'm there. He just fucking dips like a dick. And then I'm stuck here trying to entertain people when we're supposed to entertain each other, so I'm pretty lost.
This is the first time I went, I fucking get myself a coffee and you're already bitching about me?
I'm bitching about you.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, is it made? Is your coffee made?
Well, it was the cold one that I had before.
Where's your new coffee?
I'll go make another one later.
You want my coffee?
Is it hot?
No.
No.
Okay, so there was a comment right here, but I don't know if he was talking about us. He said, Void, this could be a gold mine. I think he's talking about his own thing, right?
No, he's talking about us.
Really?
Yeah, pretty much.
And then he wrote, OTW, you gotta make some shorts from this dude. From who? From Void? I'm still right on the sweater dissolve ratio. Sweater dissolve, is that me? Me? Is my sweater dissolving quick?
Yeah, it's like maybe put a little bit of, hide that skin.
Are you fucking Muslim? What the fuck?
Yeah, we're gonna have her put one of them things, a veil on there, and the whole. Okay, never mind. It's like I'm not gonna say that. Give me the mouse back.
Why? What would you
Well,
do
I want to
for
bring
it?
up the comments.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Void
All right, so she's
Vote.
taking care of comments now.
wants a higher dissolve ratio, low. Christina Ha 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 ha
Ha ha
ha ha.
ha ha.
But the OT needs the nose. Is that you, the OTs, or it's the people, the OTs?
I'm OT.
You're OT, and then they're OTs. Your
No.
public is the OTs, and then you're OT. Oh,
I
that
don't
would be
know. I
cool.
don't know.
That would be sick.
Did I miss a super chat? Yes, we missed a
fuck,
super
really?
chat. Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Go down, down, down,
Oh,
down,
fuck,
down,
fuck, fuck, down.
There
Oh,
it is.
Okay,
Bring
there?
that- yeah.
Woo!
All right. Shout out to Lauren for the $5 super chat. She says, thank you for the laughs. I really enjoy the dynamic between you two. Yeah. Give me the mouse. That's all I
There.
need the
Sorry.
mouse.
Fuck. I'm gonna, yeah.
So you'll get used to this. Like, just watch me work here. We got this. Shout out to Lauren. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Built by the real, made for the few. Gave when it counted. I ride for you. No, ain't no show without the flame you bring. This is your house. I just run the stream.
Dominico says, will there be dancing or a wrap-off today? We weren't planning on it.
Yeah, no, you can't count on us for that. Fuck
We're not that really. I'll speak for myself. I'm not that good at off the top of my head rapping, right? Shout out to Lauren for that super chat. Thank you very much for your support. Awesome.
The closest I got to like freestyle rap is like fucking when I do like I started to do improv.
Yeah.
That's the only time I'm like freestyling anything. Well, no, I mean here we're freestyling, but I mean if you ask me to rap, Jesus.
No, I said call me Dad. Stop calling me Jesus.
Can I call you God?
Yeah, well, not today. When you call me up on the phone, hey God,
I need your help today. I need your guidance.
Gorilla sees a song. Oh, there he is.
Like not completely face to face, but like tilted.
Like
just
tilted a little
yeah.
bit at an angle.
Yeah, because who the fuck supposed to entertain each other? So I'm pretty lost.
This is the first time I fucking get myself a coffee and you're already bitching about me.
I am. I'm bitching about you.
Jesus Christ.
This ain't a season.
We building systems that survive the night.
Thinking about questions.
Gorilla don't follow trends. We set vibration.
Gently, it's fine.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
We, it's like we're here to
It was
actually.
more than what we actually expected.
I didn't even think anybody was gonna come fucking do nothing.
Me neither. I was like, holy shit, man, we're getting cash. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's the thing on YouTube. Sometimes you actually
It's cool,
you can
man.
make
Thank
money.
you guys for helping us and supporting us. It's my first ever thing. I started like a YouTube channel, like
Yeah.
Now I
that's a
wanted
great
you.
idea.
No, since your dad is Canadian and cucked and doesn't know what Baby Shark is, I was curious for the content purposes. Can we get a solo song from you? Sing Baby Shark to your dad.
Oh,
I
God.
think that would be great.
I think Salari.
I don't even know what that song is. I'm gonna have to go listen.
Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark. Grandma shark do 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 do. Grandma shark do 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 do.
He's looking at you like, what the fuck?
Grandma shark. Brother shark do 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 do. Brother shark.
It's a thing, OTW. She's doing it right. She's doing it right. She got it down.
It's the end. Do 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 do.
So hey, I got an idea for you guys' show.
You go listen to that Belknap.
Hey, you guys should do a father-daughter joke off. Like you should do like a comedy one when you guys do this, but with all jokes,
What the fuck
father-daughter
do you think
joke.
we're doing right now?
Yeah, but we
you've been
tried
letting
that
up-
earlier. We
You've
tried
been
it earlier.
cupcaking
It
to
didn't
fuck
work
cards,
out.
Becky. That's what you've been doing.
Maybe
Right.
it
so
could work, but we just have to try with other shit. Other
Hey, we got King Steven and came back. Let's welcome King Steven
Hey,
to the show.
Hello.
Hello,
What-
King Steven.
What's going on? What's up? What was Snafu talking about? Sharded? Was that sharded that he said? Baby sharded?
Baby shark.
Baby shark.
Oh,
yeah.
shark. I thought it was
Yeah.
sharded. I thought he shot himself
Baby
or something.
shit, dude.
Baby sharded. I thought it was. I thought it was
It's
something
a
else.
dude. Baby sharded, it's a do-do-do.
Come on, man. Please.
Do-do.
All right, I guess enough with the shark, man. That's
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
The shark and the shark.
What is that?
So what's
shark shit,
going
man?
on? This is a new show here.
Yeah, we got the We Laugh at Anything podcast. It's my daughter Becky.
And my dad was getting annoyed with the fucking baby shark thing, so we're gonna let that go.
Oh,
We're gonna let
okay.
the
Hi,
shark thing
hi,
go.
Becky. Did you
Hi.
guys happen to steal Jack Talcott's red curtains, or where'd you get those from?
It's a
It's our home cinema.
it's a green screen.
No,
Oh, I thought it was real.
that's cinema.
Oh shit!
Oh right. Yeah,
I thought it was a
that's
real
the-
curtain.
No, we actually have a theater inside our home, and these are the curtains. So you can
Yeah.
open up that.
We're that fucking rich.
Yeah, we're fucking.
Oh
balling it.
shit!
We're
You're
balling
that
it.
rich.
Yeah, we actually are.
Are
that
you
rich.
guys French Canadian royalty? Are you French Canadian royalty?
Well, it's something we could be thinking about, right? We could just buy them out.
I mean, we're French, we're Canadian, and we get royalties for.
Yeah, because we have a trust, and
Do you eat poutine,
Fuck
or
yeah.
I
whatever?
thought you were gonna say, "Do you eat pussy?"
Do you eat pussy? That's my next question.
only
to
on the
Becky.
weekends, man.
Do you eat pussy? Do you eat
You
French
got a
pussy?
schedule for that?
Is French pussy? Does it taste different than the Anglophone, the English?
Oh shit!
Is there a difference?
I don't know. I never had an English pussy before.
You only had the French.
Well, I
Oh,
had the
man.
French pussy.
You only had the French pussy.
Oh, not true. I've had Chilean pussy as well.
Chilean. Is it spicy?
Oh no!
Is-
You did just.
Is
Yeah,
it
she's
spicy
from
like
Chile.
chili? Is it like eating chili, or is it different?
No, it's Latino, man. It's pretty hot. It's spicy stuff, man.
Do you eat pea soup in Quebec? Is that a thing, or is that?
Sometimes.
Yep, with cheese,
Yeah.
little cheese,
Grilled
with
cheese.
No, with the. Did you ever?
What?
The dog's laughing. The dog farted. The dog
Looking at
farted.
her. It's like, hold on, I'm gonna fuck your show up. He's
You
looking
eat
at
the
Oh
pea
my
soup with
God.
the what?
Hey, no, no.
Grilled cheese?
Yeah, with cube. Don't eat the fill, Paulian. With the cube cheese. Sorry, cubed marbled cheese in the pizza.
Oh, the cube
Oh,
cheese.
it's fucking great. It's fucking great.
Oh
Yo.
man, I gotta try that.
Oh, it's great. It tastes really awesome. And add salt, man. Just add a bit of salt to that, but like sea salt if you can. Like, cause fucking
Yeah.
regular salt is bad for you as fuck.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think that's true. I think that's
The iodized salt,
iodine salt.
Yeah, you think that's good for you?
I think so. Yeah, I don't think salt is bad for you.
That stuff is toxic.
The good salt.
That's
is-
all
is good for
chemicals.
you.
That's not even
Yeah.
real salt. That's
I know.
Isn't
You have
it?
to get
Well,
sea salt.
I'm talking about the sea salt that I
No,
always use. Sea
iodized
salt.
salt is not the same thing.
Oh shit! What the fuck did the dog do?
What the fuck? God bless you.
What the fuck that?
Sorry, guys. The dog fucked up. Oh shit. Ooh. Oh god.
Something happened. The dog
Oh,
did.
man.
what kind of dog is that? It's spotted. He's got.
It's
He's got.
That's
Great Dane.
Great Dane. Yeah.
Oh, that's a
It's
Great
okay,
Dane.
It's okay. It's okay.
Woof, woof,
He's cute. He's so cute.
woof, 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 woof. There's no
can't hear
response.
you.
He's not talking to me. Come on, talk to me. Woof, woof,
He
woof.
wants pets.
Well, first of all,
Aw.
he doesn't hear you.
Yeah.
He need earphones to hear you, for starters.
What do you mean? He can't hear me?
Well,
Woof.
because it's in our earphones, the music. the
Oh
sound.
shit! I'm I'm a boomer.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Okay, look.
I had a senior moment there.
You
I'm
go put him on the
88, so
couch
I
or
didn't
something?
know.
Oh, okay. He's good.
Oh, he can't hear me. I was woofing to you guys then.
Brown's boys in the house says.
I was
I know
woofing
the
to
song called
Becky.
Microcuts.
I was saying
Yeah.
woof woof. woof.
Okay. Micro cuts in the blood stream, and then cholesterol. Okay, la.
Are you sure he can't hear me? He's talking to me. And
yeah,
dog
but
language.
my dad, well, he mixed up the two, but he doesn't use iodized salt either. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? He uses sea
Sea
salt.
salt,
here.
yeah.
Yeah. That's real salt. The salt that comes from the fucking sea. That
Yeah, that's
you
the real
boil that
fucking
shit
salt.
down.
The other
Yeah.
shit is just chemical. It's
Yeah.
they just break it off somewhere and they add chemical shit to it and they put it in a
Exactly.
box or whatever.
I've been using
Yeah,
sea
it's
salt for so long that I
Yeah.
just for me it's just normal salt. You know, like that's the salt.
Exactly. And I'm switching.
Yeah, me
to
too.
smart
I was
swaps
eating
like
sea
that.
salt in the womb. Like before I was born,
Wow,
they gave me sea salt.
You got a good mother.
Yep.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, my
Yeah, she
condolences.
passed away. All my family's dead. I'm the only one alive.
Oh, that's good. My
here
mother's still
for you.
alive on my side, and my father died when I was 18. So she never even met her grandfather. She was born when I was 21. So she didn't even know.
Really?
She didn't even know my
Oh.
dad. Yeah.
Oh, wow. One of my grandpas died when I was like 1 year old or so. So I never knew him.
Wow.
And then I got in a fight with my dad when I was 11 and I ended up killing him.
What?
Yeah.
With who?
With my dad when I was 11.
Okay.
That's kind of morbid, isn't it?
So did
I
they give
murdered. No, but your podcast is that you laugh at anything. You guys called your show "We Laugh at Anything." We Laugh at Anything podcast. You guys aren't laughing. You're not laughing. Why aren't you laughing? That was the showstopper. They're like, what? You're not laughing. I thought you would laugh at anything. You guys are supposed to laugh at anything.
Normal salt, you know, like that's the salt.
Exactly. And I'm switching.
Yeah, me
to
too.
smart
I was
swaps
eating
like
sea
that.
salt in the womb. Like before I was born,
Wow,
they gave me sea salt.
You got a good mother.
Yep.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, my
Yeah, she
condolences.
passed away. All my family's dead. I'm the only one alive.
Oh, that's good. My mother's
here
still
for you.
alive on my side, and my father died when I was 18. So she never even met her grandfather. She was born when I was 21. So she didn't even know.
Really?
She didn't even know my
Oh.
dad. Yeah.
Oh, wow. One of my grandpas died when I was like 1 year old or so. So I never knew him.
Wow.
And then I got in a fight with my dad when I was 11 and I ended up killing him.
What?
Yeah.
With who?
With my dad when I was 11.
Okay.
That's kind of morbid, isn't it?
So did they
I
give you a
murdered-
pass because you were a minor?
I murdered my dad and then yeah, they gave me like a few years in
The
in
juvenile
probation and
detention.
juvenile detention. It was nothing. I almost killed a couple people in there too, but I didn't. I held back.
Shit.
All right. So let's drop the link for somebody else to join the show.
Jesus Christ, that
That was
went
pretty
south.
heavy. It was a bit heavy. I think it was a little.
Wait, that was a bit heavy. You guys are supposed to. Your podcast is "We Laugh at Anything." You're not laughing. You kicked me off. You kicked me off, and you're not laughing. It says "We Laugh at Anything" podcast. I was testing that out to see if you guys would laugh. You're not laughing. Stop the laughter. And I find that funny. Oh, they just bought it. Of course, they took the bait.
little bit too much information. Maybe we should move on to a more funnier.
Juvenile
And
detention.
juvenile detention. It was nothing. I almost killed a couple people in there too, but I didn't. I held back.
Shit.
All right, so let's drop the link for somebody else to join the show.
Jesus Christ, that
was
went
pretty
south.
heavy. It was a bit heavy. I think it was a little bit too much information. Maybe we should move on to a more funnier topic.
Nice having you though.
Yeah,
dude.
thanks a lot, Stephen, for popping by. That was, like I said, let's drop the link for anybody else who wants to come up and join the show. We still have another half hour to go.
Weren't
and-
we doing a 3-hour thing?
Yeah, how long have we been live? Only 2 hours now.
Yeah.
Two and a half
No.
hours.
No.
See, I took the title literally where it says "We Laugh at Anything" podcast featuring father and daughter, and they just They stopped laughing. I don't know what happened.
It's up there on the screen right
We
here.
started at 11.
Look,
It's
look on the screen right here. It tells you exactly how much time we've been live.
Oh, baby, ignoring me. Oh my God.
Yeah, good time flies when you're
Wow.
having fun, eh?
Yeah. God damn.
It's
That
great.
was fun.
I hope you guys enjoyed the show, eh? Don't forget to hit the like button and share this out. Oh, Snafu's back. All right, so let's see. All right, welcome back, Snaps.
I put the Baby Shark video in your backstage. They're driving the homeless out with that music.
They're driving the homeless out with this song. Where is it? It's backstage. AI. It's been happening for weeks. Huh. Wow. That's wild. And she says, giving people their channels back is part of the test
AI censorship.
for a new AI censorship
and biometric scan.
biometric scan to participate. I like that one.
Yeah, that took me 2.5 hours to film all the shots.
All right, so go check out Becky's channel here on Facebook if you want, access to all these reels and stuff.
All right, everyone. Hello. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Let's hop on over here. Emma, 1.3 million views. Title of her video is I Have Cancer.
Hello, everyone. I'm sitting here because I want to share some personal news and ask for your understanding. It's not great news because early last month, I got diagnosed with cervical cancer. And of course, this was an enormous shock for me. The past weeks have been intense with, on one hand, a lot of hospital appointments and treatments, and on the other hand, performances in Ahoy, Gelderdoom, and of course, my own tour. I took so much energy and strength from being on stage during this emotional time. I felt more than ever that being on stage and singing is the thing I love doing the most. But the reality is that I need to be undergoing chemotherapy during the coming months. I don't know yet how it will go, but I want to give myself the best opportunity for my body to react as positively as possible to the treatment. With that being said, unfortunately, I need to empty my agenda for at least the next 3 months. I have good faith I will be healthy again, and I hope I will be able to give you a positive update soon. Thank you in advance for your respect and your understanding. Mwah. Much love.
They look at you and go, he is a victim, because that's what you look like, my friend, and that is your own choice.
See, that's just it, though. The only reason they would choose you in that element is because of the patriarchal fucking male-dominated society.
Here
that
we fucking go. Here we go.
Here's the deal, Andrew.
This is fun. No. I'm not done.
No, wait. Hey, Andrew, listen to me.
From history that wasn't patriarchal. Name a society from history that was not patriarchal.
Andrew Tate absolutely obliterates this omega-level beta feminist in this heated debate as this raging soy boy attacks Andrew Tate and the patriarchy before Andrew destroys his argument with history and facts proving that feminism is utterly useless, obviously because men beat women at everything, forcing this angry woke lunatic to have a complete meltdown while trying to defend women being the brainwashed sheep he is. Let's get in.
I think you're a water boy, water boy for patriarchy and capitalism and whatnot, right? And sort of regressive ideas about manhood. And which is why the teenage audience like consumes it so much, you know? You got these young boys that are like grappling with feelings of powerlessness, and you come in and offer them like the ultimate machismo ideas of like how to be a man, but you're so off base, bro. It's like, it's tragic, really.
So you think that I am inspiring the youth of today, the masculine youth of today, to become men, and you think that's a negative thing? Why?
No, I don't think you're inspiring them to become men, because like real men are in touch with their emotions and their vulnerability and don't need to be like wielding and taking power. Real men are self-aware, and you come in offering them like somebody that they can follow, where you want to be like the savior, the guy, the badass.
If you're a man who's in touch with his strength and his masculine power, why does that mean you're not capable of reflecting inwards and being self-aware? They're not mutually exclusive.
Well, apparently for you they are, though, because on the one hand you talk about how you made your first million while exploiting women on webcams.
Correct.
And then you post on the Instagram post about how you and your brother are going to bring purity back to women. So yeah, you absolutely lack self-awareness, because you yourself admit you made your initial money on sort of like you profited off the supposed impurity of women around sex.
All right. So first thing, the word exploiting is an incorrect use of language, because I've never exploited anyone in my life.
Well, let me ask you this. When you made your first million with the women in the webcams, how many of the women who are on those webcams earning for you, how many of them are millionaires now?
The ones who made millions are also millionaires. It was 50%. It was 50.
You know what I'm saying?
I would argue the point here, sir. I would argue the point here that when a girl worked for me, it was 50-50. If you work for nearly any other business in the world, you do not get 50% of the takings. If you go work at McDonald's and you ring up a register for an hour, you do not get 50% of that register. So that is a lie. Most companies pay you less than 1%. So to sit here and say that I was exploiting people is absolute fallacy. So that's the first thing.
It's like...
So that's the first fallacy. I've let you talk. Now it's my turn. That's the first fallacy. The second fallacy is this whole patriarchy bullshit you're saying that are outdated ideas of masculinity.
Yeah.
The idea of patriarchy is not an outdated idea of masculinity. Perhaps in the West, in a declining empire, as we've already discussed on this stream, in an empire which is in absolute decline, you can have men who sit here and think there's absolutely nothing necessary about masculinity in the modern world, and that you don't need to be strong or brave or any of these things. You can sit around and cry and you're still a man. That is not true in most places on the planet. In most places on the planet, men need to be capable and competent, because if they don't, they do not survive. And I'll tell you something now, sir. I'll tell you something else now. You will sit here and talk right now about the patriarchy and how you can be in touch with your feelings and all this bullshit. The second you're physically assaulted or physically threatened, the first thing you do is you call a toxically masculine police officer to turn up with a weapon to protect you, because you cannot protect yourself. You are not against the idea of masculine power. You're not against the idea of men who have masculine imperatives to defense. All you've done is outsource it to someone else to do at the end of a phone call because you're too scared to do it yourself. So you're fucking lying. You're lying.
No, that's absolutely incorrect.
You don't want to do them yourself, and you hope everyone else does them for you, so you can sit around and play fucking video games.
See, the point I posit is there's more than just physicality with men. And you talk about exploitation. You absolutely exploit people with your affiliate links. That is exploitation. Like I, as well as Bucky and Clicks, know, anybody who's an influencer knows that affiliate links are total bullshit, because basically you give an affiliate link to somebody who promotes you and he makes a little money off of it, but you're getting free advertising. That's exploitation. No influencer is going to take an affiliate link position, because it's absolute exploitation. Like you practically exist on it. Now, the idea of manhood is you can talk about like purely physical strength. Like, first off, if I get assaulted, I'm probably not going to call the police, okay? Because the police aren't actually very adept at actually solving crimes, right? They don't function very well in the actual solution of crimes. They show up later and just sort of muck up the business.
Correct.
Right?
So I agree with that. So how would you defend yourself in the effect of an assault? You just lay there and take it?
Well, so it would depend on the assault. I would probably remove myself from the situation, right?
Obviously, that's not something that's going to be applicable to the scenario we're doing here on the stream. We're not going to pretend you can run away, because that defeats the point of the question.
Well, what are we here to talk about some hypothetical assault?
We're not here to talk about
99% of Americans never even encounter a violent crime.
We're not here to talk
this
about
whole
hypothetical
machismo
assault.
thing is like nonsense.
We're not here to talk about hypothetical assaults. We're here to talk about the hypothetical paradigms and ideas around masculinity, because you started this conversation saying
Audio check. Testing. 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 Audio check. Audio check. All right. Glitched out for a second. Just hold on. Give me a second here.
Are we here to talk about some What are we? Are we here to talk about some hypothetical assault?
No, we're,
you know
no,
that,
we're, no, we're not here to talk about.
99% of Americans never even encounter a violent crime.
We're not here to talk
this
about
whole
hypothetical
machismo
assault.
thing is like nonsense.
We're not here to talk about hypothetical assaults. We're here to talk about the
Look at these two fidgeting, playing with their faces, touching their faces nervously. And this is how awkward and a lot of younger people are this way these days. They're very nervous. They always are touching their face or their lips or their mouth with their hands. It's a society that's that way these days. It really is.
hypothetical paradigms and ideas around masculinity, because you started this conversation saying that the patriarchy and capitalism and all this bullshit. And I'm sitting here saying to you, you live in a very soft society. You're completely correct. 99%
Incorrect.
You live in a soft society. If you were the same person in most places on the planet, you would have had your ass beat because you are a weakling. And weaklings are not respected. Let me tell you something, my friend, I'll let you talk afterwards. Never in human history, in any single civilization, in any single empire across the history of Earth, have men been celebrated for their weakness. Ever once. It doesn't matter if you were an Aztec or the Mao dynasty, from China all the way to South America, and every single.
Look at this. And they're not embarrassed by this. Look at this one in the bottom left corner. Like, I know the top left is embarrassing, but this one's pulling up his shirt, doing prayer hands, covering his mouth. What are you doing? What kind of behavior is that? What are you doing?
Single history book you can read, men who were respected and men who had stories written about them were written about them because they were strong. Weak men have never been respected. Weak men have never mattered. For you to come along and say, I think it's okay to be weak, is fine. That is your initiative. That is your decision. But the reason you have done that is because you lack brave. You lack balls.
No,
you lack bravery.
Lack balls. Dude, I have more balls than you'll ever have, boss. Because you're changing the goalposts here, because you're the one who's sitting here calling emotional strength and emotional vulnerability, you're defining it as weakness. But it's not.
All forms of strength are important. You're saying
It's
that.
not.
Yes, it is. Physical strength is just as important as emotional strength.
Emotional strength is actually more powerful than physical strength.
Okay.
Because the fact of the matter is, no matter how physically strong you are, somebody bigger could come along and beat your ass. But it's emotional strength that helps you survive the ass beating.
You're right.
Not
You're
physical strength.
right.
I
You know
know
what?
I'm right.
You're right. That's a good point. You're saying so when someone comes along to assault you, you won't call the police afterwards and you won't fight back. You'll lay in a ball, you get an ass kicking, but you're emotionally strong enough to just deal with the fact that you got an ass whooping in front of everyone.
No,
you're
but
weak. And that's fine. And everyone should be like you. And that, you know what we
Again,
call,
I'm not saying everyone.
What is this? Is this a new thing by young people covering their faces with their shirts? What are they doing? Again, so many weird behaviors have been normalized in society. They're pulling their fucking shirts up over their faces. What are they doing? What are they doing?
like you are called in most places in the world. People like you are called in most places in the world. They're called victims.
We're
You're called
called
prey.
studs.
You're a prey.
We're called studs.
And let me tell you something. When I inspire men to grow up and be their biggest, strongest version of themselves, emotionally, mentally, physically, in every single realm, that is not a negative thing. There's nothing wrong with a man being big and strong. And let me tell you one more thing. We're sitting here talking to professional video game players. You're a professional Fortnite player yourself.
I am.
I don't know how the game works. I've never played the game.
And I was a professional musician and a director. I've done a great many things.
Are they going to cry? What is this?
Perfect. Good. And you're obviously a successful, smart individual. You're obviously mentally intelligent, right? I'm not talking
Absolutely.
about, I'm not saying that just because someone's strong that they don't have to be mentally adept. I'm not saying that somebody doesn't have to be emotionally adept just because they're strong. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that physical strength is also an important thing. But let's look at the video game Fortnite, which I've never played. It might be incorrect. But if you have stats on your character, you're going to try and max out your strength character. You're not going to have a character which is weak. Every single person, if they're given a video game character and said choose what statistics you want, is going to click max strength every single time, and then they're going to go back into the real world and pretend strength doesn't matter. Strength does matter. The difference is in the real world, it's hard to achieve, and because it's hard to obtain, it's the ostrich problem. You don't want to accept that it's hard to do. You don't want to go through the pain to get it, so you want to pretend it doesn't matter. Just because you don't want to go through the bullshit it requires to be a physically dangerous individual does not mean physical dangerous individuals are not respected by society. And I'll tell you one more thing, my friend. One more thing. If me and you were to stand side by side in front of 100 women, in front of 100 fucking police officers, 100 fucking enemies who want to kill us, whatever it is, they would all choose to fuck with you before they choose to fuck with me. Because they'd look at me and I have a certain status and a certain presence which comes from my physical stature. Not just of my capability, but because of the things I've gone through to become this physical specimen of man. They know I'm not the kind of guy who you really want to mess with. They look at you and go, he is a victim, because that's what you look like, my friend, and that is your own choice.
See, that's just it, though. The only reason they would choose you in that element is because of the patriarchal fucking male-dominated society.
Here
that
we fucking go. Here we go.
Here's the deal, Andrew.
This is fun. No. I'm not done.
Hey, Andrew, listen to me.
From history that wasn't patriarchal. Name a society.
Here comes some of the rocking, nervous behavior. It's like the younger generation just seems autistic and antisocial. They can't even take watching this. I'd be laughing at this guy getting destroyed by Tate. I wouldn't be. This is just so it exemplifies what young people have turned into, and it really is pathetic. It just is. You play way too many video games. You don't seem to do anything else, and you're just socially awkward.
Society from history that was not patriarchal.
See, listen to me, though. That is why people like yourself are bugging and going into hyper mode right now, because society's changing. Society's changing.
I'll tell you why, my friend. I'll tell you why we cannot name a single society in history across the entire planet that was not patriarchal. Because patriarchal societies are optimized to survive. When things get difficult, when people are put in survival situations.
Is he sucking on his thumb or is he biting on his fingernail? I can't watch this because these two are just so distracting. They have no idea how to be men. It almost looks like he's sucking on his thumb, the kid or the guy above Tate. Look at this. Look at this. What happened to your generation? And I don't care if you get upset or triggered. What happened to you? What happened to you that you would do that? on a live stream on camera. Something is very wrong. Very wrong. There's something wrong with young women that they hate men, but there's also something wrong with young men being like this. This is so fucking weird to see. And most of you think it's normal, most humans. Because you can't even look at body language and understand anything. Most people these days say, oh, he keeps talking about their body language. Well, it reveals a lot. And the young generation behaving like they're thumb-sucking babies is just so fucking bizarre. Look at the way that looks. I don't know, like, what is going on there? Is he 20-something years old, sucking on his thumb or biting on his thumbnail? It's just pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic. That's the way a lot come across on YouTube. Anyway, we're going to shift gears from that. It's disturbing.
Good morning. Welcome to the conversation on TOS Television Network. And as always, I'm bringing you the conversation from Nigeria's capital city of Abuja. My name is Adesu Alsi. On the conversation today, we're going to be, having a lifestyle discussion, something that has been pricking quite a number of Nigerians lately. The issue of casual bestiality among young Nigerians, both male and female, home and abroad, has been brought to the fore, whether it's a means of, survival or not. And that's largely after videos that made its way to social media of young girls and even men engaging in sexual activities with animals, some for pleasure or leisure and others for money. So today on the show, I'm going to be talking about that issue with my guest here in the studio, Chisom Udeoba, the creative director of Creatives in Africa. Good morning and welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. It's such a pleasure to have you.
Same here.
Now let's move straight into the conversation. A lot of people, you're fully aware of the conversation that's ongoing about, the issue of bestiality among young Nigerians. A lot of people would easily just point out the moral decadence part of it, like the drop in morality. But personally, do you think that is all there is to this issue?
Okay. So that is a major part of it, the moral decadence, but there's so much more to it. There is the psychological part of it, which highlights our mental health issues amongst young people. Then also it brings to light the state of the nation, and because most people doing this, I believe, are doing it for the money. Because I don't believe any right-minded person would engage in this. So they're doing it for the money because most people are out of jobs. Most people are not getting paid properly for what they do and everything. So they're resorting to other things. There is a Yahoo Plus. There is so much more. They're resorting to just to make ends meet. And there's so much more. I don't know if people are being coerced to do it, so maybe they're under pressure and everything. But it brings to light the mental state of the people, the state of the nation, and then maybe parental upbringing and peer pressure too.
Yeah. It's actually funny that you said that no right thinking person, no person in their right mind would actually engage in bestiality. But what is funny is quite a number of persons that have been involved in the act have come out to say that for some of them it's preference. And then others will be like, oh, I was just catching cruise. It's just leisure for me. So what is, I think that largely brings to mind the psychological part of it. And do you think, and because as a nation, we don't really take issues of, mental health issues and psychological issues seriously. So a lot of persons would ignore that aspect of it. Do you think it's also a reason why we keep having, the spiral increase in cases?
Okay. So personally, I said I don't think, but it's very possible that people would engage in this and then that's what they want, and that's possible. But yes, as a nation, we don't really pay attention. I think it was just last year, the whole mental health campaign and everything became popular and everyone is paying attention to it.
Okay.
Like prior to now, it's been just, oh, you're sick, don't worry, just go and rest, you're fine.
Yeah.
People don't take it seriously.
Yeah.
And that is a major challenge for young people, for mostly young people. They call us Gen Zs and everything. But your mental health is very important. And when you're not giving it the right attention and all, it's possible that you're going to be in a deteriorative state.
Yes. Okay. Personally, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Do you think that there is any reason or justifiable reason whatsoever, like thinking back and forth, any justifiable reason to actually, engage in the act?
There is none.
Nothing to justify it.
I don't think it is. Just like saying I'm engaging in armed robbery or prostitution because of this. I don't think so. I do not think there's any reason at all to engage in that. Because look at it, you're prone to so much disease and so much like sickness and diseases. Because looking at the medical, coming from the medical point of view, there's so much you can get. There's the rabies. There's so much that you can get that can even kill you. Yeah. Because there are no cures, some of them, because they're from animals. Yeah. You get. So there's so much to get. I don't really think anybody would go in.
Okay. We've gradually become a generation of the end justify the means. However you get it, as long as the end is favorable to you, then it's justifiable. But we are also a nation and a people of high moral values. And I know a lot of Nigerians will place morality above anything else, right? True. So how did you think we got here as that kind of people? So this level of rot that we are in now as a nation that prides itself in values and morality?
So that's a very important question. Most people call Nigeria the praying country. There are churches everywhere. Yeah. There are prayer houses everywhere. But still, the country is progressing in a snail speed when it comes to economical growth, financial growth, and so much more. There's so much happening, security, and so much more. I think it brings to forward that I don't know if people practice what they preach. Personally. So that's one thing. So maybe we're out there, we're doing the whole prayer, we're doing the whole talking and everything. But inside, do we really practice these things? Because I believe that's where the main result comes from. Okay. So it's not enough to just come out and preach on social media, oh, do this and do that, oh, pray this. But do you practice those things you talk about? I think that's one major issue we're having as a country and as a people.
Do you think, I know it's easy to blame social media for all of this. Do you think social media has a role to play? Because I know that a Nigerian would not necessarily put something out there. Like, I would record yourself having sexual relation with an animal and put it on social media and say, and still brag about it that, have you seen 1.7 million in your life before? So do you think social media also has a role to play in all of this, having to see what happens, on the global scene?
Okay, so I think social media has good and the bad side. Yeah. So the good part of it is that it's bringing all of this to us. So we are talking about it more often, unlike before. Nobody will even know it's happening and everybody is just on the low. Then the bad part of it is that people that do not have a level of personal self management might see it and say, oh, that's the main thing, and then they just go into it and without having self control or being able to manage this information they get. So that's like the bad part of it. But people, I think it's boiled down to our level of moral decadence. Okay. So unlike before, where people are very conscious of what they put on social media, you're very careful with how you use your camera and what you capture. Yeah. Now everyone wants to blow. That's the word. I want to blow. Exactly. I want to trend and everything. And people believe if you trend even for the wrong things, you're still trending. So they want to just get everything, put out anything, and that's just a problem. Okay, so social media has a role to play. Yeah, it does.
Did you know that Nigeria has a law against bestiality?
So prior to this whole thing,
I didn't know, because I didn't know too. That was actually the question. Yeah. I didn't know. So if you didn't know, I didn't know. That was a lot of young Nigerians did not actually know that there's a law against having such relations with animals that actually also attracts a 14-year jail term upon
Section
conviction.
214 of the Criminal Code.
Exactly.
I had to go and check it out. I'm like, really, this is there, and then all of this is happening. Yeah. Okay. I think our laws need to be propagated more. People need to know this is there. Yeah. Then the justice system needs to be activated more, because we can't just say, oh, we have laws and then no one is implementing them. Nothing is happening. Yeah. it's very, very wrong. I think there's so much more can be done, both from a legal point of view, then as young people too. We can, instead of just using social media to just make videos and reels and dance and all of that, we can also use it to, propagate, to talk about these things, share the right information with people, because that's one way of reaching out to people that might not know about these things.
Okay, because I was actually going to ask if this suggests a lapse in our laws and how it's implemented, because I don't know if I heard of anyone that has been jailed or convicted of bestiality, even though I know this is not the first case. Over time, we've heard a lot of persons, having sexual relations with animals. We've seen videos on social media, but I don't think anyone has been prosecuted for it, and despite having a law. So, like you rightly pointed out, I think it's basically a lapse in our laws and the judicial system. So what do you think that we can begin to do as a people, especially young people, to ensure that we do not, at the end of the day, lose those values and morals that we, are known for as Nigerians?
Okay, so as young people, most times we just complain the past generation failed us, they did things wrongly in politics and everything and all of that. But I think apart from just complaining, we should now be solution-minded. So we should focus on the solutions. First of all, what are we even doing? What are we going to do and leave for the...
What are they doing over there in Nigeria? Having sex with animals. What makes Nigerian girls see bestiality as means of survival? And some of them say they prefer it. Are they having sex with apes and chimps and monkeys and orangutans over there? What are they doing? What are they doing? How degenerate. How fucking degenerate. God damn. God damn.
I don't know, $30 an hour working. Your wife could be making, I don't know, $30 an hour working, or she spent 3 hours making bread from scratch. What up, guys? Welcome to my reaction series. Today, we are going to be reacting to Ugly Girls and Hoes Created Feminism. All right, let's see what we got. All women are hoes. Trick question.
I know we live in this crazy culture where feminism is going to try and convince men and women that men want ugly butch women and that women want to be ugly and butch, but that's just not the case. Growing up apparently is realizing
men don't want ugly butch women, but they will take them. And you can see that based on the body fat percentage of the average American woman. She's about like 35, I think, % body fat. So, yeah. That's gonna be normal.
That men want beautiful women, and that's okay. Men also want kind women. Men also want competent women, and every woman is capable of being the most beautiful, most competent.
Nope, some women are just facially cooked. There is some surgeries you can get to maybe improve it, but yeah, some women facially are just cooked. You can't buy beautiful. You can buy cute. You cannot buy beautiful. I think people can buy like 1.5 points through diet, exercise, and maybe light surgeries, but beautiful is just not something that can be bought,
Most kind version of herself. Most women just don't want to do the work to.
Whenever you see women that people say, oh, she like looks more beautiful now than she did when she was younger, it's actually that the woman didn't realize how pretty she was and she might have dressed unattractively, but in person, you just can't buy young and hot.
Get there. And feminism tries to give lazy women a pass and say, oh, you don't have to do that work. And
and honestly, I think feminism, the laziest women are women that are in sexless marriages. A lot of trad wives are very lazy people. We're not ready for this conversation, but a lot of them, they're having one kid and saying their life is so hard.
Feminism also tries to demonize men for having preferences about the women that they want. Work hard, women. Be beautiful, women. Be kind, be feminine, and men.
But even you're like 20 pounds overweight. I'm just being honest here.
You can want what you want, and that's okay. I don't know why that's controversial.
All right, let's see who's next. It's not really controversial what you said. When I say women are idiots, I think I don't know. Sometimes I think because I say such controversial things, and when women barely say anything controversial, they're like, oh, I don't know. Anyways, okay.
Ugly Girls and Hoes created the feminism movement. I'm not gonna lie. So realistically,
so remember, she's signaling purity. You gotta look at all things women do as manipulation. So she's got the turtleneck, but it's interesting. The trad girl hose, what they do is they cover their whole body, but it's always like really tight. So you'll see Brett Cooper, Candace Owens do this. You know, they're like, oh, I'm covered, but their pants are like skin tight. I see what you ladies are doing.
You think about it.
Yes, she's doing that with her boobs.
Every time.
She's got to. She doesn't have a great face card. I mean, it's not a bad face card, but I think her boobs are better than her face card. You guys tell me as men. She's still got a cute face card, but her boobs to me look natural. So, and they look like D cups. So yeah, that's going to be your best asset.
You are out and you see a pretty girl and she has an ugly friend with her. What does that ugly friend do? She instantly jumps into lesbian defense mode because she is an ugly Betty. The bitch is jealous. So when you try to talk to the cute girl, the ugly friend usually is like, leave her alone. She hates men. It's like, nah, bitch, you hate men. Back the fuck up. You know what I mean? And she will keep going. And you've seen videos where the cute friend will even tell the ugly friend, like, no, it's cool. And she still will be like, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, fat women are just a different type of bitter. They're just a different type of bitter. It's tough when you have the opportunity of a lifetime and you just squander it.
Absolutely the fuck not, because she's not getting that same attention.
Oh yeah, now she's signaling purity with a hand tattoo, ma'am.
So in the ugly girl's mind, men are evil, men are aggressive, men are everything bad because she can't fucking get the one she wants. You know what I mean? And so she deflects that onto her cute friend. And so then you also have another subcategory. So you have ugly girls, you have hoes. Hoes build a reputation for themselves. They're sleeping around, they're collecting babies, they're collecting bodies. The bitches just don't stop. And so after they're done living their whole life,
I think hoes are actually really men's rights advocates because they give it away for free. Somebody's got to bang these sexless men. I, for one, am thankful for the hoes. Somebody's got to do it, and I'm glad it's you. I'm glad it's not me.
Now they're coming and looking for a man to save them, and no man is willing to save them. So again, they create the same agenda. Men.
True. A lot of women get saved. And I know on this channel, we talk about like consequences for women. The consequence for women is dating men they're not attracted to. That's the consequence. It feels like rape to women. It's not, but that's what women are communicating. But that's the consequence. It's when women have to cash out.
Men are evil. Men are monsters. Men are selfish. No, you bitches are just two unlikable categories, and you bitches are going to attract what you put out, which is bullshit 24/7. So with that being that, it just grew so big with them just constantly projecting that message over and over and over, because hoes can be pretty. So you have girls that are pretty, but they're hoes. And so you see them being pretty and hating men, and then another girl jumps on because she's pretty and she hates men. Then you see an ugly girl, she's ugly and she hates men. Then another ugly girl jumps on and she's ugly and she hates.
Yeah, feminism rewards hoes, though. I mean, I was talking about this the other day. Sucking as a woman will get you further than learning to cook and clean. Now, a lot of conservatives will come at me and say, but Pearl, you know, those aren't the women we want a wife. Da, 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 da. I'm like, okay, who is the vice president of the United States? How did she get there? Was it through being a good woman, cooking and cleaning? You think she knows how to cook and clean? Call her daddy. You know, women, and I've done these interviews. I go on the street and I say to men, would you rather have a woman that can cook and clean or sucks good? And the men will say, I can Uber Eats. So.
And it just keeps fucking going. And it doesn't fucking make sense.
And that's the other thing. Feminism has really made women obsolete. Men do not need women. In a way, women don't need men either, because men as a collective come together, so women don't need individual men, if that makes sense. But men especially, they've invented so much stuff to make women's jobs easier that most men know how to cook. They know how to clean up after themselves. They can do, what do you call it? Like air fryer meals and make pretty good meals. There's pre-made services. And some men actually, it's to the point, and I've noticed this in dating, like some men just prefer cooking their own stuff because they have a way they like to do it. They do not need cooking and cleaning. It's not until women have like a bunch of kids that they might need it. But we go back to how many kids are people having? 1 or 2. Cooking's a full-time job when you have like 10 kids, but when you have 2, not really. The other thing too, that's why I kind of say trad wives are lazy in a way, because what they'll do is they'll find a way to make food in the most inefficient way possible. Like everything from scratch, everything that takes forever. Like imagine your wife could be making if you're trying to make ends meet in this economy, your wife could be making, I don't know, $30 an hour working, or she spent 3 hours making bread from scratch. When you could buy, like, honestly, a pretty close to just as good bread from the store for $5. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just inefficient. So what feminism did is they said, we don't want to cook and clean. And men said, fine, we'll outsource it. And now it's not even necessary like it used to be.
Because at the end of the day, everybody wants to compete with men until it's actually time to fucking come down and compete. They don't want to pay their own fucking bills. They don't want to change those fucking tires. That's the thing. Women feel like there is a competition where men don't see us as competition. They don't give a fuck. Like, you can't compete with something where you don't fucking compare. Women.
That's true. She's kind of spitting facts. I like her. I don't believe the purity arc, but I do like her. She's cute.
Men realistically don't do shit. Like, we cook, we clean, but men can also do that.
We do not cook or clean. We don't.
A man, if he really needed to, he could cook a fucking meal. He could clean a fucking house. A woman, no matter how, I mean, she would have to put some real logic together to fucking change a tire. Like, that's gonna take some fucking.
Yeah, but what feminism did is now women can outsource that stuff, and women. It's almost women have an easier time making money because we have all these useless jobs. I think AI might wipe out a bunch and then we're going to be kind of screwed. But, you know, and you see this in the data, the sexes do not need each other like we used to.
Work. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure there's women that can do it, but I for sure am not one. If you take 10 men, they could cook and clean a house. If you take 10 women to change oil or to change a fucking tire, or even to even help you out in the fucking rain, them bitches ain't prepared with an umbrella, a chair, nothing.
You know what's funny? When I was younger, there was a time where I had a flat tire and I didn't call my dad because I was going somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. So I ended up calling the police because it was really late and I was just kind of scared. And this woman came. She actually did change my tire. Sometimes women, she actually did a good job. So sometimes women do know how to change a tire. I think we could do it. I think we're just too lazy to. With all the tools, it seems like I know I, for one, don't know how to do that. But I'm just being honest. I think women can. I think we're just too lazy.
Be like little bobbleheads walking around. So it just, I mean, that's where I think it came from. When I really sit back and think of it, ugly women and hoes created the feminist movement.
I like her. I think she's funny. You're not gonna fool me, but you'll fool some simps, and I wish you luck finding your beta bucks guy. Anyways, guys, let me know what you think in the comments. Do you think men and women really need each other anymore? I don't think so because of the way society is set up. I think you can kind of see that in the numbers of the sexes are moving further apart. I think we just don't like each other as much as we think outside of excitement. So anyways, guys, make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel, ring the notification bell, and I'll see you next time.
Surrounding area in the villages, no one has escaped.
Diwali, God bless you. Evacuate. He got hit. Time for war. Everyone get in your stations. Okay, yes. They're going for it. Oh my God. My goodness. Unbelievable. Happy Gorama! I'm covered in shit. I got hit.
And I swear, the moment I stepped in the pile of poop, it nearly swallowed me whole.
It sucks, man. Oh, just disgusting. This is unbelievable.
While I was hesitant to get my hands dirty, I realized the throwing of this poop was far more violent and aggressive than I expected. This was war. While the men were throwing poop meteors, enough to concuss each other, I was naive to think I could be a war journalist without getting shot in the crossfire.
What the fuck? Hey, pray for me! He says come play with me like the Joker! I'm gonna cover it! Oh my God! I'm covered in shit! Oh my God! India's Poop Throwing Festival! The smell in here is inexplicable! No! Oh!
Hello, Mind Mirage. Hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning, RI. I'm just noticing some people joined. I'm not sure who Froderick is. Mr. T. What's Mr. T doing here talking about the Ramones? Are you from India? Do you participate in their poop throwing festival?
Please spare me, God! God! I'm covered in shit! I'm covered in shit! I gotta throw up! I gotta throw up! Hold on!
The women and children watch. Look at the girls over there on the side. All these women, they're right there with the shit. They're not jumping in it, but they're watching from standing at the side here. They're loving it. They're all smiles. This is what they do in India.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Oh.
They cover each other in shit. They throw shit at each other and they love it. They love it. They love it.
Oh. Oh. Oh my God. Oh. 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 Okay. Oh. Any clean part of my body will do.
So you want water?
Oh.
Yeah?
Oh, just a paper towel, anything. They got me good.
I was defeated. What if what the Indians online had said about me was true? Was my immune system weak and was my mind even weaker? How could this be the thing that broke me? I had traveled over 10,000 miles for this day.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay, I'm good. Let's try it again. Let's try it again.
And I couldn't let India down as their first participant from America. I refused to let the poop win.
I gotta try again. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I had to make it all the way through to the other side of the battlefield.
This is the most fun they have in a year, is covering each other in shit in India. This is their greatest celebration. They love it. They're so happy.
Mentality. Let's just go for it. Let's just go for it.
So I loaded up on ammunition.
All right, thank you. He's instantly reloading. All right, thank you. This guy right here.
And began pushing forward towards fecal nirvana.
Let's go for it.
Look at all the shit there. Oh my goodness. And they collect it all year. They spend all their time piling it up. And look at this. It's holy shit to them. It's holy. They view cow shit as holy. Look at this. All this cow shit. They view it as holy. Holy shit. Holy shit. Look at the piles of it they collect. Holy.
But this village does.
This village does, because this village is...
Holy shit.
The crossfire.
What the fuck?
Holy shit.
I can barely navigate this shit right now. I can barely navigate it. Oh! I've been hit!
This is festival.
Are all cultures equal? Are all countries and all peoples equal? Are we all equal? They're as happy as a pig in shit, as the saying goes. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. This is the festival from India that they love to throw shit at each other, cover each other. They basically strip down almost naked and they just bathe and cover each other and fight with big piles of shit. And it's incredible. But a lot of people will argue that everyone's equal. We're all equal. There's no differences whatsoever. This is what people argue in the West. People will argue with me right on the internet that we're all equal. We're all the same. We're all equal. No culture's more civilized than others. None are more savage. I view humanity as some of the most programmed beings ever. You'll believe anything, most of you. Most in this realm will believe anything. Anything. Doesn't have to add up at all. They can convince people of anything, and they'll just repeat it, mindlessly repeat it. And that's what happens constantly in this realm. We're all equal, right? Well, Exhibit A. How about that? There's an example for you. Is that equal to your culture? If you're European, if you're German, or you're French, or you're British. Anyway, this is the way this people will believe anything. They'll just believe anything. Do you think that Africans are equal to Europeans? Is it all equal? It's all equal. Look at this guy here. This guy couldn't answer a straight question on my channel after I basically had to put the heat on him and pressure him for a year to finally show up. And he couldn't answer a straight question. Couldn't give a straight answer. He never said yes or no and just was direct. He couldn't do it. He's a truth dodger. Benedictless, the vegan, is a truth dodger.
Hate that people still want to pull the it's not God that is evil, it's humanity that's evil card. So weird. I mean, shouldn't it be obvious that human beings are just playing the cards they were dealt? That's what human beings are doing. We are compelled to do a lot of things that we judge one another for. We are compelled to commit sins that we judge one another for. If I do something because I was tempted to do it, and every day I'm fighting the temptation, and maybe sometimes I don't win, and I commit a sin, am I really the bad guy, or the bad guy is the one that keeps on tempting me? Let us be honest. If I'm tempted to commit, do you understand how hard it is to fight temptation? That we want to act like it's simple to fight temptation, you know? Like you can just decide, like, yeah, man, I'm tempted to do this, but I'm just not gonna do it. Like, it's not that simple. You know, every day you have to fight against your own nature because you were programmed to do things that as humans, we know that these things are evil, you know? You're like, why do I want to do that? Because that's just wrong, you know? You're married. As a man, you're married, but you still find yourself desiring other women. It's not a choice. You don't just wake up and be like, I want to desire other women. You're married as a woman. You still find yourself desiring other men. You know what I'm saying? It's nature. Why weren't we programmed to only love one person at a time? Now we live in a society where like almost everyone is a cheater, but they don't want to admit it, you know? They don't want to step out and say, yo, man, maybe this polygamy thing is not really natural. There are a lot of sins that we commit, you know. By sins, I mean things that we collectively agree are bad, right?
All right, what do you think of this chubby darky from South Africa? Do you think he's making sense? What do you think? What do you think about this Benedictless the vegan? Am I a colonizer? he was on my channel basically trying to play the race card like he's a victim and black people are oppressed and Black Americans are oppressed. He thought he knew more about Black America and American racism than I do. Do you remember when he was on my show? Was anyone here? Do you remember him being here on my show? his behavior, his accusations, his truth dodging. He couldn't give a straight answer once. Do you remember? Does anyone remember? Sometimes I feel like I'm living in a twilight zone where nobody can remember yesterday, a week ago, a month ago, 2 months ago. It's like constant amnesia in this place, in this reality. Anyway, I've been live now for 2 hours, 20 minutes. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Thank you. Thanks for answering. I'm glad a couple people remember him being here. It took a year of pressuring him by emails and invitations to finally get him on my show. It took a long time to get him here. It wasn't easy. He was afraid and scared and worried and wary and had to be coaxed, and the heat had to be turned up. Finally, he showed up.
The king, the Raven King, El Diablo, El Diablo, El Diablo. The legend is forever.
I am the Raven King.
I can do anything.
I soar higher and higher.
The king is winning. The king is winning. All of this will end. The shadow falls and the night approaches. Heavy clouds darken the horizon. Thunder echoes over the hills. The Raven King is coming. He rises unseen in silence. Wings cut through the night. The king, the raven king. El diablo, el diablo, el diablo. The legend is forever. I am the raven king. I can do anything. I soar higher and higher. I am the Raven King. The king is winning. The king is winning. All of this will end.
Hello, my niggas. Hello. That was some new music that I created before I fell asleep, before this stream, earlier, yesterday. That's some new stuff. Those are some new tracks. That's the latest shared with you. You've heard some of my other songs, but there's a lot of songs here. It's a lot of songs here.
Where you gonna run? Where you gonna run? We are evildoers. We are living hell on earth. Hell on earth. Final judgment is upon us. We deserve what's coming. We deserve what's coming. Where are you gonna run? When the flames consume you, it's begun. Nowhere left to hide, nowhere left to run. Judgment time for liars, judgment for us. No forgiveness, better lose your eyes. Everything is true, so realize. Torches lighting up the way down below. Hell opens up the earth to swallow us whole. Liars, liars, liars. No more lying, no more deceiving, no more injustice, no more cheating, no more lying, no more deceiving. Evil carried over from the wasteland. We are evil too. The final punishment is now coming. We deserve what's coming. We deserve what's coming. Open up the gate and push us in. Let the punishment start to begin. Open up the gates and push us in. Make me feel from the wasteland. The final punishment is now coming. We deserve what's coming. We deserve what's coming. Open up the gate and push us in. Let the punishment start to begin. Open up the gates and push us in. Make me feel all of my sins. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday Night Live. And we are going to be talking about the incredible experience that I just had at the Monroe Institute. At the Monroe Institute for the 7-day Gateway Experience program. So I'm sure you guys have heard about the Gateway Experience for years. Obviously, we know this history around it with, these declassified CIA documents and these documents that are saying you can travel outside of the body, out of body experiences. And then we also have these other things where it talks about in some of these documents where there is a hologram, that the universe is a hologram. I've talked about that topic many times before. So I have actually never done the Gateway tapes. And for the last several years, I am asked like once a week if I have done the Gateway tapes. And I've never done them. So this was my first experience. Sorry. This was my first experience with the Gateway tapes. And what an incredible honor to be able to do it at the Monroe Institute. And we did it in Robert Monroe's actual home on Roberts Mountain. And I just have to first say, if you are thinking about going to the Monroe Institute, 100% do it. Now, we will talk about doing it digitally. I know some people asked before.
I'm going to jump in here. I don't advise taking this woman's advice unless you want to get CIA mind controlled. And that's what's been going on with the Monroe Institute. I've shared videos here exposing Bob Monroe. I've spoken about Bob Monroe for years. I know for the most part, my words fall on deaf ears. Usually what I say, people don't listen to, or they do the opposite. This has been the case throughout my life, not just on YouTube. When people have come to me for advice, a lot of times they do the opposite. They get burned, then they come back and say, I wish I had listened to your advice. So I usually don't give out that much advice anymore to people because I know I'm wasting my time, energy, breath, efforts, emotions on people for the most part that want to be programmed, that want to be duped, that want to suffer so they can cry victim, want to be mind fucked, want to stay in this hell realm, want to deny the observable truth. Most beings in this realm will never face the truth. Never. Left to their own devices. If this realm isn't shut down, they'll get recycled here forever. And this is something that I know to be true. But it's also something that I don't think most walking this earth can acknowledge. Even if you've sat here on my channels for years, many can't acknowledge that. That left to their own devices, most people will never break free from this realm because there's always going to be another Bob Monroe or Anthony Robbins or televangelist preacher or cult or Jack Talcott, a guru on the internet, or an Osho, or you name it, Bob Monroe, or this one or that one. And people love to follow. They don't think much and they don't like thinking. They love to follow and get programmed. And the Bob Monroe stuff is programming. It is programming. And people will sign up and spend lots of money to go to an institute to get programmed or spend hundreds on these courses, tapes that you can do at home. But it's a lot more to go to the institute and get fucking programmed. And people love it. Many thousands of dollars. Go ahead. Like, no one has to heed my warnings. I'm aware of what humanity is at this point. They love to be zombies. They love to be slaves. They love to be programmed. When told what this realm is, that it's a realm of lies, deceptions, programming, people don't want to hear that. They want to hear what this girl's preaching and what millions of other channels are preaching. So Jennifer Carmody, very strange name, but it has in here JK Ultra Weekly. It almost sounds like MK Ultra. JK Ultra Weekly Q&A. Well, the Bob Monroe Institute is MK Ultra. So this is uncanny that she has JK Ultra as her channel name. JK Ultra Jennifer Carmody. Carmody. It's weird. It almost sounds like comedy. But anyway, you're free to follow whatever the fuck you want. This is to all of humanity. But I'm well aware that most humans left to their own devices choose to follow programming, lies, mind control, what makes them feel good, what sounds good to their ears, what tickles their ears and deceives their mind. That's what most people want. I can expose them day after day for years, and most people will flock to programming shit channels. That's what people want. The Monroe Institute has been tied in with, excuse me, the CIA since like the 60s or something, 50s or 60s. Generations. There's been that connection. It's not just for a couple of years. Generations. Bob was CIA connected and used and affiliated by the CIA. Doesn't mean that he was an agent, but he was working with the CIA on mind control. There's mind control in those gateway fucking tapes. Do I think people will heed my warnings? No, not at all. I don't think most people have any drop of discernment left, most of humanity.
Before I came on, some people messaged me and asked about doing it online. I also think it's going to be very effective and very good online as well. But I just have to say about the Monroe Institute before we really start getting into it. This place is so humble. For what they are doing, this place is so understated and underrated for what they are doing here at the Monroe Institute. I'm blown away by my experience. It was far more than a meditation retreat. Now, I have done one of the questions that was submitted before coming on was, would you rather do Monroe again or would you rather do ayahuasca again? I have to say that doing ayahuasca 4 nights in Costa Rica, 4 nights in Peru, I did it with Rhythmia and I did it with Soltara.
A lot of women these days that are modern women, they have money and they spend their money on experiences. They're chasing experiences. And I know some people don't get what I mean. I'm aware of that. People will hear me and say, what's wrong with the experiences, Stephen? What's wrong with the experiences? They're chasing experiences, chasing dopamine hits, chasing highs, chasing adventure. A lot of women that do a lot of traveling are that way. They want to get high from traveling, seeing a new place, seeing waterfalls, going to a rainforest, going to Peru and doing ayahuasca ceremonies. They believe it's all legit. They can't think, oh, that might open myself up to demons. It might open me up to mind control. It might open me up to the matrix entities fucking with me and making me believe shit and putting shit into my mind and I would say beyond your mind, but affecting your spirit. Do I think they consider any of that? No, I don't. I think most people are like her. She represents many, many millions. It isn't just women, but she's a woman, so I'm going to focus on that. I'm going to focus on her gender, if you don't mind. A lot of women are seeking thrills and experiences and that dopamine hit. They want to travel somewhere and see something new. And this is the way women are designed. They want novelty. They want newness. They want thrills like vacations. And this is how women are built. Do I think they are truth seekers? For the most part, no. I would say no. They're thrill seekers. They want adventures. They want to be a princess and go places and see somewhere new. And I've never been there before. It's exciting to go to Hawaii or Tahiti or down into the rainforest and jungles and whatever, Peru or the Amazon and this and that, and go hike and see Machu Picchu and you know, all this type of stuff. Do they care about the truth of the realm, though? I would say no, not really. They want the thrill of these new experiences. Just like women that will have one-night stands want the thrill of sex with a stranger. Very similar mindset. Psychologically, it's very similar. Now, you don't have to agree. I know most people will never understand what I'm saying and never agree with my views at all in this realm, not just on my channel. Most never will. You can see the world through the eyes of normies or baby truthers and through their lens, and go for it. I dropped the link to her channel, and the ones that are interested in following this shit, go get programmed. I'm not going to try to stop anybody. I've warned people more than enough. Now, if you want to go get programmed, I showed a video the other day showing that Monroe's Gateway tapes are mind control. Some people probably missed it. I can't help it if you're missing the information that I'm sharing here. If you're not here, what can I say? It's recorded. If you don't watch what I share and you miss it, too bad. But anyway, I don't believe that most in this realm have any drop of discernment at all. They want adventures. They want thrill-seeking experiences. They want to get high from, I did ayahuasca and it felt so good and it was so spiritual and it was better than psilocybin mushrooms and it was better than this, it was better than DMT, it was this and that, and it was guided by a shaman and I spent thousands of dollars to go there for 4 days or 2 weeks. Some people spend months there. They'll spend tens of thousands of dollars. And what will they end up with? They won't end up with a more accurate view of this reality than what I've shared here for free. Not even close in reality. And a lot of them that have done ayahuasca come back. Joshua S. John did it multiple times. The rebellious meth puppet. There are lots of so-called truthers that do that. And there's some of the most fucked up demonic beings you'll ever find on YouTube. So go do it. You've been warned, you've been told, but I know that human ego, where most people think, well, I know best, I'm going to go down there and do it, and I'm going to fucking find out this. You're opening yourself wide open to demonic possession, to illusions, to lies, to being tricked when you're in a very vulnerable, sick state, which most people are when they do ayahuasca. A lot of them get diarrhea or they're pooping and puking at the same time. It's disgusting. Watch 100 videos or 20 videos on ayahuasca ceremonies. It's very common for someone in the room with you to get very, very ill, very sick physically, and be running for the toilet or the outhouse or just out in the jungle, just squatting in front of everybody. Squatting and diarrhea and throwing up into buckets. It's gross. And they call it purging. That's their new age explanation. Well, the body's just purging all this stuff and it's purging it all out. It's all the toxins. You know, most that come back are mind fucked. And they're told that they have a mission from this matrix or a mission from God and you're special. It's a way to open yourself up to programming. And I can't warn people. Like, I mean, I am warning you, but I mean, I can't get it to sink in with people because I'm aware of what most people are. Most people in this realm are so foobar that even when warned by someone that's trying to show care and concern, they'll go do it. That's what they do. That's why I'm glad I'm not a parent. Because my goodness, there's no way to stop children and teenagers and 20-year-olds from doing shit that can get their lives ended or shit that can get them demonically possessed and just totally fucked in this realm. Almost everybody in this realm thinks they know best. Even if you warn them, you're very specific, you tell them to look into it, they'll go do it anyway. That's what I've noticed in this place. So my message here is if you want to go to Monroe Institute and get mind fucked, go ahead. If you want to go down to the jungle in Peru or wherever and and pay thousands to a shaman or a fake shaman and just get mind fucked and spiritually fucked, go do it. Because a lot of you believe you know best. You don't heed warnings. I don't know why most people are on my channel, to be honest. Because I'm convinced most people would rather get programmed than hear the truth about the realm they're in. Most humans prefer to pay lots of money, thousands of dollars, if not tens of thousands, some cases $100,000 or more, to be programmed and mind fucked completely. They prefer that to listening to truth given freely to them without a shekel involved. That's the way most humans are. That's what you've shown me.
Monroe Institute reaches the same level, has the same level of healing, has the same extreme type of experience, but completely sober, completely in control, and completely aware. And this is really powerful, where the type of healing that happens in plant medicine was able to be done in meditation. So let's start with the experience. So it's a 7-day program. You do 6 days of meditation, 5 full days. And it's really like very immersive, very intensive. So if you do it in person, I'm going to be talking about the Gateway experience, but I will also talk about some of the other programs because they do have a remote viewing program, which is at this time with Joe McMoneagle, like remote viewer #1 of Project Stargate, the greatest remote viewer in the world. So if you are interested in doing remote viewing, then the blessing opportunity to.
How do you know he's the greatest? How do you know that some unknown person isn't the greatest remote viewer? How do you know that some relatively unknown sorcerer, madman, mad Viking sorcerer isn't the greatest? How do you know, woman? You don't know. You just spew shit. Which is, by the way, what people want.
To be able to do it with Joe McMoneagle. And we actually had a treat of Joe McMoneagle coming to speak with us for one day. And I mean, I have to do a whole separate video on that. I have like 20 pages of notes of what he said. And it's beautiful that this man has experienced all that he has. And the messages, the wisdom that he has is so beautiful. I'm going to do a whole nother video of like a day with Joe McMoneagle.
Oh, the messages, the wisdom. Is she ever going to speak about what this reality actually is and what's going on and recycling? No. No.
And I'm just going to relate all that is in my notes. But they also have the Discovery program. So as I was getting there, there was 2 other people in the airport that were on their way to Monroe. And one of them was a facilitator monitor of the Discovery program, and one was a participant of the Discovery program. So I'm going to get more into Gateway, but I am going to talk a little bit about Discovery first, because you might be called to do Discovery as much as I am going to soup up Gateway. Discovery program might be another option for you if you're interested in going to Monroe. So what they do in Discovery is they actually attach an EEG to your head and they monitor your brain waves. And it starts out with them first having you kind of meditate with your eyes open, then with your eyes closed.
They don't just monitor your with the EEG, your brain waves. They take your brain waves and frequencies so that it can be used against you. They record it. They record your brain waves. You're basically giving them a backdoor entry, and I don't mean sexually, but backdoor entry into your mind. Congratulations.
Then with the Monroe sound science, which is, so they created the HemiSync, which was based off of binaural beats. Binaural beats was originally discovered in 1839, I believe. And then Robert Monroe perfected this with the HemiSync technology in the 70s. Now, if you guys have seen on my page, I've also done an interview with Mark Certo, and Mark Certo was the original sound engineer on the original Gateway tapes. So go check that out if you have not. Mark Certo, also an amazing, humble legend who is doing some intense work and is so understated. And that's what I just was really blown away by. I want to sing from the rooftops about how incredible it is what they're doing. But they are so just humble, and it's the work speaks for itself. It speaks for itself. They've got nothing to hide, nothing to, show off. It just is. And the right people get there and the right people experience it. So I was really just blown away because, this is the level of ayahuasca in healing, but completely in control, completely sober. And also the integration is very different because integrating plant medicine, it's different when you know that you are under the influence. Integrating stuff that was not under the influence, which was literally just headphones and your eyes closed, is really another level. So one of the things I want to talk about too, so I'm going to jump around a bit, but we'll talk a little bit about the discovery program because I really feel that Gateway was 100% yes for me. Someone messaged me and said, should I do it? Yes, you should do it. Yes, you should do it. However, Discovery might be a better option for some people because Discovery, like I said, they attach you to the EEG and then they get kind of your base brain waves. And then you see that. You get to see oh, alpha is active, beta is really active. Oh, I'm not getting that much into theta. Oh, I'm not really getting into gamma. And they're going to show you. And then they give you individualized tools on how to, one, be able to identify when you're in these different brain waves, and then also some tools to get you to access these other things. So I was lucky enough that I got to have kind of a little private side tour, and I was shown some of these brain waves, and it's interesting. So it's they're all kind of different and jumbled up, beta, alpha, gamma, delta. They're all kind of jumbled up, kind of threads all in different directions. Then you see there's this moment on the brainwave report that all of them become cohesive and then all of them drop. And then there's this little moment and then they all are in complete coherence, identical coherence. And he was showing.
These are all consciousness enhancement devices, or as some people call them, mind machines. In previous videos, I've gone over some of the research I've done on Bob Monroe and the Gateway experience, and why I no longer personally trust that technology. But the Gateway experience, and why I on Bob Monroe and the Gateway experience, and why I no longer personally trust that technology. For some of the research I've done on Bob Monroe and the Gateway experience, for some of the research I've done on Bob Monroe and the Gateway experience, and why I no longer personally trust that technology. But up until now, I've never gone into the technical details. So let's go into some of the darker aspects of consciousness technology. And you can see from my collection that I collect mind devices. And it's not because I'm just a hobbyist, it's because this is actually my professional field. My academic background is in neuroscience and computer science with advanced degrees in both. For the past 15 years, I've worked as one of the top artificial intelligence experts in the country. In my professional career, I've worked with some of the biggest names in the tech industry on some very high-profile artificial intelligence systems. And let me just be blunt. Things like Elon Musk's Neuralink and the various interfaces between your mind and a computer that they're still working on, that's all a red herring. We had that figured out decades ago. I've always been in the private sector. I've never worked for the government. But even in private research and development, we had technology that didn't require a headset to read your brainwaves and make changes on a computer. So what does this have to do with HemiSync and the Gateway experience? It started when I was doing research for a follow-up video into why most people don't actually get the claimed experience, the claimed benefits from this technology. And I started going through the HemiSync patents. And what I found in those patents is that Hemisync and the Gateway Experience aren't just using simple binaural beats. It's not as simple as having 100 hertz in one ear and 107 hertz in another ear, and your brainwave entraining to that 7 hertz. What it appears to be from my reading of the patent is that they are entraining you to pre-recorded brainwaves, either organic or something that they contrive themselves. And when I read this, I noped right out, and I'll explain why. It all goes back to a group in Japan known as the Aum Shinryoku. Back in the 90s, this group gained infamy for a terrorist attack where they gassed the Tokyo subway system. Part of this cult's mind control operation involved making members wear a headset called the Perfect Salvation Illumination Headset. And what this headset was claimed to do is to entrain the brainwaves of cult members with that of the cult leader. So as strange as it would be to be hooked up to a cult leader's brainwaves, the real problem comes in when you realize that the speculation is that the Aum Shinryoku.
I'm going to jump in here. Some people would say, Stephen, aren't you just covering things that Forever Con Man Research Channel covers, Dan the Yes Man, Wayne Bush? No, all of them are fans of Bob Monroe. Other channels don't criticize Bob Monroe, the Monroe Institute, the Gateway tapes, the Gateway Experience. I do. They never talk about Bob Monroe being CIA, the channels I just mentioned, and Howdy Mikowski and Tony Sayers. The other channels that people would call the Soul Trap channels or Soul Trap community do not expose the mind control and the shills the way I have all along. I've never trusted Bob Monroe. You could have spoken to me 5, 6, 7 years ago and said, Stephen, do you trust this Bob Monroe guy and his institute? I'd say, no, it's CIA connected. Why would I trust them? He was attached to the CIA decades and decades ago. No, of course not. Of course I don't trust any big institute. Of course not. Do you think I'm going to go into a university that's connected with the CIA and have them run mind control experiments on me? No, of course not. Same thing with the Monroe Institute. But again, the other channels, they're cool with Bob Monroe. They think there's nothing wrong with it. They're not going to mention who Bob Monroe is because they have their hands out for fucking shekels, for one thing. And they're as evil as Monroe and others that work with the CIA. Darius J. Wright is probably connected with the CIA. He doesn't want to talk about it. A lot of these channels that some of you are watching are CIA connected. And you just don't have any clue. And you don't have to. That's the other thing. Nobody here is forced to see anything in this realm. You're free to be lazy. You're free to believe liars and demons and ones that are connected with evil. Most of these channels never talk about evil. The way I'm always talking about Team Evil, trying to get through to people. You're in an evil realm, and most of these channels never talk about that, how evil this place is. So anyway, there are massive, major differences between my channel and other channels. And it is frustrating because it's like somebody writing a fantastic book or making a beautiful painting, and somebody else looks at garbage and says, it's the same thing, isn't it? I don't know what's wrong with people. They can't see the difference. The differences are striking and obvious and deep and profound and beyond words. It's obvious. You should know in seconds or minutes at least that, oh, this is hugely different between these mind control channels that are begging for shekels all the time. It should be obvious. But unfortunately, it isn't. For millions on YouTube following these shit channels, which indicates to me there's a huge problem with humanity, including baby truthers by the millions that claim to be awake, and they're just getting herded into another sheep pen and mind controlled on YouTube the same way that they were in school and through television and Hollywood movies. It's no different on YouTube. They've just corralled you and penned you into another sheep pen. It said, come on over here. And a lot of these channels are run by sex offenders, violent felons, ones that were helped out of prison to run YouTube channels connected with 3-letter alphabet agencies. And people have no idea what they're following. Because most people that call themselves truthers are sheep. They're truther sheep. They're some of the dumbest, most gullible fools on earth. That's what they are. I'd rather go outside my door and talk with a normie than with most of these so-called truthers on YouTube. They're garbage. They have no discernment. If somebody puts out a lie or false accusation, they just start believing it, repeating it, going, oh my God, really? They never say, where's your evidence? Where's your evidence? It's so easy. If I was evil, I could be duping millions right now, making millions of dollars on YouTube. I could probably make $1 million a month or more because I know what people want. They don't want the truth. The truth isn't a product that people want. They want to buy lies. They want to buy shit. They want to be programmed. They want to be sold feel-good lies. That's what they want. I know what the formula is. I've seen enough shitty YouTube channels selling it to them, and it works. I know what formula works for that shit because I've studied YouTube. It's so easy. It must be hilarious to them. I think they find ways to make it more challenging. Evil entities. Say, let's see how far we can push things. Let's see how obvious we can get with this shit. And they'll still believe it. Let's just push the limits and see how far we can go. I'm surprised during 2020 and 2021 that they didn't tell people you have to hop around in your left leg all day on Wednesdays so you don't get the Rona. Because people are that fucking gullible and stupid. If I was on Team Evil, I'd be playing games with them that would be hilarious, where you'd be seeing the funniest shit on TV and people following it, told to do certain things. And make it into a funny game or a humiliation ritual, because people are stupid. And they have huge egos. The dumbest in this world have the biggest egos. They're the ones with the big egos, not the super intelligent, for the most part. For the most part, it's the dumbest of the dumb that have these inflated egos. The Dunning-Kruger effect is widespread. They don't have a clue how this world works, but they watch a dozen or 2 dozen or 3 dozen shit channels on YouTube, and they think they have it all figured out. And they don't. They don't even know who they're following. They don't even know who these creatures are behind the scenes. There's people sitting on Archaic's channel for 3 or 4 years that don't even know what he did. They're like, are you telling me he's a sex offender? I've been watching Jason for 3 years now. It's like, fucking hell, man. Just incredible to me that people will be loyal to complete strangers that are felons, violent felons. That's the way many are. That's why I don't have any faith in people, quote unquote, waking up. If this isn't ended, this matrix, and if me and other good spirits left here and said, fuck it, I'm not going to interfere, I'm going to leave it, it would go on forever. That's what I think. I don't see humanity as waking up at all. So I don't know what some of you are looking at, but you're definitely high on hopium or something. And fooling yourselves. And that's what humans are good at, lying to themselves.
Was an intelligence operation. They were testing a small population of the Japanese public, a traditionally very conservative group of people who do not break rules, to see if they could turn them into radicals and commit terrorist attacks. The cult leader wasn't even hooked up to the system. The cult members were hooked up to a computer system that was monitoring them in real time, sending feedback.
I think they could get humanity, almost all of humanity, to voluntarily hook themselves up the way those cult followers did. And I know some of you are shaking your head saying, not me, and you don't see very far. You just can't see the big picture. I don't care if you say not you. I stand by what I just said. Anyone here that says, not me, that doesn't mean anything. Most of humanity would do it.
To change their brain states and to gradually change their minds and their morality. As an example of what technologies have trickled down into the public sector, we see patent number 6,011,991 from 2000, and it's a communication system and method including brainwave analysis and or use of brain activity. What this is a system and method for enabling human beings to communicate by way of their monitored brain activity. The brain activity of an individual is monitored and transmitted to a remote location, e.g. by satellite. At the remote location, the monitored brain activity is compared with pre-recorded normalized brain activity curves, waveforms, and patterns to determine if a match or substantial match is found. And if such a match is found, then the computer replies. With these technologies, if you take somebody's mind and you give them a brainwave that's been pre-recorded and you entrain their brain to it, and you have the same brainwave at your destination computer.
There are some people that have even asked me, why don't you charge money for your channel? Some liars like Paul the Slave will say it's because you can't make money. For one thing, I don't need money. I'm retired. I have enough savings. I'm fairly well off, okay? I'm not boasting by saying that. I just don't do this for money. I don't need money, and I'm not greedy, and I'm not materialistic, and I don't need the extra shekels at all. And I would not sell the truth for shekels. So part of it is principles and morals. Part of it is I'm not greedy. I don't need the money. Give to the needy, not to the greedy. I've said that countless times. And I would be evil if I did take money and beg for shekels and say, donate money, send me Cash App, send me PayPals, join my membership club for 10, 20, 100, 150, 300. I've seen $300 a month on OTW's channel is his top tier for his membership. $300 fucking dollars a month. They have the audacity to it's almost incredible to me, the audacity of these creatures. So there's many reasons why I don't ask for money, and it isn't because I couldn't make money from running channels. I definitely could. I definitely could make money from a truth channel, which would go against my principles, is why I'd never do that. Or an entertainment channel, or any type of channel that I wanted to make money from. I could definitely make money. I don't need to. I don't want to. I'm not a sellout. The information I'm handing out is not for sale. It isn't for the people that can afford it, and not for the poor little old ladies or the young person that's 20 years old that's interested in this and can't pay the money. Then they wouldn't get it if it was members only and sold. So there's so many reasons why I don't do that. But evil just lies and says, it's because you couldn't make money doing it. I definitely could make money. And if I was evil like they are, I could make tons of money because evil doesn't have scruples. They'll lie to people for money because they don't care. It's all about making money. So if I was evil like they are, I could make tons of money from doing YouTube. And again, I don't need it. I don't need income from YouTube to live. I'm doing just fine. And I will be fine the rest of my life. So that's why I don't have my hand out asking anyone on here for anything, ever. People have offered to give me money saying, I really want to thank you. I don't accept donations. It's not that just that I don't ask. I don't accept donations. I don't want your money. And I know that sounds very different and alien to people's ears because they're like, every other channel's asking for money. Why isn't he? Because I'd rather you give to people that are needy. In your family, locally, food banks, children's charities that help children, maybe get a Christmas gift or help them with clothing, animal services that help give medical attention to cats, dogs, and wild animals as well. They need your money. I don't. I'd rather the money go to helping than to go in my bank account. So I don't accept any money from anyone, no matter big or small. If one of you came right now and said, Stephen, I really love your channel. It's helped me. I want to give you $25,000 or $100,000 or $200,000. I would say give to a local charity. Don't waste your money in a big charity, but go help people, children especially, the vulnerable or the elderly that are hungry and barely getting by. They can't pay their bills and they can't afford food, or they don't have enough to do both. Help them or help animals. I don't want it. I don't want it. If you offered me $1 million, I'd tell you to do that. That's what you should be doing. Help the needy, not the greedy. And I'm not greedy. I have enough. But don't help greedy YouTubers. Stop funding these demons on YouTube that have their hands out begging for money all the time. It's disgusting. Tell them to get a job. Tell them to go do something. Jack Talcott told me recently, get a job. I don't need to get a job. I'm retired and I have money to live on. He knows nothing about me. How about he gets a job? He's the one that claims he doesn't have money and doesn't have a job. See how that works? That's what demons do. They project onto others. You get a job, Jack Talcott. You get a job, Paul the Slave, Porta Potty, Paul the Porta Potty. You get a job, and others. They're grifters. They're scammers. If people in the 1990s or 80s or whatever came to your door doing that, people would say it's a scammer. Get rid of them. But suddenly, because they're on YouTube, begging on YouTube for money, people just don't want to see it. Why should everyone else pay their bills? What are they giving you by doing these shit shows every day on YouTube? What benefit is the Jack Talcott show?
They can get into synchrony with one another and allow two-way communication between both. An individual's brainwaves are as unique as a fingerprint. Publicly, this process is known as EEG heterodyning, among other names, and it's the current state-of-the-art in neuroscience and consciousness.
And that's why they use EEGs at the Monroe Institute. They have people hooked up to EEGs. I've also heard they do the E-meter Scientology type of shit there as well, with certain programs. It is a mind control institute.
Research. And there doesn't seem to be any limitation in distance. In the videos that I presented earlier on the psychic training device, and I taught you how to build one of those, Dr. Michael Persinger linked up two minds 6,000 kilometers apart using a very different technology. To use an analogy, something like the mind-to-mind system opens you up to the internet. It's open source. It allows you to go do whatever you wish with your psychic ability. But something that entrains you to an EEG is like getting malware that sends you off to a very specific website. So when Dr. Puharish started studying telepathy back in the 1940s,
these creatures on YouTube can be bought for $200 or in some cases $33.33 to sell the keys to their channel. You could buy them off completely to do absolute evil with a very relatively small amount of money, these YouTube channels. If you think about it, if you start thinking, well, they take money just to kick people off their show. They take money to ban people. They are for sale. These beings running YouTube channels, they will do anything for money, anything. They don't have principles. They don't have scruples. And they show you all the time.
they had an idea to weaponize this natural human ability for telepathy and clairvoyance. And basically, they created a man-in-the-middle attack. So as soon as I read that Bob Monroe was basically doing a study project where he was taking all these people and recording their brainwaves, and that the...
That's what they do. They record your brainwaves when they hook you up to the EEGs. It's not just monitoring, they're recording. So this guy is speaking the truth. He's a whistleblower in a sense. He's blowing the whistle on them.
As soon as I read that Bob Monroe was basically doing a study project where he was taking all these people and recording their brainwaves, and that the Gateway experience implements those brainwaves, that became a problem for me real quick. Because I can't trust that if I'm doing a Gateway experience, that I'm having an organic experience, or if that's something that a computer system is playing back to me. Now, I had used the Gateway experience just as a consumer, just out of personal preference because it was convenient. But in my opinion, it doesn't work any better than any of the rest of these. Most of these devices are just very simple entrainment devices, just like my little magnetic pulsar here. All they do is entrain you to go from alpha to theta to delta, whatever you wish, to help you relax and get into your own latent meditative state. So at least when you use these, you know that what you're getting into is organic. It is truly coming from you. And if you couple any of these brainwave entrainment devices, get yourself into theta state, and use the psychic training device that I taught you how to make, you can have some extremely profound experiences well above and beyond what you would normally get through meditation. I've received dozens of emails and DMs from people who are using the psychic training device and the magnetic pulsars, and they're having truly extraordinary experiences. Things like finally having lucid dreams for the first time in their lives. And that's the point. The point is to open source this material, give it out to you so you can awaken your latent abilities without them being used against you. No. So although I'm giving the Gateway experience a thumbs down as a consumer, I'm not going to leave you empty-handed. I'm going to go through all of these devices and start showing you what's available and how to actually get yourself into the proper states, how to combine it up with the psychic training device, and how to have some really extraordinary experiences.
Bob Monroe was a creepy creature. He's world famous. You should step back and say, well, how did he get famous? How do you get famous in this world? You get famous by selling out to evil. You don't get famous by being a good spirit, a truth speaker, someone that isn't focused on fucking with others and mind controlling and being evil. Fame is controlled in this realm. Fame is every bit as controlled, if not more so, than money is. The whole money system is controlled. Fiat currency, central banks in every country. It's completely controlled. The money system is rigged. It's a rigged casino, just like the stock market is rigged. Every facet of the money system, from the printing of money, creation of money out of thin air, fiat currency on computer screens, to the rigged stock market. The Federal Reserve isn't federal and there's no reserve. It's fake and it's controlled. And so is fame. Fame is controlled. Highly controlled. So if you have a best-selling book and your name is world famous, you're one of them. You're on the dark side. You're on Team Evil. All right? That's the way it is. If you don't believe it, that's at your own peril. It just harms you in the end. And I don't believe that most in this realm are smart enough or have the guts to drop their ego to face that. That you harm yourself by following evil. That's what a lot of people do. Bob Monroe was as controlled as any U.S. president, for example. Hello, Wendy. Good to see you. Are there other channels going to say this? Dan the Yes Man, Forever Con Man channel, Wayne Bush, Howdy McCoskey, Tony Sayers, all these other no, they're not going to say this. They're not going to expose Bob Monroe the way I just did. They're not going to do that. There's no way they're going to do that. Bob, excuse me, Bob Monroe. Now, what if you reverse it? Monroe Bob. You know how they like to invert things? The Monroe Bob is having a moment. The Monroe Bob. Bob Monroe, Monroe Bob. Oprah Harpo Studios. Inversion. Aleister Crowley style. They reverse things. They learn how to speak backwards, walk backwards. He wrote about that. Crowley wrote about do everything backwards, invert it. That's what they do. Is there a possibility that Bob Monroe was planted from the beginning? Yeah, could be. He might have been born into a bloodline family and groomed for that role of doing what he did. Could have been planned all along. But it's interesting that one of the most famous people of that time is his name reversed. Monroe, the Monroe Bob hairstyle. Monroe Bob and Bob Monroe. the Bob Monroe Institute. It's kind of interesting how things connect. And then there's another connection, in a sense, with Marilyn Manson. He took the name Marilyn, obviously from Marilyn Monroe, Bob Monroe, Marilyn Monroe. He put Marilyn, and then he put Manson after the Manson family, and the MM is a 33 and a Master Mason. But if you turn the M's, it's 3 and 3. It's a 33. You just give them a little twist, a little turn, little clockwise turn, and you'll get the 3s. But MM, Master Mason, Marilyn Manson. So they do a lot of that stuff. They hide things in plain sight, and they feel very clever about it. Does it work? Yes. Does it fool most people? Yeah. Most people will never see that. And if you show them and explain it to them, they'll just think you're crazy. They'll say, come on, Marilyn Manson. He's not into the occult. Yeah, he is. He's been into the occult before any of you knew him, before he was famous. He was also a priest in the Church of Satan with Anton LaVey, but he's into other dark occultism and secret societies, and he's famous. He's well connected. He practices dark arts with Johnny Depp. He also likes to kiss Johnny Depp and do gay shit with Johnny Depp. You might be surprised if you looked into this stuff. And to me, this is baby truther level. What I'm saying now is not the deepest levels at all. It's stuff that I knew about long ago. It's not the highest level stuff. Most people in this realm don't know where they are, much less all the rest. They don't even care where they are. They don't even want to know where they are.
Showing me that he's like, you see this is when you go out of body. And then when you go out of body, there's this little kind of thing of like, oh shit, I'm out of body. And then it becomes completely cohesive. And some of the things that I learned from this was gamma. Everybody talks about gamma.
I can go out of body without going to the fucking CIA-controlled Bob Monroe Institute. What it will feel like in your bed is sometimes it will feel like, and while laying flat on your bed and very relaxed or trying to relax and trying to get to sleep, it will feel like you'll be, at first you won't know what it is unless you've been told, but if it just happens to you, it feels kind of like an earthquake. It's weird, like the earth is rumbling but vibrating under your bed, but it isn't that. It feels like that, but it isn't that. And sometimes it will feel like your body's vibrating and your bed is, and it almost feels like there's electricity running through your bed under your body while you're still in your body before you pop out. That's very common. I've experienced that, and I've spoken with people and they've experienced it as well. But that isn't going all the way. That's before you get out of body. That's usually, I would say, what most people experience. But it can frighten people or make you think, what the fuck is going on? And then it stops the experience because you don't roll with it. Because obviously you don't know what you don't know what's happening. So you're like, why am I feeling this? Is this an earthquake? Am I losing my mind? Am I dreaming? Am I still asleep? And you haven't fallen asleep yet. You're awake and you're aware. You're almost on the threshold between waking consciousness and falling asleep. You're right there on the edge. And that's when you'll feel that. It's like a vibration. Feels a bit stranger than an earthquake, but it feels like, what's this shaking, vibrating? Is there something happening to my house? These are the thoughts you'll think at first until you know, oh, this is what's going on. Once you know, then it changes it. Because you can just roll with it. Not be worried and not be freaked out or not be confused by what you're experiencing. That's the best way I can describe it. Sometimes it feels like the bed is electrified, and that can give people a fear. Like, did something happen? Is there electricity going through my bed? Or, some of us have an active mind, you might say. But anyway, what I want to say is you don't have to pay these scammers to get mind controlled. You can do all of these things on your own for free without risking your mind being mind controlled, without paying thousands of dollars. And I just, for the most part, I think people are too lazy to do that. They'd rather go and pay some institute to get programmed and mind controlled. It's difficult to convince humans not to seek out mind control and want to get themselves mind controlled, because I think most people just, I don't know how to explain it, but the way they are it's so alien to me. Like this chick here and her audience. I'm sure her audience is that way. They probably match up very well. Street talk. She was graped in her ass for 2 hours. This video is recommended. My goodness. Hell realm. How could this be a hell realm? It couldn't be, could it? This person said they did the Gateway experience at the Monroe Institute over Easter week in 1987. Bob Monroe was wonderful. Met Joanne. They're all wonderful. I don't think they care if you. It's 20 grand required to attend. $20,000. That's why I'm not surprised. I think this is probably accurate. Anyway, a lot of these people have money to burn going to these places. You go right ahead if you want to. But they do record your brain waves with EEGs, and they monitor you, and you're making yourself very vulnerable. You might not understand what you're doing. And I don't think people jump into things with understanding. Most people just jump in and they don't have an understanding of even what they're doing. It's very human.
A lot of the methods that I had learned previously, like Silva method and the QHHT, things like that. So QHHT is the hypnosis. The Silva method is kind of similar to a self-hypnosis. All of these different things, shamanic journeying, these are all different variations similar to what you are experiencing at Monroe. But at Monroe, they have the science to back it up. They have the brain waves to back it up. They have 50 years of research, different variations similar to what you are experiencing at Monroe. But at Monroe, they have the science to back it up. They have the brain waves to back it up. They have 50 years of research to back it up. So as real as hypnosis is, as real as shamanic journeying is, as real as the Silva method is, it's very rare to have this amount of proof and this many different people going through the exact same experience. So Discovery, not to confuse anybody, Discovery is a different program than Gateway. I'm just talking a little bit about Discovery because it was actually, as I was getting there, I was talking to some people in the airport about it. And then getting to talk to some of the people who did the Discovery program, they also had profound healing as well. So it's not just kind of getting your brainwaves tested. They had the same type of profound healing that we were having in the Gateway program. And so the reason I'm bringing up Discovery is because if you are someone who kind of meditates, but you're like, I don't know if I'm getting there. I don't know if it's real. I don't know if that meditation really did what I thought. Or, oh, I connected with something, but I'm not sure. maybe discovery would be actually a better experience because you get to see the brainwaves, and then now you know how that felt. So you know, wow, I did actually experience that. I was in theta. I was in alpha. I did experience gamma. So this is a really good tool if you're someone, because Gateway is super cool, and I'm going to get really into it because it was like the coolest thing I've ever done. But I'm just saying that, first of all, they're very booked up. They are very booked up. So this is something that if you're interested in doing, it's not like you're going next week. You could go on the waiting list, and maybe by chance, by the synchronicities of the universe, maybe you are going to go next week. But for the most part, you're going to have to book this out. So you said, has anyone healed themselves using the tapes? I believe so. I mean, so
Does anyone want to go and get mind controlled and get their brainwaves recorded? I'd pay for you, but you have to give me the deal would be you'd have to film it and prove that you actually went to the Monroe Institute, went through it, went through the experience, make a video or several videos on it. There'd be requirements for me paying for you to go there. And I also require the brainwaves, the recording, the data. I'd like to have access to your mind then. If you're that fucking stupid that you'll say, "Oh, I'll do it, Stephen." You have to give me the data so that I could enter your mind, your dreams, hack your mind easily, complete and fully and completely. Like, if you want to be foolish, let's get foolish. Let's really get down to brass tacks, and I'll pay the money to send whoever to the Monroe Institute. But then you basically hand me the data for your brainwaves so that I have the keys to your mind. Is it worth it then? Does it put it in perspective for you then? Because honestly, I think so many in this realm are so fucking gullible. It just gets frustrating trying to help people that it's like you want to run in the direction of being mind controlled slaves. And it is frustrating. And that's what people want to follow. They want to follow whatever mind controls them the most, not the ones that expose evil. So who here wants to do the EEG brainwaves and go to the Monroe Institute? You'll get the money for it if you'll get it all paid for if you give me the data. I'd like to have full access to your mind. To show you something. And to show others something. That most of you are for sale. Most of you do sell out. Most humans that do anything for money. You're easily bought and sold.
So, okay. I'm going to finish on the discovery thing, and then I'm going to get into Gateway and the Gateway tapes. So in discovery, they get tools to understand the brainwaves that they're in. And then we also had these this little bit of insight, which was super interesting, is they said when you get into gamma, those are the aha moments. Those are the downloads. Those are the realizations. When you have that moment of like, oh, this suddenly makes sense. Oh, I get it now. That's actually getting into gamma. And they have measured this in all of their work with brainwaves. And what I was saying about QHHT, Silva method, those actually deal with alpha and theta because gamma was not discovered until I think the 90s. So Monroe Institute has been working before that. And then after gamma was discovered and gamma was measurable, now they've been working also with gamma. So how does this sound science work? So you guys have heard of binaural beats before, which is one frequency in this ear and one frequency in this ear. Robert Monroe, with the help of Mark Zerto and the CIA and other things, helped develop the HemiSync technology. So HemiSync is actually improving on binaural beats so that you can actually specifically target going to certain altered states. And so these altered states can be achieved through the HemiSync technology. So what is the HemiSync? Basically, let's say, for example, gamma is around 4 hertz, right? So what they'll do is say, this is the example that they gave us. I'm sure it's much more complex than this. This is a very simplified version of what's happening. In one ear, it'll be 104 hertz. In the other ear, it'll be 100 hertz. Your brain will then create a third frequency based off of the difference between the two frequencies. So 104 hertz is per second, 104 waves. 100 hertz is 100 waves. The difference between them being 4. So 4 waves per second is actually whoom, 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 which is why when you listen to the certain types of binaural beats, frequencies, sometimes it's this womp, womp, womp. That's not actually the sound. That's your brain creating the third sound. So what they've been able to do is to actually use these, and some of these are even reverse engineered. Some of these, they have taken the brain waves of energy healers while doing energy healing, use those brain waves to reverse engineer them into sounds for people to receive healing. I mean, so now they did the HemiSync technology. Now, over these years, because it's been 50 years that the Monroe Institute has been doing this work, technology has changed to a whole nother level. So now we have different types of brain entrainment, which is audio signals that create altered states. And now, we have these like 3D sounds. So when we did the Gateway program, this is called one of their legacy programs. And so that means we are using the old original recordings, Bob Monroe's voice, the original HemiSync, all of that. So now the Discovery and these other programs that they do, these are the enhanced ones, the newer ones, the ones that are more optimized for gamma and things like that. And, now you guys might have seen like sometimes like where they can pan between the ears using a 3D technology in editing software. So now they have much more advanced software that has a 360 experience within the headphones. So all of these programs are amazing and valuable depending on where you're at and what you need. So if you maybe want that like confirmation of like, I'm really doing this is really working, I'm really getting to alpha, I'm really getting to theta, I'm really getting to gamma, then Discovery might be the program for you. Now, Gateway is the original. Everybody has probably downloaded them off of the internet, the Gateway tapes. So the ones that we do are the real Gateway tapes. So these are the same legacy program that Bob Monroe created originally. And I mean, when we really start getting into what I experienced, it is so profound. So you can do it at the Monroe Institute. Yes. So you can do a week-long program at Monroe Institute. Now, they also have an internet digital program as well. So you can do the Gateway experience at home. There's 2 different guided ways to do it. One is a week long, which is pretty much the same schedule that you do by staying there. Or they have one that is broken up into 2 weekends. So if you're someone who can't take a whole week off of work, you do half of the program one weekend and half of the program the next weekend. So which one will aid in having OBE? Okay, so let's talk about the OBE. Now, there's different versions of OBE, and this was a big discussion we would go do these meditations and then come back to a debriefing room and everybody would share their experience. And, I have kind of been more literal in my understanding of an OBE. So kind of like the standard literal definition of an out-of-body experience is like floating up out of your body and then like turning around and looking at it, right? Like this is like what we hear in Robert Monroe's books. This is what we hear in different people's experiences. Sometimes people have these spontaneously, they float out of the body and then they're like floating above the body and moving around. So I did not have that type of experience. And so I was going back to the debriefing room and saying like, well, I'm not having the out-of-body experience, but I felt my whole consciousness go and congregate only in my head and not be in my body, and felt my consciousness only in one place and felt it not in the rest of the body. And they're like, well, this is the debate of OBE. And they said that, out of body experiences are actually kind of a wider range than that typical definition. So yes, if you have that kind of, which other people in the group were having that type of experience where there's like this kind of vibration feeling.
Vibration feeling. I wonder if warning people about Monroe Institute will actually send people there. That's the way it usually works.
The following is my in-studio interview with competitive cyclists Carrie, Erica, and Tish, who were riding in the mountains of Washington State when 2 cougars leapt out of the woods.
What I saw is a flash of movement on my right side. I turned my head and I saw the face of a cougar.
One of the cougars tackled Carrie off of her bike. With her face in its jaws, it held her to the ground.
Are you with the person that was attacked?
Yeah,
Where's the cougar at?
it's on top of her. They're killing it.
The rest fought with the cougar for over 45 grueling minutes, and you won't believe how they survived.
Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Ah, you can't kill it. Ah, son of a... No, somebody hit her with the rock again. Oh, no.
Viewer discretion is advised.
So take me back to the beginning. What happened? Where were you at? What were you doing? Yeah.
Tish called the ride together, so she should start it.
I will. Okay, so this is really interesting. So I live in North Bend, Washington, which is about 31 miles east of Seattle, and I love having people over and visiting. So I had a dear friend of mine that was going to come visit, and like my friend Rick was out like a year earlier, and we go on the Magic Carpet Ride, which is in Campbell Global, which is a tree farm. So knowing my friend was coming, we were part of the Recycled Cycles cycling team out of Seattle, and so we had just went to like that Sunday evening, like, let's get more involved. Let's get more people doing things, what we need to do. So I put an email out that we were going to do a Magic Carpet Ride, easy edition, right? And let's meet at my house. Everybody welcome. And we're going to do Magic Carpet. So I just put it out there on the email. And, you know, I'm going to stop from there. And then once you'll answer, then I can talk about when you got there. So, you know, how did you find about it?
Well, I was this was my first ride with Recycled Cycles after I rejoined the team. I was off the team for a year because I was too busy with my board duties. I was on the board of PAWS. And so I rejoined the team, and this was my first ride back and my first time meeting Tish when we met at her house to do the ride. And my second...
You didn't know each other before this day?
I never did.
I never knew Tish before this day, and it was my second ride with Carrie.
Oh, wow. So you obviously are lifers at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So they all come to my house. They get to my house, and, you know...
Blustery weather.
Oh, it was crazy wind. Like, in North Bend, we're in this wind tunnel on, like, the I-5 or the I-90 corridor that I'm at the foothills of the Cascade Mountains.
But as we got out there, the sun came out and it was beautiful. We took
gorgeous.
pictures and you were having fun and talking about what a beautiful day it was. And, you know, just 5 girls, you know, it was kind of, usually there's a guy or 2 that comes along with us. But, you know, this time it was just us 5 girls, and it was just amazing. A beautiful day.
Every time we go over there, I always reminisce because like 2 years earlier, I broke my hip.
In the same
same area.
Oh, gosh.
Was
same
there Magic
February.
Carpet?
No, that was the pelvis.
It was,
That's when I broke my pelvis.
We've had some adventures back there. But this tree farm is not a little tree farm. It's miles and mountains.
Hundreds of acres.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we get out there and then we get, you know, through the roads talking, you know, et cetera. And then there's one picture that's been all over the media that we're at the Yellow Gate and our legs are all up and we're all like, hey, love you,
I've
ladies.
seen it. Yep.
Yeah, so...
That was the last time we had a bite to eat, too, before everything happened. That was our last bite of food. Yeah, was like and we were mile 10, and we all took a bite of our bars or whatever we had, and that was the last
How many people
thing
were
we
on
had.
this besides you guys? Was there
Just us 5.
But there wasn't other teams or anything else? Or
No.
Not yet.
Not
Okay.
yet.
It's
No.
pretty remote. There's no people out there. And we were really shocked when we did, you know, later in the story, when we had people come, you know.
And you'll typically, like, when you go out for adventure, and, like, we're talking about Magic Carpet, but we're talking hundreds and acres of this tree farm. So trails, Tokol was out there mountain bikers, so I mean, you rarely run into anybody.
It's in the Snoqualmie Forest. It's part of the Snoqualmie Forest, so it's a huge area.
Which are part of our group and aren't here, unfortunately. But so all I heard was an Annie just go, no. So Eric and I are up there, and I'm gonna let you speak for yourself. But so I turned around, and like we said, we're gonna cry. So I saw Carrie like a rag doll through the air. This thing, like, got her. And like they came from, we were riding that way, so they came up this way. And they were going to go up this way at the last second, the second one. That's their story. But what I saw was that thing. And then when it had her to the ground, it like was dragging her back that way. And then, I'll let you do your, because it's like in sections, because it's, even though we were all there, there's different, like we were all, even though we were synergistically, beautifully working together to save lives, there's just so many things that were happening during that time.
And I heard it before I saw anything. I heard the no, and I heard screaming. I heard Ona screaming, "Cougars!" I thought that's what she was screaming, and it turned out that was. But your mind is catching up with what is going on, what your senses are telling you. This can't be happening. This is like, it just can't be happening. And there must be something else. I didn't know who was being attacked, what was going on. I just heard Ona screaming. I turned, I looked at Tish, and we were looking at each other, and it felt like that time period was so long. But the way Carrie's told it to us, we were like right there, like as soon. But it felt like that was a really long time. And it felt like it was taking forever for me to get on 911. And it felt like it was taking forever for me to get service, because I was pacing back and forth trying to get service, because I had nothing until I crossed over to where the attack scene was, went over there, and then I was still pacing.
I'm calling.
911.
We just, someone was attacked by a cougar. One of our teammates.
Hold on.
We're in the Campbell Global Forest.
Hold on. Where are you at?
Where are we? We're in Campbell Global.
You're where?
I don't know what to do.
Okay. You're hiking on a trail? Where did you park at?
We're biking. We're biking. I don't know where we're at right now.
Okay, hold on just a second. I'm going to try to find your location, okay? Just 1 second here. Are you with the person that was attacked?
Yeah. It's for.
Where's the cougar at?
It's on top of her, and they're killing it. They're killing it with a stone.
Who's killing it? The other people?
My teammates. There's 4 of us, and one got attacked.
I'm sorry, what?
There's 4 of us, and one got attacked.
So this is what it means to be a 911 operator that can't pay attention, can't listen, can't focus. I heard everything she was saying, no problem. And I'm someone that was I haven't slept. I'm just sitting here watching on YouTube, and I'm not paid to be someone that focuses on emergencies and remains calm and remembers every detail. And they just can't do anything these days. So if you expect to get a competent person, if you call 9 double hockey sticks, don't count on it. What? Because pay attention to this. You'll see what I mean.
There, and then I was still pacing.
I'm calling.
911.
We just, someone was attacked by a cougar. One of our teammates.
Hold on.
We're in the Campbell Global Forest.
Hold on. Where are you at?
Where are we? We're in Campbell Global.
You're where?
I don't know what to do.
Okay. You're hiking on a trail? Where did you park at?
We're biking. We're biking. I don't know where we're at right now.
Okay, hold on just a second. I'm going to try to find your location, okay? Just 1 second here. Are you with the person that was attacked?
Yeah. It's for.
Where's the cougar at?
It's on top of her, and they're killing it. They're killing it with a stone.
Who's killing it? The other people?
My teammates. There's 4 of us, and one got attacked.
I'm sorry, what?
There's 4 of us, and one got attacked.
Your phone keeps breaking up, so I can't quite understand.
I know. I don't have any service. I don't know where to go.
From what I could see, like Tish was gathering weapons and over there, and then I saw once I got there what was happening, and there was a battle. Yeah, it was a battle.
Eric and I at this point are stopped and we're looking at each other, and I don't know if we said it or if it was emotional, but like I just wanted to run. All of a sudden, I'm just staring. That's the ragdoll part, and I want to start screaming because you were told make yourself big, start screaming. So we're over there going, just, trying to do anything. I think you're at this point trying to do 911. And I was like, grab a stick rock. And I don't remember anything about my bike, but somehow my bike was over there. So I turned around and I go in the woods, and on the side, I found this big rock and then this big long stick that was about that thing. That rock was huge. So I carry over this rock and this stick. And by the time I had did that and got over there, Auna has like the legs filleted this way, away from Carrie. And then, I got this. Annie had the head and her arms. So when I walked over there, it was just like this perfect fillet of the animal. So all I could think of was that big rock, like doing burpees. And that's where I was like, die Emmer effer, right? Die Emmer effer. And it wasn't that tame. But I went like 20 or 30 times. Just remember hitting, like, I'm from the medical field, and I'm like, I used to be in a code team. I'm like, if we just hit it, it'll release her. And I'm like, that's when I think when you guys really heard, I'm like, die F. I'm like.
Kill it. Campbell Global. Come on, you can hold it. Hold the leg up. I'm holding it. I'm holding the button. Hold the leg up. I'm holding the button. You can't hold it.
And then I remember falling back, and I'm like, I gotta get back up. I gotta keep fighting. I just remember sweating so hard and just kept hitting it over and over and trying to stick it and stab it.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't release.
I don't have a knife. Somebody hit it with the rock again. It's the rock. It's a big rock.
All right, I'm going to jump in here. I'm not going to play this whole thing, but I want to say that I'm going to share the link in the chat, though. I'll drop the link to this. If you're going out in the woods, you should always be carrying with you a knife. A knife. And I don't know if this will register with people, but a lot of people that go hiking, biking in the woods, whether they're outside of Seattle and Washington State or anywhere in Canada, USA, a lot of people just don't realize how dangerous things can get very quickly with wildlife or a person attacking you. You might want to have something with you. Now, if it's legal to carry a bang bang, have one of those and a knife as a backup, or at least one knife, maybe a neck knife, maybe a pocket knife, maybe a fixed blade in a sheath on your belt, but easily accessible, and know exactly where it is and know exactly how to take it out of its sheath and how to use it. Practice in case something happens, in case you have to defend yourself or defend someone else. Now, had they had a knife, that animal would have been ended very quickly because they already had it kind of in a headlock. Just slice the throat and that's it. It's over in seconds. Even a small knife. This neck knife here that I have in my hand, it's not the smallest neck knife. This one has like a 3-inch blade, maybe a 3.5 inch. It's razor sharp. The animal, you could slice the head of that cougar right off with this. It's a neck knife with a finger hole that you put your finger right through. So it's very difficult when you have this in a grip to get it out of your hand. It's not going to just fly out of your hand. Anyway, have a first aid kit in your backpack. Not just one person in the group. All of you should have one. Because if you get separated, what happens to the one with the first aid kit if they're not around? Then you're screwed. Then you don't have that first aid kit that you might need to save someone's life. So if you're going, I know this to city people, they'll think, why would you need all that? Because you don't understand what can happen in the woods. That's why. Lots of things can happen. A cougar attack. You could be attacked by a rabid animal that usually wouldn't attack you. But it's rabid. If it has rabies, a raccoon with rabies will attack you. Okay? A bear can attack you. A mama bear with their cubs can attack you. A psycho in the woods might attack you if you're out there hiking by yourself. You don't know. So there's a lot of people these days that say, well, you don't need any weapons. Why would you need that? That's the mentality that they've drilled into people. But 150 years ago, if you went in the woods, you'd be having things on you. You just have the illusion of safety today, and you don't realize how dangerous things can be out in the wilderness or even just on a bike trail like that place they were at. Maybe that could be a lesson for people. I don't know. I don't know. Like at this point, I've tried to share and teach a lot of things on my channel, but a lot of people don't seem to be learning anything. So I don't have much faith in people learning things anymore. Because time and time again, people show me that they sit here for months or years and learn nothing. There's something wrong with most people in this place. I don't believe that most people are capable of learning at this point. They're capable of sitting somewhere and watching a movie.
Eventually, you live long enough and you come to the point where you feel like everything is exhausting. Some people get there later than other people. Some people get there earlier, depending on life circumstances or just the realization that they've had from being alive and having to repeat the same shit every single day over and over on repeat. Eventually, you do have to sit and think about it. Like, have you ever taken the time to sit and think about why you do everything that you do? Like why you seek out the things that you seek out every single day. I mean, even things like eating food or whatever kind of comfort that you have. Why are you doing it? Like, just stop and think about it. Like, why are you doing this? Why are we doing this? Why are we constantly having to seek out things to do just to put ourselves in better moods or to alleviate a pain or alleviate a boredom?
Sounds like a black guy. This is a level many people are at. He's got a channel with 2,000 subs. But when he makes a video, it actually reaches people's screens. YouTube doesn't suppress it. 903 views in 17 hours. And he only has 2,700 subs. But the YouTube algorithm seems to like his videos. He doesn't need to put a description, use hashtags, and 128 likes on this very basic, low-level stuff. And he's going to say consciousness is the problem. The fact that we have consciousness is the problem. Not that we're in a hell realm, of course. This is the shit people like. This is why it's disappointing for me in this reality, because I know this is the shit people watch. This is the shit people actually watch, is shit like this.
Because even if you got rid of, let's say, hypothetically, you got rid of all the suffering in life and everything became a utopia, so to speak, eventually, I don't care what kind of things take up this utopia, what kind of wonderful little lollipops exist in this utopia. Eventually, you're gonna get tired of eating those lollipops. You're gonna get tired of having the same experience over and over again. Eventually, you're gonna get.
Eventually, you're going to get tired. You're going to get tired. And this is the shit people watch, is this low-level shit. 128 likes on his video, 900 views in 17 hours with only 2,700 subs. No description, no hashtags, and people gobble it up. It gets promoted by YouTube, and people watch this. Low-level stuff. Disappointing, to say the least, because I'm putting out the highest level stuff and it barely reaches anyone. So if this is what you want, I'm going to drop the link in the chat. You can go watch this shit, see where it gets you. That consciousness itself is the problem. That's what he claims, that consciousness is the problem.
Get to a point where you have to ask the question, why even this? Why even this? Why even live at all in order to do things? Because that's all that's happening, is that people are just doing things. There's no real reason to it other than life is just purely about constant movement and perpetuation for no real good reason. There is no real good reason for life existing. There is no real good reason for consciousness. There isn't. It's not a gift. It's not a good thing. It's not something that is rewarding in and of itself, because if consciousness were rewarding in and of itself, that wouldn't be the only thing that we would have, and we would be completely content just having that type of consciousness where you just exist and don't need anything, don't want anything. You're just there. And even that would be stupid. I mean, because you might as
So if you want to go to the Negro sector of YouTube, where the Negroes think that they have things figured out and they want non-existence, go to that channel. And there's others in the comments that are very much like him. This Shangal's another Negro. Shangal Thunder. They always have to use these names. It just sounds like they're trying to be hip hop or rappers or something. It's just so fucking lame. Really is. Anyway, it does get frustrating because I see day after day, this is the shit people actually want to watch. This shit is what people want to watch.
you might as well not be like because if you have the consciousness to just exist and stare at a wall for eternity and be completely content staring at that wall, why are you even a thing? Why are you even you? Like, why is there even a you to stare at any wall anyway? I mean, consciousness doesn't make any sense. No matter what scenario you try to put it into, no matter the type of utopian ideal that you have, whether it's about making this world a better place or going to the afterlife and having an afterlife of everything that you want in some kind of realm that you create for yourself, and you just stay there doing whatever you want for eternity. You're going to get tired of that. You're going to get bored. You're going to hit the wall. And at some point, you're going to want it to stop. Because consciousness is unnecessary. It is a thing that came about that shouldn't even exist. Consciousness is unnecessary. It is a thing that came about that shouldn't even exist, but it does. But it's something that shouldn't even be because of how deficient it is in comparison to nothingness. I mean, compared to two, consciousness, nothingness. What do you get with nothingness? Exactly what the name suggests. You get nothing. You get absolutely nothing. You get nothing for your buck because there is no buck. There is no you. There is no buck. There is no desire. There is no wall. There is no plateau. There is no ecstasy. There is no high. There is no low. There is just nothing. It's just a constant.
So they are a bunch of this sector of YouTube. It's not just the one speaking, the Negro speaking. They are a bunch of depressed, fatalistic, nihilistic, anti-existence losers. That's what they are. There's a growing number of people that follow that shit. Have at it. Just don't try to infect my channel. I don't want that type around me. I don't want most people around me at this point. I see what most people want. given a choice between the greatest dinner you could ever imagine, all of your favorite foods, and the, let's say, expensive foods that you can't normally afford, or pay for shit, people will pay for stuff out of a dumpster. That's what they do on YouTube. You show me with your choices, humans, what you actually watch and what you want. Anyway, I don't know if anyone like Wendy. I don't know if my videos are really sinking in with the majority of people, but there's hardly anyone viewing it, so there is something wrong. And I can't fix this reality. I can't fix humanity. And left to your own devices, I don't see most of you getting out of here ever. If there's no intervention, if me and other beings don't do nothing to help you, once out of here, out of body, out of the matrix, I don't think most in this realm would ever get out of here. Because what you follow is useless shit. This guy's going to program you to feel like you're depressed, defeated, that you have no chance, that even consciousness itself is evil, and that's the problem, that you're conscious, you shouldn't exist. Non-existence, he's preaching, is preferable. They're going to program this shit out of thousands and thousands. And people are too dumb to even see that much what it is.
A constant absence, a constant absence, a constant negation that never fails, because there is nothing that you are losing and there is nothing that you're gaining. There is no you to begin with. So from that standpoint, already by itself, it's already a winning bid on the side of non-existence. Whereas consciousness, there is a you, there is a thing that you need, there is something that you want. And so long as you have a consciousness,
there is a me, and I'm glad there's a me. I can't speak for any of you. And I at this point, I think most humans are just fucking foobar losers. You just are. That you can be convinced that, oh, no you is better and non-exist. People can be convinced of anything in this place. I think this place might be the most evil place ever, anywhere to exist. And I think it's completely different outside of here. Now, if you want to believe that consciousness is evil, that you shouldn't exist, non-existence is preferable, nothingness, which is impossible. There is no such thing as nothingness, because things already exist. So what he's saying is impossible to begin with right off the bat. It doesn't make sense. But I'm convinced most people are in love with what doesn't make sense, and they hate channels like mine, where if you watch my content, it does make sense and it does add up. That's what people don't like in this realm. Most humans, the vast majority of you, don't want things to make sense. You don't want to hear things that make sense. You want garbage. You want shit. You want lies. You want evil. You want degeneracy. You want to follow cross-dressers and sodomites and sickos and felons and sex offenders and all the shit running channels on YouTube. You add up their viewers, and it's millions and millions of you that do that. It's actually disgusting. What people choose to follow is fucking disgusting.
You're going to be something that wants and needs something. Even if you get rid of the body and go to some superior realm, some utopia, you're still going to have to need something and want something and desire something in order for that utopia to mean anything anyway. You follow? Because if you didn't need anything in the utopia, you wouldn't bother to have a utopia. The idea that you want a utopia comes from a need. It comes from a want. It comes from a desire. So even trying to separate from the body and create a utopia is pointless. Because eventually you're going to hit that wall. You're going to hit the realization of, oh shit, this is really stupid. Why am I here? So you're going to trade a rusty iron shackle for a golden shackle that's going to turn into an iron shackle eventually, and then rust, and then fade away altogether. Because that's the nature of it. That's the nature of consciousness. It is not something that can be sustained in complete satisfaction. It just can't. It doesn't work that way.
In complete, what did he say? Satisfaction? How did he say that? What? This is what people want. You want to follow some you know what. Go ahead.
That's the nature of it. That's the nature of consciousness. It is not something that can be sustained in complete satisfaction. It just can't. It doesn't work that way. Consciousness is deficient. Consciousness is deficient. It doesn't work that way. That can be sustained in complete satisfaction. That can be sustained in complete satisfaction. It just can't. That can be sustained in complete satisfaction. It just can't. It doesn't work that way. Consciousness is deficient. It is deficient to be conscious because you're always in the state of constant needing and wanting and having to relieve those things.
What is satisfaction? I know what satisfaction is, but what is satisfaction? Is that what he said? Satisfaction? Am I hearing things, or are you niggas in my chat picking up on this? Are you paying attention, or what's going on here?
It is not something that can be sustained in complete satisfaction. It just can't. It doesn't work that way. Consciousness is deficient. It is deficient to be conscious because you're always in the state of constant needing and wanting and having to relieve those things. So really, there is no other solution than the ceasing of existence, the end of consciousness. And the people who fight against that, ask yourself why you fight against that concept. Why is it that you fight against not having to have needs and not having to have wants and desires? What are you trying to sustain that way? What are you trying to sustain with wanting needs and desires to go on for eternity? What tangible reason is there in wanting that? Because eventually it's going to get tiresome. It's going to become a burden to live.
How does he know it's going to get tiresome? Has he been out of body? Has he been out of this matrix? Has he been out of a body and how it's totally different, where people don't get tired? Not just physically tired, they don't get tired. It's completely different outside of here. I'm shaking my head. This is what people watch.
Eternally in the existence that means absolutely nothing because all you're doing is fulfilling a need that never goes away. It makes me tired just thinking about it. The idea of eternal anything just makes me tired. Like, oh, fuck. The word eternity by itself just makes me go sigh.
He really is tired. It makes him tired. The word eternity tires him out. This lazy Negro probably doesn't have a job either. His big thing to him is working. It just tires him out. He's probably 20-something years old, maybe over 30. Seems to be fairly young, and he's just tired of working, tired of living. He's just tired. The word eternity makes him tired. It's incredible. No stamina, Negro.
It makes me tired just thinking about it. The idea of eternal anything just makes me tired. Like, oh, fuck. The word eternity by itself just makes me go sigh. It just makes me sigh and just be completely so uninterested in it. In any state. I mean, I don't care if you said, oh, well, what if you were, an eternal being, but you got to live in a utopia of some sort.
In the utopia, this Negro be trying to lead people to believe that being conscious and alive is bad, and that's what's bad. Not evil, not the hell realm, not the sewer matrix. Just existence and consciousness be bad. Because he be tired and bored. He be tired and bored. Man, that I can't deal. I can't watch the rest of this. I'm already 8 minutes in. I'm surprised I made it 8 minutes and 43 seconds into that garbage. They're so against life and existence and everything. They're just fuck, man. The fact that people follow that in this realm shows me so much about humanity. It just does. 4 hours 19, almost 4 hours and 20 minutes into this. We're coming up on 4 hours 20 minutes. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody.
The king, the Raven King. El Diablo. El Diablo. El Diablo. The legend is forever. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. I soar higher and higher. I am the Raven King. The king is winning. The king is winning. All of this will end.
I'm asking people in my chat room right now openly to name the greatest black minds in history, the greatest black leaders. There should be a big list. There's a lot of black people that have lived on this earth in Africa and ones that have gone all over or living in Canada, United States. There's millions. There's a lot flooding into the UK and Europe. They're all over. They're not just in Africa. They're in Africa, Canada, United States, South America, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Sweden, all the way down to Down Under in Australia. Where are the great leaders? Great thinkers, great leaders. Name them. There should be a list of them. They're just world famous, right? Wouldn't there be? Even YouTubers, name them on YouTube. Show me these Negroes that are brilliant minds and they're leading people in a good direction that's empowering and helping people see the truth of reality. Or the great philosophers. Where's the great black philosophers? Where are they? Because I could sum up that guy's video this way. I could sum up, I'll type in the chat room for you, so maybe it'll impact you. And you're right. Very similar to that other Negro, the scooter boy, the one that wanted to be a squirrel. I agree. I agree. It's very similar. But I noticed beyond those two, the similarities, a lot of Negroes with channels on YouTube that are looking into this stuff have the same view. They're tired. They're against work. They're lazy. They don't have energy. and they don't want to exist. And they make videos telling people that you shouldn't want to exist either. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get you to follow them. I don't think they even like themselves. They don't want to exist. They don't like existence. So they're trying to get you not to like existence at all. Any kind of existence beyond this matrix included. Please name these great Black leaders. I keep hearing that we're all equal. There should be a list that comes to your mind right away. Right away. Where are the great Black philosophers? I was laughing earlier. I was laughing about getting Jack Talcott to talk about how much he loves and admires Martin Luther MLK Jr., the Freemason, the government asset, the plagiarist, the shill, the commie, the communist, the adulterer, and abuser of women. And that's who they make a hero in America. An absolute fraud that I exposed years ago in a video that people are too lazy to watch again. Of course, they want to cling on to their false idols. They don't want to see the truth. Most people in this realm don't want the truth. You don't want your illusions shattered. You want to pretend that these famous fucks that you idolize are good beings. Gandhi, MLK Jr., Nelson Mandela. Have you ever looked into what his fucking life is and who he was? You ever done any research into these people they prop up and put on pedestals to see what they actually are? He was a terrorist. He was a commie terrorist and a Knight of Malta. Okay? Where are your good Black leaders and brilliant-minded Negroes? Where are they? I want people to show me. Prove me wrong. I'm challenging you. You humans are so smart and you like to sling insults and say, you's a bitch and all this stuff, and he's this and he... Well, prove me wrong. How come you can't fucking do it? You never seem to be able to. Lazy humans that love to follow fakes, frauds. One's dressed up like this, like a black magician. Knight of Malta. Nelson Mandela doing an occult Freemasonic handshake. This is what they're part of. I knew this many years ago, long before there was any AI for the dummies saying, oh, that's probably AI. It was on YouTube 15 plus years ago. It was on Google 15, 20 years ago. These aren't new images. Okay? Dummies. The baby truthers that say, how do I know this is an AI? How do I know anything? I'm so tired of the know-nothings in this realm. You're not going anywhere. Get used to this realm. You can't look into things for a few minutes to say, well, this was around long before fucking YouTube and AI and advanced computers. You're too dumb, though, and too lazy, most people. How do I know these images are real? I'm tired of dealing with the sub-80 IQers in this realm. I just am. Because I show you truth, and what most of you do is you baby truther it. There's a select few on my channel, regulars, that don't do that. But most people that I encounter on YouTube and in life are that dumb. How do I know it's real with AI these days? If you don't have any discernment here, good fucking luck. They're going to have their way with you. And you don't have to worry about it, because I know many of you humans are too dumb to do anything to prepare for what you're going to be facing. You're just too lazy and too dumb, too stupid. Absolute shill. He was a Knight of Malta. How do you know, Stephen? Because that cross is a Maltese cross. It's from that order, the Knights of Malta. And he's right on a stamp in South Africa wearing it. They put it out in plain sight. And most people, as usual, are too dumb to fucking learn anything. Too lazy, too dumb, too stupid. And just foobar, waste of time. Most people don't learn anything. You waste my fucking time, most humans. I don't even know why most people are on YouTube. Go watch a movie. Go do something. Go do something the zombies do, because most people aren't learning anyways.
How would you convert me to, being not into feminism, to no longer being a feminist?
To sell you on my worldview.
Yes, like how would you sell me?
I will answer to this.
Okay.
Even though what you're asking me is the hardest thing in the world to do, I'll still try. But I want the concession and promise from you that after I'm done making my attempt, you're going to make yours. And how would you convert me to your worldview? Is that a deal?
Absolutely.
Got to go right in the mic. Otherwise, I can't hear you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
So here would be my pitch. My pitch would be that the society that you have created for us is and people hate it. They hate it. And that's why you got Donald Trump. You got Donald Trump because people hate the society that you feminists have made for them. And here's why they hate it. Because all the things that you consider to be freedom aren't freedoms at all. They're just taking away people's freedoms under the guise of freedom. For instance, if I asked you about control, I'm guessing that you would want control, right? Stricter control?
Mildly stricter in the sense that I think people with like significant mental health issues documented should probably not be allowed to have guns.
Curtailing control, okay? Curtailing freedom on the Second Amendment. On the First Amendment, during 2019, did you think that the government, it was appropriate for them to go in and remove what they considered misinformation for the good of the public? Yeah.
I don't have a solid opinion on that one.
Well, earlier you did, and it seemed like
you said removing misinformation, like going through and
yeah, they worked with tech companies to remove what they considered
well,
misinformation.
that's not what we talked about earlier.
That's what they did.
It's different.
I know, it's not different.
It's different than we were talking about shutdowns, were we not?
Yeah, but the part of the lockdowns was that they were depersoning people because of what they considered to be misinformation, and the government was working with the technocracy in order to do that for the good of all people. And it's like, I guarantee you at the time, if I go back and look at whatever content you were making, if you were making content at that time, I don't know. But I can promise that whatever social media you had, you were probably very much in the we need to get rid of misinformation camp. Because all of you guys were. And so it's like under the First Amendment, it seems like, the feminist and the progressive movement, which is basically a part of the feminist movement, does what it can do to curtail freedom there too. And it doesn't seem like you really want there to be much personal freedom, even if people say, look, I just want to live among a people group that I'm familiar with and I have a preference for and an attraction to. You're like, no, that's unacceptable. And you're a bad person for even wanting to do that. And there should be legislation that stops that. And there should be legislation which stops you from having your preferences for who you hire and fire and things like that. It's just, I guess my biggest pitch to you would just be this. Like, it's really funny for me that the Christian nationalists get this rep that we're like fascist, dictatorial crazies who want to take away freedoms. And yet, every single time I talk to one of you feminists or I talk to one of you progressives, and it's basically synonymous at this point. I mean, there's no progressives really who aren't feminists, and there's no feminists really who aren't progressive. It just seems to me like the totalitarian nature of everything that I've seen has come from you guys. Like the C-19 lockdowns, the COVID passports, the where are your papers, that was you guys. The remove all of the information because the government doesn't like it from private websites and put pressure on them to do it, that was you guys.
Look at her stretching and twisting her waist around and doing this stuff. Now, I don't know when this was clipped. Maybe they had been sitting there talking for hours. Maybe it was in the first minutes, but this is not the whole debate. But still, the way that while he's speaking, she does that is very odd to me. It seems kind of rude and disrespectful. But I know I'm different than most people in viewing stuff like that. I know a lot of humans these days have no manners at all. They just don't. Look at the way they behave on YouTube. There's people that can't even say hello. They don't have any manners. They'll be brand new on my channel and they'll jump in with a question or they'll jump in with an insulting comment in my live stream chat. It's so common these days that people are like, well, what's wrong? No one has manners, Steven. People don't have basic manners, basic etiquette. I'm surprised she doesn't just start eating like a sandwich or a banana or an apple or a cheeseburger or slice of pizza, maybe pull pizza out of her purse and start eating it. Like people are just fucking slobs with no it's frustrating, but I'm laughing about it. But I'm laughing at the image that it conjured up in my mind saying that of her pulling out a slice of pizza, like a giant fucking slice of pizza, a New York slice or something, and just eating it during this. Like people have just become that way. If you look at debates of early television compared to what people are like these days, you'll see the degradation. You'll see how much people have degraded from 1960s TV shows of people sitting there respectfully disagreeing each other to the way that people are these days. It's it's like a different world. That's what it is. The difference. Just like if you look at England in the 1950s and 60s and they showed London, England, what it was like. And I've shown these videos on my channel on live streams. And you compare the way people behaved, the way they dressed, their manners, the way London, England looked in, let's say, 1960 or 1955 to the way it is today. It's like a different world. I'd never want to travel from here and go visit London as a tourist. Why? I might as well go to Afghanistan. Why would I want to go there? It's not London anymore. It's not British anymore. Same thing with Paris, France. And the same thing, as I understand it, is happening in Ireland, in Dublin. And it's just been overwhelmed with the third world. And then people behave like slobs as well. They've been degraded. It isn't just immigration or mass replacement. People have been fucking degraded. It's disgusting. People will be picking their nose and eating their goddamn eye boogers on YouTube on a camera and eating away like that Grace chick that was eating the drumstick. And they're just eating with their mouths full like Frank Monday with the Big Mac flying out of his mouth and the chicken nuggets. It's sickening. And I don't think everyone notices this. I know I do. I know it bothers me. But that's the way most of them are. And the only time they get upset is when I do it to mock them and parody them. When I go on Talcott's show and I'll be like, oh, these ribs are so I'm eating some ribs and French fries. Or, oh, this shrimp, this is good. And I'm doing it on purpose because that's what they do. But they don't notice them doing it. They'll say, oh, Steven, mute your mic. They'll be typing in the chat room. Tell him to mute his mic when he's eating, and they all get upset. The demons do. When I'm doing it out of mockery towards them and parodying them, then they notice. But when demons are doing it constantly, they don't notice. Anyway, I don't think most people even know what rudeness is anymore. They don't know what rudeness is. They don't know what manners are. They don't know when you enter a room or a chat room to say hello or hi, I'm new here or something. It isn't difficult. It's not like this is a level of difficulty where their IQ has to be 135 plus. It isn't that way. There's mentally retarded people that when I was a child would know to say hi. So it isn't IQ. It's laziness, lack of manners, just slobs and pigs in this realm. That's what it is. And zombies. Zombies.
It just seems to me like the totalitarian nature of everything.
I almost wish this chick would pull out a giant slice of pizza and shovel the whole thing in her mouth.
It's really who aren't feminists, and there's no feminists really who aren't progressive. It just seems to me like the totalitarian nature of everything that I've seen has come from you guys. Like the C-19 lockdowns, the COVID pass.
So her eyes are kind of going around. She's a very plain Jane, and I know how hurt feelings the lefties that tune in. Oh, he's making fun of her. He's a bully because how dare he comment on how she looks? I'm free to comment. She's a very plain Jane looking chick In her case, she could do with some makeup. It would make her look better. She'd be better off wearing some makeup. I don't know if there's non-toxic makeup. I don't know about the makeup that you chicks wear. But she could stand to put on something, maybe to dress herself up a bit. Very bland and plain Jane. She's a female version of Blandry. Hey, Blandry. And her personality is about as much as his. Very plainly dressed, nothing feminine. It's like a button-up shirt type thing, almost male, with a vest over it. Doesn't dress feminine at all. I wonder if she's ever had her hormones checked. I would say I wouldn't be surprised if they're out of balance. If she doesn't have enough estrogen or there's something going on, because she's just not very feminine. And she's not the only one these days. And I know women like to point out that men are often femme these days and they're soy boys. But would you look at your own gender once in a while and say there's not very many feminine women out there dressed in feminine ways, wearing dresses, skirts, or wearing something that doesn't look like a guy? You could put that outfit on a fucking nerdy 25-year-old guy that works at Microsoft. If you really think about it, you could put almost the exact same fucking outfit on a guy that's 25 years old, that's kind of nerdy and works for Apple or Microsoft in an office somewhere. Okay? Think about it. Bill Gates could wear something like that. There's nothing attractive or feminine about her. And often women like that join feminism.
From you guys. Like the C-19 lockdowns, the COVID passports, the wear your papers, that was you guys. The remove all of the information because the government doesn't like it from private websites and put pressure on them to do it, that was you guys. The whole idea of you need to wear your state-sponsored piece of clothing, the mask, that came from you guys. It's like all of the fascist dystopian things that I can imagine that Orwell was warning about and things like that. That doesn't come from us. That always seems to come from you guys. The people who are the fascist hunters seem to be the very worst at real freedom.
By any chance?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my pitch.
Okay.
Before you ask me questions about it, right? So, if you wanted me to give you the most convincing argument that I possibly can, it would just be this: that everything we talk about is actually you curtailing freedom, not me. And everything that we end up ultimately discussing seems to come down to the fact that you just want to kind of engage in degenerate behaviors. And that's the only freedom you seem to care about. The freedom to promiscuously have sex seems to come down to the fact that you just want to kind of engage in degenerate behaviors. About is actually you curtailing freedom, not me. And everything that we end up ultimately discussing seems to come down to the fact that you just want to kind of engage in degenerate behaviors. And that's the only freedom you seem to care about. The freedom to promiscuously have sex and then have to take care of that if you need to. Even if it's the case that by removing that, there would be less unwanted babies born. You still think that we need to have that because, people just need to be able to if they want and be promiscuous if they want and have STDs if they want. It's like, it always seems like the freedom that you guys advocate for is only a freedom towards degeneracy and never actually about freedoms that are really intrinsic to the human experience. And kind of even more than that, I would just point this last thing out, which is, if you had a society where it was really full of more people like me, right? It was full of people who did take their religion seriously, and they took their family dynamic seriously, and they took the things that they were doing seriously in regards to morality and ethics and how to treat people, and not sacrificing the whole for the small percentage of, LGBTQ people and this and that. How would the world really be a worse place? Objectively, how would the world that you live in really be worse? I just don't think that I've ever heard a compelling argument for how it would. And so I think that I would try to make for you, instead of logical appeals, I would just make a purely emotional appeal that, the world for you would actually be a much better place if there was more Christian nationalists like me and less Charlies with your worldview.
Well, I wouldn't be able to go to school if that was, people's
women. Listen,
because again, it was.
How many women went to school before feminism? There were women doctors in the 1920s in America. It's just such a feminist lie. And women believe it. Because women always have the sense that we're oppressed because we're women. It's just not true. It's not true.
Was indeed feminism that, you know.
Yeah, I've heard this argument a lot, but can I just point something out?
Sure.
That with this idea that women could be educated, right? And they, by the way, they basically always were able to. They flew around with elites all over the place, especially
Depending
early
on how much money
feminists,
you made.
and they went abroad to study and things.
So this is where Andrew isn't, I guess, isn't informed enough. I don't know. I wish he was, but he should have just responded instead of women flying, going abroad, and just said, that's not true. Here's Penn medical students from the classes of 1919 and 1920. Medical degrees. She's from the class of 1920. Julia Morgan earned her medical degree as one of four. She wasn't the only one of four women in the class of 1920. So you women, you just don't research, unfortunately. I wish you would. And that's where women's paranoia sometimes gets them going, oh, well, he's telling us we shouldn't research. No, I said, I wish you would research. I wish you'd research. They weren't just teachers. They were doctors. They were everything. Doctors, attorneys. Women are unaware of their own history because women believe feminism. Of course, there's always been teachers, but more than that, they'll say, well, I wouldn't have been able to go to school without feminism. Well, you're looking at the screen. 1920. Graduate class. 4 women. Medical school. Okay? And this isn't the only example. Women are too lazy to even Google. That's the reality. Women will bitch about feminism and say women were kept down. You won't even Google, most women. You won't even Google to look into things and say, is feminism lying to me? Is it teaching me the right things? Or is it bullshit? Were women always allowed to do these things? You didn't know that. You didn't know that our food is grown in actual shit. I'm curious now. What did you think it was grown in? What did you think they spray on the fields? Have you ever been outside of a city in the farmland, driving in the countryside and seen them spraying it? I saw that my whole life as a child. I am curious. What did you think they were growing your food in? Where do you think it goes? Where do you think the waste goes? Do people think about anything in this realm? I wonder. You know, there were women artists. There were women. I just wonder what. Please answer. I hope you do answer me, Mediterranean, because a lot of times my questions go unanswered, and it's really fucking annoying when I ask questions and people don't respond. So please do answer. What did you think the food was grown in? Decomposed food. Really? Decomposed food. Huh. So you thought that people have been composting food all throughout human history? During the times of machinery today, mechanical farming, and way back 100, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, that composting was always a thing? People were saving food scraps, composting? Oh, okay. See, there you go. This is what I wanted to hear, in a sense. I wanted you to say something true. This makes sense. You grew up in a large city, and you rarely went out to the countryside. And you're young. You're in your 20s, I think, right? So you don't have a lot of. This isn't a put down. You don't have a lot of life experience yet. You're not my age. You haven't been in the country. Back to the debate with the feminist that says she wouldn't be able to go to school, which is completely false. Women in the West have always been able to attend schools. Women just don't know that. They don't know that. They believe the feminist narrative, which is a lie.
Things like this, but
I'm in the weird position. Andrew Wilson's trying to teach her something, but I've been in the weird position for years trying to teach women about women's history because most women don't know. They need a man to teach them. That's reality.
What that became was women should get educated. And what that became was a lot of student debt and a massive racket. And college is not about rewarding the best and the brightest, or not everybody could go. Okay? It's really right now, the degree that you have, an 8th grader 50 years ago knows more than you know. Okay? About history, about math, about social sciences. An 8th grader 60 years ago knows more than you do right now.
Is
and
that
it's
really
like,
what you think?
Yeah, not only do I think it, I think that if I gave you a test that an 8th grader would have 60 years ago, you would fail it with your college degree. And the reason for that is because you didn't get any education at school. You got a lot of student debt at school. Yeah, that's what you ended up with, because it's become a giant racket. And if it was really about the best and the brightest, then not everybody could go. And maybe everyone shouldn't go, because it's really for most of it, the stuff that you learn.
An 8th grader 100 or 150 years ago would slaughter her in terms of knowing far more, being able to think more, think critically, having just it was off the she would fail an 8th grader's test if handed one. I agree with them. Have you ever seen some of those old tests before people pipe up? The no research crew that never looks into things. There's always people tuned into my channel that never look into things. I've seen those tests long ago, the 8th graders tests in America. She wouldn't be able to pass. Neither would most people on my channel, by the way. But she feels very clever and educated, and this plays on the ego of modern women. The Rockefellers are like, oh man, this is fantastic. Women feel so smart for getting these fucking useless degrees that anybody can be let into college and university these days. You're getting toilet paper degrees and feeling very clever and very, look at her. Look at the smug look on her face. She feels so educated, and oh, I'm so smart though.
Learn in high school, right? Why is it that then not everybody could go? Because you didn't get any education at school. That an 8th grader would have 6 now. And it's
really
like,
what you think?
Yeah, I know. Okay, about history, about math, about social sciences. An 8th grader 60 years ago knows more than you do right now. And it's
really
like,
what you think?
Yeah, not only do I think it, I think that if I gave you a test that an 8th grader would have 60 years ago, you would fail it with your college degree. And the reason for that is because you didn't get any education at school. You got a lot of student debt at school. Yeah, that's what you ended up with, because it's become a giant racket. And if it was really about the best and the brightest, then not everybody could go. And maybe everyone shouldn't go, because it's really for most of it, the stuff that you learn in high school, right? Why is it that every high school educated person I come across seemingly is just as intelligent as every college person I come across?
That's an interesting perspective. I haven't had a similar experience in my lifetime.
Yeah, well, you have a bias preference, and I don't. Like, you're biased towards elites, right? Elitism.
I do, I grew up in an educated household, but I was also primarily raised by a very conservative father who was also a doctor. So was my grandfather.
And was your conservative father a dummy?
No.
Then why was he conservative?
Because it benefits him personally.
So he was just immoral.
for pursuing his own ends, I don't know if I would say that. He's
You're not
also-
sure if your own father was immoral or not? You're not.
No.
You're not quite sure.
No, I mean, unlike all of us here, my dad is responsible for saving thousands of lives. He's put out a lot of good in this world.
And would your father
he will
agree?
leave this earth
Mhm.
with a clear conscience, no matter what his beliefs are.
Let
even
me.
as
Can
an
I ask you
atheist.
this? Would your father, who saved all these thousands of people, agree more with my worldview or yours?
No, I think he would find your worldview strange.
That's not what I asked. I didn't ask if you would find it strange.
No, 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 no.
Her voice goes very deep there, very strange. I'm not saying she's male, but there's a lot of hormonal problems with women and with men. Women on YouTube that call themselves truthers love to say about men's testosterone levels dropping, which is true, but they seem to take glee in it somehow, which is weird to me. They seem to take glee that men today have less testosterone than men in 1960. But women's hormones are fucked up too, which almost never gets mentioned. They're out of whack. Because this is just weird. She's got her hands on her hips and her voice goes low. Now, I would say most women wouldn't notice this. They'd say, well, there's nothing wrong with you. You're just being a mean bully, Stephen. That's the way women react to truth shown to them.
Agree more with my worldview or yours?
No, I think he would find. No, no.
There comes the deep voice and the attitude. Very strange. No, no. Maybe not that deep, but it's just weird. Weird voice. Rude reaction, weird voice, doesn't seem feminine. Is this normal? I'd say to most people, they'd call this normal. They'd say there's nothing wrong with her. They'd say Stephen's a bully, he's being mean. That's the level most people are at. They can't see shit.
No, I think he would find your worldview strange.
That's not what I asked. I didn't ask if you would find it strange. I asked if you would agree with it more than yours.
I don't know enough about your worldview, I think, to agree or disagree, but I think that he'd be.
How about his political alignment? Would his political alignment line up more with mine or yours?
What is your alignment politically? Like, what do you want the government to
far right
look
wing?
like?
Yeah, far right wing conservative. Would he be more in line with that?
What was that sound she just made? Was she calling a squirrel? What was she doing with that weird? I can't even do the sound that she just made. I got to replay it.
Right wing conservative. Would he be more in line with that?
What was that? What was that sound? What is she doing? Does anyone find this normal or is she very strange?
Conservative. Would he be more in line with that?
I think
he'd be more in line with that. He'd be more in line with that.
I think that my dad is rather.
I don't know how he could sit there and not react to that. If I would have been sitting there, I would have been, what are you doing? There's no, are you calling out to a squirrel or what are you doing? Like she's a total weirdo.
He'd be more in line with that.
I think that my dad is rather. He skews libertarian more than anything. And I think
well, libertarians are definitely going to like that more than your view.
I think your proposal to limit suffrage, I think would
Libertarians love that idea generally.
Limiting access to voting, limiting people's individual freedoms.
Well,
and
wait a
powers.
second. That's not limiting their freedom. What it's doing is stopping.
away the right to vote.
No, it's stopping you from collecting.
Oh, wait a second. Rachel Wilson gave a $5 donation. That's Andrew Wilson's wife. She added some truth, but she's not unusual. She's fairly unusual for women to even know about this. But then again, she's married to Andrew Wilson. I'm not saying I'm a fan of his, but do I agree with some of his talking points? Absolutely. Does he speak some truth? Absolutely. Do I agree with everything he says? No. Am I a fan or fanboy of his? No. I don't even watch his channel. I've just seen some of his clips from other channels that he goes on. Anyway, Rachel Wilson said, women were never prohibited from being educated in the U.S. I agree. And this is something most people don't know. These are facts. Be honest. You only like college because you partied. Yeah, she probably had her legs up and spread and up in the air. But as for the first part, 100%, women were never prohibited from being educated in the U.S. So that's a feminist lie, a myth that, oh, I wouldn't have been able to go to school without feminism. Feminism made it that way. No, not at all. There were women-only schools before feminism did anything. How do you explain that?
Collectivizing, becoming tyrants. And that's what you've done with the vote. You've collectivized and become tyrants.
I don't think women want facts and truth. They want to play victim and pretend they're oppressed. Most women. Not all, but the vast majority. Not all women want to do that in America. Just millions and tens of millions and millions and millions and millions. Not every single woman, though. Not all women, but just millions and millions and millions. And that's where women want to brush under the carpet and say, well, it's not all of us. It doesn't have to be all of you. It's the vast majority, though.
Tyrants, a tyrant of the majority, a tyranny of the majority, a slight majority, and you become tyrants, just like you were during COVID-19. That's not, you didn't free anybody. Who are you freeing with your policies? Like,
What
how are
would
you making our
call
lives
the power
better?
that the executive branch has now? I mean, like, the executive branch is the strongest it's been in ages. Like, what do you think
No, it's
about
not.
tyrants?
It has less power than it did under Jackson. Significantly
Okay,
less
I
power
said
than it did under
recently.
Jackson.
I
And by
said
the way, can I
recently.
just point this out, right? When you're talking about Donald Trump, he has the same exact powers that the president Joe Biden had before him. The same ones. He doesn't have a single additional power. Not a single one.
1933, and I know some people that have watched recent videos on YouTube will say these are all Transformers, all men. I don't think so. I think there were a lot of ugly, homely women back then and today. That's what I think. Women were always part of secret societies. They were always queens. They were always rulers. They were always Freemasons. They were always led into everything. And women today in the West want to pretend that, oh, we women were oppressed forever. No, you weren't. You want to pretend you are and cry victim your whole lives, but you weren't. You weren't. Did you build things as Masons? You're wearing the Freemason aprons. No, but they were allowed to be in Freemasonry. They didn't build what they're walking down. They didn't build that building. And they didn't build ancient buildings. These little women here. Freemason ladies in London, 1933. Well, it's not just creepy. It debunks these things I'm showing, debunk what most women believe, that you weren't allowed in anything. I've heard women truthers on here say only men were allowed to be Freemasons. It's all men. No, you're wrong. You're wrong about a lot of things. Because a lot of women have this instinct that they want to blame men for all the evil in the world and say that they were excluded from any say, from any groups, from any secret societies, from any organizations, any power, any schools. You're wrong. You drank the feminist Kool-Aid. And this goes out to almost all women in the Western world. Whether they call themselves liberal, conservative, most women drank the feminist Kool-Aid. And they have no idea about history. They haven't researched it. How do you think I was able to pull that video up? I didn't stumble upon it just now. Okay? I know history. I've known about that for many, many years, for over a decade, about that video. And that women were always part of secret societies. As much as they want to claim that men do everything, women have always been part of evil in this world. Good night, Wendy. You're leaving now? Good night to you. Hope you have a good day. I don't know when I'll be sleeping again, but I would like to help women understand that you've been lied to. And part of the resentment that a lot of women have towards men is due to the belief that we were always oppressed as women. We weren't allowed to join universities and become doctors. False. You were. We weren't allowed in Freemasonry until just 10 years ago, or no, that's false. And I don't think women want the truth. I think they want to hold on to the idea that women are oppressed and men are privileged. I think women like that, like following that lie. I really do. Most Western women that I've ever had conversations with will never say, "Oh, feminism lied to me." There were female Freemasons hundreds of years before Eastern Star. Eastern Star is more of an American sect of Freemasonry for women, or mostly for women. But women have been Freemasons all over this realm long before the order was created just for women, the Eastern Star. Full-fledged Freemasons. Women have been involved in Freemasonry, the Illuminati, and evil going back to ancient Egypt and ancient Greece and Rome and everywhere, Sumeria. Women have always been part of it. I know they like to pretend that it's bad men and patriarchy, but women have always been part of the ruling class and of evil in this realm. Always. But modern women want to pretend that they're innocent. They were oppressed and kept back from everything. It's interesting to me how many millions and millions and millions of women want to pretend that men are bad, men are evil. It's a patriarchy. Men always had the power. Women had no power, no say. Women have never been involved in wars, creating wars, evil. It's all lies. But it's somehow believable to women because I think women are more childlike and they don't tend to grow up and see that, oh, we're guilty too. We're not innocent just because we're female. The female sex is how I'm speaking about it. Or, they don't use that term anymore. That women have been conditioned through LGBT to use the term gender instead of sex. But when I was growing up, there were two sexes, male and female. Now, almost no woman that I talk to uses that term. They always say gender, which they got from lesbians and gay men, the LGBT programming. Anyway, a lot of people are under the influence of feminism, under the influence of LGBT. And I think LGBT, that whole thing, and trans is under the umbrella of feminism. There's a lot of women, modern, I'll call them modern Western women, that would say women are never evil. Women are never evil. Women are never violent. You've taken, most of you, not all, but most have taken this programming. You drank so much Kool-Aid that you can't even imagine yourselves doing wrong. A lot of women can't imagine women being guilty or doing any wrong. It's all, everything in society that they see as bad is all men's fault and the patriarchy's fault. And that's how you end up with a society as fucked up as the one we're in today, where there's no fault ever aimed at women or no accountability at all.
What about the Supreme Court ruled that he cannot be held responsible for specific illegal acts that he committed?
Yeah, well, look, this was early understanding of case law with the president, is that you're not going to be able to allow states to prosecute the president of the United States, or else a state who was just upset.
Tyranny.
No, it's not. It's the opposite. A state that's upset at the president could bring him in for trumped up charges, and he's the federal executive. That would create a constitutional crisis. Literally overnight, it would create a constitutional crisis. We have diplomatic immunity for diplomats. They come in and commit a crime, we can't put them in jail. Even though they committed a crime, we can't put them in jail. They have diplomatic immunity. Our own president doesn't have immunity from state prosecution.
This is very typical of feminists. This woman, she'll sit there staring blankly, blinking, and really not digesting what he's saying, not really listening or paying attention. It's just a blank stare, like waiting for him to stop talking. It's very common. She's by no means the only one that behaves this way. And most people would say, well, that's normal. Why are you bashing her? Why are you being so mean? You can't be critical of women these days, or a single woman, without people saying, why are you so mean? You have to treat them like little toddlers or something, little babies, and baby them.
Yeah, he kind of has to. Otherwise, California Governor Newsom right now, Newsom, would bring him up on charges of treason if he could, and would try him in California under the state code if he could. He would do that.
Love that. I hope he does.
Okay, well then guess what? If that's the case, then why shouldn't the president have the ability to do that?
Love that. I hope he does.
Oh, yeah, under the state code if he could.
She says W, trumped up charges and treason. And she says W, these people have no ethics, no morals, no principles. They'll do anything to get their way and have society running the way they want. Absolute, dishonest, unethical degenerates. And some of them tuned into my channel to hate watch me. Just like her, if not worse.
Would bring him up on charges of treason if he could, and would try him in California under the state code if he could. He would do that.
Love that.
Would try him in California under the state code if he could. He would do that.
Love that. I hope he does.
Okay, well then guess what? If that's the case, then why shouldn't the president have the ability to do that to Gavin Newsom?
He could. If he wanted to, I don't know, start a case against Gavin Newsom.
No, I'm saying, why does the federal authority not give him the purview to do that?
The smugness of her and many liberals, whether they're male or female, in sex, and feminists, is just off the charts. I don't want to deal with them. I don't want to spend eternity with them around me. I don't.
For the same reason.
To charge him on a state level?
To charge him at a federal level. He can't just be like, oh, he committed treason and go charge him. You can't have the state charging the executive branch. You can't have them doing that.
I think you can.
No, well, not only can you not, the Supreme Court even ruled you can't.
I think you should be able to. I think that's ridiculous. I think we need to be able to hold our leaders accountable and not put too much power in their hands, because I am against authoritarianism.
Okay, so let's say California does that. They say, hey, we're going to go ahead and bring up Donald Trump and he needs to appear in court. How does California
Hey guys, it's Matt. I didn't intend to start my Hey guys, it's Matt. I didn't intend to start my video today with a Hey guys, it's Matt. I didn't intend to start my video today with a news headline, but I went over as usual to check on Duluth and Dubuque before starting my regular video, and I went, oh my God, it's, oh, look at that. Oh, I dropped on my knees. I hugged Zara. We wept together. America's longest government shutdown is over. Oh my God, it was news like you and I haven't received for 10 years. Now, there are great days in American history, and this is going to rank as one of them. Think of when the end of the Civil War was announced, or the armistice was announced after World War I, where they coded the armistice date into the license plate of Archduke Ferdinand. Think of other great days in American history when they landed a tuna can on a cheese round. This is one of them. Now, if you need to pause this and let it out, weep. This is one of the great days in American history, and it's okay to celebrate it as such. Okay, then a smile came upon my face, and I thought, this government and two-party squabbles can put the past behind them, move on to great things, start doing great things again for the American people, as they always have. And I looked to my left, and, oh, what? You're gonna? This is they're going right back to this. Takeaways from the new Epsteiner emails mentioning Trump. You just ended the government shutdown. You just accomplished greatness. This is akin to probably ending slavery. And you're going back to this? Takeaways from the new Epsteiner emails mentioning Trump? Oh, no. So then I hugged Zara, and we wept again. Because the topic of yesterday's video was Humpty Dumpty's and stuffed lemons, using the particular example of Pinocchio, of course, it reminded me how eager I am to revisit Alice's encounter with Humpty Dumpty, which we did a few years ago, but I've been so eager to revisit this. I'll tell you why in just a moment. Alice's encounter with...
Isn't this incredible? Matt McKinley is talking about Humpty Dumpty again, when he looks just like Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty is one of his favorite. It's one of his favorite things to talk about is Humpty Dumpty. Hey guys, it's Matt. Hey guys, it's Matt. It's Matt. Here's my Humpty Dumpty. Fucking hell, man. He loves talking about Humpty Dumpty. He looks just like Humpty Dumpty. What's the difference? What's the goddamn difference? I mean, goddamn, look at this. He is Humpty Dumpty. Do the Humpty Hump. He's Humpty Dumpty.
With Humpty Dumpty in Lewis Carroll's Alice. Revisit this. I'll tell you why in just a moment. Alice's encounter with Humpty Dumpty in Lewis Carroll's Alice Through the Looking Glass. 1871 it was. And there's a lot of reasons to look at it again. You know my favorite part when Humpty says something like, it means what I say it means. I don't know why I'm so enamored with that. I have to revisit it just for that. But Humpty, you can learn so much in terms of the Humpty Dumpty has his own version, his own perverted version of the Socratic argument or the Socratic method, in my opinion. If you want to learn how to piss off your boss, or you have some nasty person checking you out at a counter and they're just nasty and you want to really fuck with them, if you learn the style of argument that Humpty Dumpty presents in Through the Looking Glass, it's really going to piss people off. It's much easier to study this than to study the works of Socrates through Play-Doh. That takes a long fucking time. This is better, and Humpty Dumpty gets under your skin. I'm telling you, we can learn something here. But I don't want to just go around and argue with people. I thought that was cool in my 20s and 30s, or getting the better of your boss. I just still find it fascinating, but it's not for me. I don't leave the house, really. And if somebody checks me out at the Wawa, I'm not trying to piss them off if they're having a bad day. I'm a bigger person as I become an old man. If somebody at the checkout counter is just nasty, give me your, what's the new sub called? The Saquon. Give me your Saquon. The new sub is named after Saquon Barkley at Wawa. I'm not gonna use the Humpty Dumpty method of argument or the Socratic method. I don't want to belittle them. I see myself as a bigger person, and I'll just smile and go on my way. But if you're in your 20s or 30s, you might want to learn about this. And we'll also look how it's also similar argument style is referenced in certain parts of Romeo and Juliet. And we'll look at that. I've mentioned that in prior videos. But before we do, I just want to, each video I think I'll present a small example of fake world. But wouldn't that be nice if I could just put a little sprinkle of fake reality inside each and every video, no matter what topic we're talking about? For those of you in parts of Australia that don't know this, or Romania, say, we have a few viewers in Lithuania. The Canadians know, because the Canadians know everything about what's going on in America. It's a little strange. They know more about what's going on in the United States than most people in the United States do. It's like, just mind your own business up there. Don't you have a hockey game to go to or something? American Independence Day, of course, the official breaking free from Great Britain, July 4th. I almost didn't know. July 4th, 1776. I have to say that. There's certain people in Wales that have no idea.
All right, earlier on his channel, there were some comments, and I took a screenshot of these because I thought it was funny. Raven Spirits Badass Blades left a comment. Humpty Dumpty. I see the resemblance. And then El Diablo said, I see a resemblance. And Matt responded, no context award. I made the video and even I have no idea what you're talking about. And I responded tagging him saying, sorry, but thanks for the award. I see a resemblance between Humpty Dumpty and Matt, and then in bracket you. He he he. Love your Humpty Dumpty show. I called his show a Humpty Dumpty show. That's what his channel is. It's a fucking Humpty Dumpty shit show. So anyway, I found those comments funny. I had to screenshot and share them with you because there is a huge resemblance between him and Humpty Dumpty. He is Humpty Dumpty. I've been calling him Humpty Dumpty for years, and Humpty Dumpty turns out to be one of his favorite things. I mean, it's too much for me. I laugh every time he covers Humpty Dumpty because he is fucking Humpty Dumpty. That's you, Matt. You are Humpty Dumpty. So Humpty Dumpty talking about Humpty Dumpty is just almost too much for me. That's the only thing on his channel that I really find funny.
Attention Siri, or Sirius.
And then he had to talk about his sandwich or sub at Wawa, his fucking stupid Wawa convenience store in Pennsylvania. He's just you could sit there for years on his channel and learn nothing. Just a garbage channel.
Let me read where Alice comes across Humpty Dumpty in Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass. I remind you, this is 1871. However, the egg only got larger and larger and more human. When she had come within a few yards of it, she saw that it had eyes and a nose and a mouth. And when she had come close to it, she saw clearly that it was Humpty Dumpty himself. It can't be anybody else, she said to herself. I'm certain of it, as if his name were written all over his face. Let me pause for a minute here, guys. Lewis Carroll writes this as if Alice is starstruck, of course. It can't be anybody else. Oh, she's excited. She knows exactly who it is. Of course, Lewis Carroll anticipates that every reader in the world is highly familiar with Humpty Dumpty in 1871, just from some stupid little poem. Now, how is that possible? I know the old guard's tired of hearing of it, but even in the last video, somebody was commenting, what exactly is a stuffed Lennon and Humpty Dumpty again? I don't get it. And then I replied back, well, I explained the basic concept at least twice in the Pinocchio video. So, but the point is, guys, something artificially carried through time that should have been forgotten about the day it was invented. 1871 here, and Alice is starstruck, and Lewis Carroll knows the reader will also be starstruck, as if you're reading a fiction book where, Bill and Ted meet King Arthur. Of course, the reader of the Bill and Ted comic book would know who King Arthur is. This means the Humpty Dumpty fame in 1871 was basically, I don't want to say worldwide. I don't think in Phuket, Thailand, they knew who the fucker thing was, but throughout the West, which is impossible, which makes it a stuffed Lenin, because Humpty Dumpty itself, as an example, the higher categorization is a stuffed Lenin. Now you got it? Let me continue to read. It might have been written 100 times easily on that enormous face. Humpty Dumpty was sitting with his legs crossed like a Turk on top of a high wall, such a narrow one that Alice quite wondered how he could keep his balance. And as his eyes were steadily fixed in the opposite direction and he didn't take the least notice of her, she thought he must be a stuffed figure after all. "And how exactly like an egg he is," she said aloud, standing with her hands ready to catch him, for she was every moment expecting him to fall. "It's very provoking," Humpty Dumpty said after a long silence, looking away from Alice as he spoke. "It's very provoking to be called an egg, very." "I said you looked like an egg, sir," Alice gently explained, "and some eggs are very pretty, you know," she added, hoping to turn her remark into a sort of compliment. "Some people," said Humpty, looking away from her as usual, "have no more sense than a baby." Alice didn't know what to say to this. It wasn't at all like conversation, she thought, as he never said anything to her. In fact, his last remark was evidently addressed to a tree. So she stood and softly repeated to herself, "Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty in his place again." You and I think, grew up with couldn't put Humpty back together again. But what's the difference? "That last line is much too long for the poetry," she added, almost out loud, forgetting that Humpty Dumpty would hear her. "Don't stand chattering to yourself like that," Humpty Dumpty said, looking at her for the first time. "But tell me your name and your business." Now, before I continue reading, I'm going to jump around a bit. Nobody wants me to read this straight through for 10 minutes. But Humpty's banter, Humpty's style of his own perverted Socratic method, it seems like mindless banter, but it's highly intelligent. And again, if you're 20-something or 30-something, you can really use it if you study it to piss off a lot of people in this world. So let me continue. "My name is Alice, but—" "It's a stupid name enough," Humpty Dumpty interrupted impatiently. "What does it mean?" "Must a name mean something?" Alice asked doubtfully. "Of course it must," Humpty Dumpty said with a short laugh. "My name means the shape I am, and a good handsome shape it is, too. With a name like yours, you might be any shape almost." "Why do you sit out here all alone?" said Alice, not wishing to begin an argument. "Why? Because there's nobody with me," cried Humpty Dumpty. Did you think I didn't know that answer?" He asked another. Now look, okay. The first one, he makes shit up. This really infuriates people. If you just make shit up as "What does your name mean, Alice?" And well, what is it? She's like, "Why does it have to mean anything?" It's like, "My name means the shape I am. A name like yours, Alice, might mean any shape." He's just making shit up, which drives the person you're arguing with crazy. "Why do you sit out here all alone?" The Humpty Dumpty method is to apply the most obvious answer from the way a sentence is constructed. "Why do you sit out here all alone?" Why am I out here all alone? Obviously because there's nobody with me. so tell you what, man, you learn this, you learn this, you get under the skin of a lot. Probably you'll end up in jail. You'll piss off so many people. But I do like this for some reason. I really do. I would really love to apply this at a Billy Madison podium against some Villanova professor of cosmetology or cosmology down the road here. Skipping forward a bit, Alice asks, "Aren't you going to fall off?" and brings the riddle back into it. "Well, if I did, all the king's horses and all the king's men would come to my rescue, blah, blah, blah." So let's pick it up here. Where were we? "In that case, we start afresh," said Humpty Dumpty, "and it's my turn to choose a subject." He talks about it just as if it were a game, thought Alice. "So here's a question for you, Alice. How old did you say you were?" Alice made a short calculation and said, 7 years and 6 months old. Wrong, Humpty Dumpty exclaimed triumphantly. You never said a word like it. Even this confused. Hold on. He asked Alice, how old did you say you were? Okay, well, he's again, just through his diction, he's boxing her in a corner because she had never said anything yet about her age. Wrong, Humpty Dumpty exclaimed triumphantly. You never said a word like it. I thought you meant, how old are you? Alice explained. If I'd meant that, I'd have said that, said Humpty Dumpty. Everything's completely literal, which drives people crazy. Alice didn't want to begin another argument, so she said nothing. 7 years and 6 months, Humpty Dumpty repeated thoughtfully. An uncomfortable sort of age. Now, if you'd asked my advice, I'd have said, leave off at 7. But it's too late now. I never asked advice about growing, Alice said indignantly. Too proud? The other inquired. Alice felt even more indignant at this suggestion. I mean, she said that one can't help growing older. One can't, perhaps, said Humpty Dumpty, but two can. With proper assistance, you might have left off at 7. Now, 20-somethings, pay attention to Humpty Dumpty's style if you want to learn a certain type of argument to piss people off. He uses the person's choice of diction against them. Now, what's presented here is a bad example because nobody says one can't, or no one says one can't be expected to do everything that the perfect husband would do, or nobody uses those words anymore. People speak ignorant today, but it's just an example. One can't be expected to work 7 days a week. No, but two can. It makes no sense, and it pisses people off to no end. Here's the second example. Alice replies back in Humpty's own style. I never asked about advice about growing, Alice said indignantly, and Humpty says, too proud? You could use that in almost any situation when someone says, well, what's that your business? I never expected you to do this or that, and you just say, too proud? That will piss people off to no end. I never asked you to get...
So why is he trying to piss people off? I thought he was supposed to be on a spiritual journey and a truther. And this video is about how to piss people off by acting like Humpty Dumpty. What is the point of this? How is he helping people? What's the point of his whole channel, not just this Humpty Dumpty video? What is the point of his whole fucking channel?
Well, what's that your business? I never expected you to do this or that, and you just say, too proud? That will piss people off to no end. I never asked you to get involved and help me with this. Too proud? That really will piss off thousands of people, 20-somethings. Never forget that. Whenever they say, I never asked you to get involved or you to do this or that, you just reply with, and you get right in their face, too proud? That is genius. A couple times in life, you're going to get slugged, but that's okay. Skipping around a bit. What a beautiful belt you've got on, Alice suddenly remarked. Evidently, Humpty Dumpty was very angry, though he said nothing for a minute or two. When he did speak again, it was in a deep growl. It is a most provoking thing, he said at last, when a person doesn't know a cravat from a belt. Folks, a cravat is an old-fashioned neck scarf. So she's not sure if it's his belt or if it's around his neck or waist because he's a damn egg. I know it's very ignorant of me, Alice said in so humble a tone that Humpty Dumpty relented. It's a cravat, child, and a beautiful one, as you say. She thought it was a belt. What she thought was his waist was his neck. It's a present from the White King and Queen. There now. Is it really? Said Alice, quite pleased to find that she had chosen a good subject, after all. They gave it to me, Humpty Dumpty continued thoughtfully, as he crossed one knee over the other and clasped his hands around it. They gave it to me for an unbirthday present. I beg your pardon? Alice said with a puzzled air. I'm not offended, said Humpty Dumpty. I mean, what is an unbirthday present? A present given when it isn't your birthday, of course. Alice considered a little. I like birthday presents best, she said at last. You don't know what you're talking about, cried Humpty Dumpty. How many days are there in a year? 365, said Alice. And how many birthdays have you? 1. If you take 1 from 365, what remains? 364, of course. Okay, he makes her do a math equation and writes it out. And then finally it comes to, and that shows there are 364 days when you might get an unbirthday present. Certainly, said Alice, and only one for birthday presents, you know. There's Glory for you. I don't know what you mean by glory, Alice said. Humpty Dumpty smiled contemptuously. Of course you don't, till I tell you. I meant there's a nice knockdown argument for you. But glory doesn't mean a nice knockdown argument, Alice objected. Alice is actually holding her own here. When I use a word, this is my favorite part of all time. When I use a word, Humpty Dumpty said, in rather a scornful tone, it means just what I choose it to mean. Neither more, neither less. It's what I say it, I'm mad adding, it's what I say it means. That's my favorite part. I try to work this into every single video. The question is, said Alice, whether you can make words mean so many different things. Alice is holding her own. The question is, said Humpty Dumpty, which is to be master? That's all. Alice was too much puzzled to say anything. You can't argue with this thing. It's too devious. So after a minute, Humpty Dumpty began again. They've a temper, some of them, particularly verbs. They're the proudest adjectives you could. Okay, this is where I wanted to. I'm not going to continue, but folks, let's.
Regular in sharing the links to support me, and I really do appreciate.
Who was on the Jack Talcott show yesterday? I almost said today, but it was yesterday. Who was on the Jack Talcott show 17 hours ago?
That. And a little shout out to Jay. Sincerely, I've received several contributions through Cash App, and thank you. Your generosity is appreciated as well. And to any others, if I do overlook, please know that I do receive it with my heart. I appreciate everything. This world we live in, man.
Get a job. You told me to get a job. I'm retired. I'm independently wealthy and retired. You get a job. You're taking money from people on YouTube with Cash App and PayPal and Super Chats. Get a job. You said to me a couple days ago, get a job. You get a job. When was the last time you had a job, Jack? Was it 10 years ago or more?
It's ready to transform. It's ready to be reborn, renewed, reinvented. I think I understand what this is, but let me double check and welcome back the Raven King.
Hello, Jack. How are you?
I feel quite blessed. You don't. I was reviewing some of yesterday. Has anything improved or changed for you?
No, I'm still suffering.
I'm sorry to hear
that. I'm in the darkness, but I'm unable to sleep.
That is a suffering. Insomnia sucks. Is it the activity of the mind?
That's part of it. And also just the memories of growing up. I had to murder my father when I was 11 years old.
You chose to?
Yeah, I chose to save someone else's life.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, that's okay. It's all water under the bridge.
That's a tough situation for someone young to be in. It's a tough situation for anyone to be in. But if you felt, and if you're honest, it was in righteousness or in the defense of others.
Yeah, I would do it again if I had to.
Okay. Well, prayerfully, hopefully that's the karma is done, and Hopefully you never have to face anything like that again.
Sometimes in this realm, you have to stab someone or slit their throat. It's just the way it works in this place.
Not for everyone. Not for the majority.
What do you mean by that? I'm not sure what you're getting at.
No, the majority of people, they go through life. They may have some stumbles, some bruises, broken bones, whatever, but they're not, especially here in America. I mean, there's cradle to grave. Many people go through pretty ordinary lives, and crime not as bad as painted out to be. The thing is, we live in a world of deception. You know this, man, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of deception in this world, that's for sure. There's a lot of suffering. I meant to ask you, did you take glee yesterday in my suffering? You seem to enjoy it and say that I deserve it. You said something about how I deserve more of it.
See, those are the stories you're telling yourself, and that's why you're feeling the suffering, because you're can I be honest with you? Or because I don't want to be cruel, and I know. See, those are the stories you're telling yourself, and that's why you're feeling the suffering, because you're can I be honest with you? Or because I don't want to be cruel, and I know that sometimes I come across as callous and uncaring.
Yeah. Well, if you're a man of love, why would you be cruel?
Sometimes people find cruelty in the truth. Well, the truth is cruel. I'm just a messenger, but I'm honest about what I see and what I know, and I know I can help you. I actually sent an email to you, to an email I thought might work, but
I haven't checked my emails. Sometimes I go days without checking to see if I have a message.
My point is, I'm confident I can help you. And it doesn't have to be as content. It can be, matter of fact, it would be more productive if it was just offline. And if you're genuine and honest, interesting. I was going to make myself available immediately. The offer is there.
Well, I appreciate the offer to help if you're genuine.
They came with shadows thick as tar. Eyes like knives, but they won't cut fine. Their laughter echoes thin and frail. Team evil losers, your ship has sailed. Team evil losers, can you hear the bell ringing through the void, sealing you in hell? Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The dark turns on you, eats you alive. Your smoke and fire now flicker weak. The ground below begins to speak. Cracks and claws, the abyss you're
there.
Well, I appreciate the offer to help if you're genuine in your offer and it isn't some sort of trick.
Well, it's interesting because that's my concern with you. Now, I don't really play many games with people or try to deceive or manipulate. As a matter of fact, it's my goal to help people overcome their confusion. So where I paused and maybe I didn't articulate it, I'm willing to offer my help immediately. If that is something you want, I'll shut down the stream. You and I can have an honest talk, okay? Unless you're just playing a character and restreaming yourself. I don't know what anyone else is doing but myself.
I'm not restreaming this, but I think people would be upset if you shut down the stream.
I don't care. I mean, if you are a man in need, and if you're willing to, if you're serious, if you think I can help, I know I can. I know I can help those who are willing. Those who are willing to receive what I've got to share, I know they'll feel better. So it's up to you. But we can also just continue, and maybe it's a thought for you to consider for later too.
Yeah, I'm confused about your confidence though. Where does that come from? You said you're confident that you could help me. Is there a source of that confidence?
Yes. My experience with situations similar yet different than yours, okay? My personal experience plus my education plus my interactions with you. I mean, I care about a tough situation for anyone to be in. But if you felt and if you're honest, it was in righteousness or in the defense of others.
Yeah, I would do it again if I had to.
Okay. Well, prayerfully, hopefully that's the karma is done, and hopefully you never have to face anything like that again.
Sometimes in this realm, you have to stab someone or slit their throat. It's just the way it works in this place.
Not for everyone. Not for the majority.
What do you mean by that? I'm not sure where you're getting at.
No, the majority of people, they go through life. They may have some stumbles, some bruises, broken bones, whatever, but they're not, especially here in America. I mean, there's
I tried to call you, but I don't know. Maybe I wrote the number down. It was, oh, you put the number up again. Good. Because I did try to call and it sounded like I reached like I don't know what it was, like a convent or something. It was a nun that answered the phone. I was like, this isn't Jack Talcott. I must have the wrong number. But yeah, I tried to reach out because I'm just exhausted with this place.
How is the place with you? That's the key. You're exhausted with the place because you feel the place is exhausted with you. You feel like you've been mistreated. And I've seen only a little bit of, I've only seen a little, okay? But I do see that you get targeted. I didn't have much compassion for you after what I saw you doing with me and others who I respect. So I do see that you get targeted. I didn't have much compassion for you after what I saw you doing with me and others who I respect. So this world we live in, Stephen, it is not a hell realm.
You don't
You're
think
ex-
I should? What? This is not a hell realm? Is that what you said?
No,
What is this place, Jack?
it's ready to become heaven. Change in mindset, heaven starts appearing. And here, this is something I was thinking. I do see that you get targeted. I didn't have much compassion for you after what I saw you doing with me and others who I respect. So this world we live in, Stephen, it is not a hell realm.
You don't
You're
think
ex-
I should? What? This is not a hell.
So this world we live in, Stephen, it is not a hell realm.
You don't
You're
think
ex-
I should? What? This is not a hell realm? Is that what you said?
No,
What is this place, Jack?
it's ready to become heaven. Change in mindset, heaven starts appearing. And here, this is something I was thinking. It's in line with something I was trying to put together in my head earlier regarding willingness. You must be willing to see the answer. Even if the answer, you must be willing to see the truth. If you don't want to see the truth, if you convince yourself, no, I don't want to accept that. I don't want to accept it. You live in delusion. You pretend. And then you live in a sadness and then with the sadness, with all the energies that happen within you, you create that. You and I, all of us, we are the manifestors of our future.
Are there good people here, Jack? I mean, look at the chat room. There's so many attacks towards me when I'm suffering, and you're like, it's just constant barrages of attacks. Are there good people in this realm?
There's
Are there
plenty,
good
dude.
beings? I don't see any. I
Well,
don't see any here.
please
I see a lot
consider,
of attacks,
right. But that
slander,
might,
lies. There's a lot
but,
of that.
but Stephen, wouldn't you have to see that in order to support your claim of us living in a hell realm?
No, I'm just reading it in your chat room. It's not that I
No,
have to
but
see it.
in
It's right
order,
there.
in order to live in a hell realm, would you not have to see those things?
Would I have to see false accusations made that are slander on your chat, saying my name and Windsor, Ontario, and all this stuff? You realize that goes against YouTube's guidelines for doxing people, and you're allowing these false accusations in your chat room.
I'm
People impersonating you.
allowing, and
Yeah.
so now are you attacking me?
No,
Stephen,
I'm saying I'm being
trying,
attacked. I'm not attacking you. You're not the victim
okay,
here.
so you're
Don't
so
cry
you're being,
victim.
are you
I'm
referring,
mentioning what's going on. Do you have trouble
who,
seeing reality?
Stephen, if
Yes,
you don't,
Jack.
let's pause. Number one,
Yeah, let's pause.
that means Stephen,
You're crossing the fucking line. That's what
I'm
you're doing.
I'm crossing the line.
You're
Okay.
crossing the fucking line.
I've tried patiently. Goodbye, Stephen. See, this is what happens when people's beliefs are confronted, when they don't want to see what is there. Stephen's stuck in this poor me, everyone's against me.
Not stuck in poor me at all. I was just observing what was being said in your chat, and you wouldn't admit it. You wouldn't face reality. That's you with the poor me syndrome. That's Jack Talcott. Little Jack Talcott.
I'm right, everyone's wrong mentality is there. Stephen's stuck in this poor me, everyone's against me, I'm right, everyone's wrong mentality.
Shakes his head, rolls his eyes. This is the narcissistic psychopath attitude towards people that he tries to claim is caring and compassionate. He claims to be a quote unquote man of love. And this is the way he responds to people when he believes them to be suffering. This is how he treats people.
Unable to see the good that's around. Thank you for this, Trexty. This is exactly right. It's for anyone and everyone. Look for the encouragement. We can dream up.
They don't like the term hell realm. They won't confront what's actually being said about me. They'll just say, well, you believe it's a hell realm, so what does it matter? You're going to see that. It's warped mentality. Regardless of me, this place is what it is.
These problems, pretend to live, pretend to have all these problems, Steven. You're not that hard off, dude.
I'm not pretending to have any problems. Here's the caring Talcott that believes he can help me. You're not that hard off, dude. Listen to this. You're not that hard off, dude.
We can dream up these problems, pretend to live, pretend to have all these problems, Steven. You're not that hard off, dude. It's about time you suffer a little bit, maybe, huh?
Did you hear that, everyone? I don't know if people are paying attention. This is the problem I have with doing live streams and with YouTube in general. Because I'll have to go over this again, probably tomorrow. It's just frustrating. I wish people would just catch on. I really do.
We can dream up these problems, pretend to live, pretend to have all these problems, Steven. You're not that hard off, dude. It's about time you suffer a little bit, maybe, huh?
I wonder if people are paying attention or just kind of tuned in, but they don't listen. Because I wouldn't have to cover this stuff for years if people caught on quicker. I've been trying to expose Jack Talcott to people for years, and almost nobody sees it. Almost no one sees it. It's incredible.
Grow up. Get a job. Get a life. Get a purpose. Thank you for this, Trexty. This is exactly right. It's for anyone and everyone. Look for the encouragement. We can...
For the people that want me to move on from Talcott and others, you're going to have to show that you understand. Otherwise, I'll keep covering this stuff day after day. People say, certain people have left my channel saying, I'm sick of you covering Talcott, but you showed no understanding of what I was doing and why I'm doing this. And if I have to do this for years or until I end my channel or until YouTube ends it, I'll keep doing it. Because I don't get much indication on my channel that people are understanding and comprehending these things. Other than saying he's an asshole, I'm tired of Talcott. You don't like, you have to have a deeper understanding. Otherwise, I'm just wasting my time.
Dream up these problems, pretend to live, pretend to have all these problems, Steven. You're not that hard off, dude.
After I told him that I killed my father, this is his reaction. Told him that I've had insomnia and not slept for 5 days. Told him that I'm in the darkness and came on there as sounding depressed and drained. And this is the great care that he demonstrates, that he thinks he can help people. How's this helping anyone? How would this help anyone? I hope something I share and say today gets through to someone. But day after day, I don't think I'm reaching many people. It really is frustrating. Because this, to me, doesn't seem difficult. It seems right in front of your eyes what's going on. And there's hardly ever an indication that people understand what you're looking at.
We can dream up these problems, pretend to live, pretend to have all these problems, Steven. You're not that hard off, dude. It's about time you suffer a little bit, maybe, huh? Grow up. Get a job. Get a life. Get a purpose. To have all these problems, Steven. You're not that hard off, dude.
This is the guy that says he can help me. He's a man of love. He cares about people. He's the life coach. He's the guru. He's this, he's that. But this is his behavior that I want people to look at and truly understand, if they can. If they have enough mind and spirit left in them to understand what is so obvious.
We can dream up these problems, pretend to live, pretend to have all these problems, Steven. You're not that hard off, dude. It's about time you suffer a little bit, maybe, huh?
So that was the other day. He claims that he doesn't want me to suffer. He claims I just make up these things in my mind.
Insomnia sucks. Is it the activity of the mind?
That's part of it.
Or in the defense of others?
Yeah, I would do it again if I had to.
Okay. Well, prayerfully, hopefully that's the karma is done, and hopefully you never have to face anything like that again.
Sometimes in this realm you have to stab someone or slit their throat. It's just the way it works in this place.
Not for everyone. Not for the majority.
What do you mean by that? I'm not sure where you're getting. Does it have to be for everyone? Does everyone have to be murdered or have to stab someone in defense of others? What's your argument there? Look at his face. He's very defensive about this being a hell realm. Look at him. I know people in this realm in general don't like body language and studying it. They'll say, why are you talking about the body language? Well, it reveals so much. I know it's a realm of demontards, though. I know that most people will never understand what I'm saying, showing here, revealing. Most people are far too fucked up, far too gone. Yeah.
No, the majority of people, they go through life. They may have some stumbles, some bruises, broken bones, whatever, but they're not, especially here in America. I mean, there's cradle to grave. Many people go through pretty ordinary lives, and crime not as bad as painted out to be. The thing is, we live in a world of deception. You know this, man, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of deception in this world, that's for sure. There's a lot of suffering. I meant to ask you, did you take glee yesterday in my suffering? You seem to enjoy it and say that I deserve it. You said something about how I deserve more of it.
See, those are the stories you're telling yourself, and that's why you're feeling the suffering. Because you're, can I be honest with you? Or, because I don't want to be cruel, and I know that sometimes I come across as callous and uncaring.
Yeah. Well, if you're a man of love, why would you be cruel?
Sometimes people find cruelty in the truth. Well, the truth is cruel. I'm just a messenger.
I'm not finding cruelty. Either you're cruel or not. Can you admit to your cruelty? I'm not finding it. I'm not finding cruelty. When you're cruel, you're cruel. It's on you. Don't put it on me and say sometimes people find cruelty. Are you cruel or not, Jack Talcott? Are you cruel? Are you sadistic? What are you? I deserve it. You said something about how I deserve.
The thing is, we live in a world of deception. You know this, man, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of deception in this world, that's for sure. There's a lot of suffering. I meant to ask you, did you take glee yesterday in my suffering? You seem to enjoy it and say that I deserve it. You said something about how I deserve more of it.
See, those are the stories you're telling yourself, and that's why you're feeling the suffering. Because we can dream up these problems, pretend to live, pretend to have all these problems, Stephen. You're not that hard off, dude. It's about time you suffer a little bit, maybe, huh? Grow up. Get a job to have all these problems, Stephen. You're not that hard. It's about time you suffer a little bit, maybe, huh? Grow up. Get a job. It's about time you suffer a little bit, maybe, huh? Grow up. Get a job. Get a life. Get a purpose. It's about time you suffer a little bit, maybe, huh? Grow up. Get a job. Get a life. Get a purpose. Truth is cruel. I'm just a messenger, but I'm honest about what I see and what I know, and I know I can help you. I actually sent an email to you. The thing is, we live in a world of deception. You know this, man, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of deception in this world, that's for sure. There's a lot of suffering. I meant to ask you, did you take glee yesterday in my suffering? You seem to enjoy it
Well,
and say that I deserve it. You
that
said something
was,
about how I deserve more of it.
see, those are the stories you're telling yourself, and that's why you're feeling the suffering, because can I be honest with you? Or because I don't want to be cruel, and I know that sometimes I come across as callous, and
I deserve it. You
that
said something
was,
about how I deserve more of it.
see, those are the stories you're telling yourself, and that's why you're feeling the suffering, because I'm talking to someone who's not here anymore. To have all these problems, Steven, you're not that hard off, dude. It's about time you suffer a little bit, maybe, huh? Grow up, get a job, get a life. It's about time you suffer a little bit, maybe, huh? Grow up, get a job, get a life, get a purpose. It's about time you suffer a little bit, maybe, huh? Grow up, get a job.
So he denied wanting me to suffer and said that was just made up a narrative in my head in case people can't follow along and catch on to what I'm sharing and why I'm sharing this from one day to the next. These are two different live streams. And I called him out saying, "Did you take glee in my suffering? You seem to wish suffering upon me." And he said that that's just a narrative I made up in my head. Some of you need to be spoon-fed to realize that these creatures are liars, and I'll keep hammering away until either I'm done or until people quit my channel, because I just honestly don't think most people get it. The majority of people that come to my channel by the millions, over the years, there's been about 1.7 million views. There's been thousands of people that have subscribed, thousands that watch that don't subscribe. Most of you don't get it. I don't think you can focus long enough to even see that he's been caught in a lie from one day to the next. It's unfortunate. It gets tiresome and draining for me having to do this, to expose them, because I don't need to review it 20 times to see. But I know that people just don't catch on in this realm.
Job, get a
I hope something reaches someone today.
to an email I thought might work, but
I haven't checked my emails. Sometimes I go days without checking to see if I have a message.
it's my goal to help people overcome their confusion. So content, it can be
days without checking to see if I have a message.
concern. The thing is, we live in a world of deception. You know this, man, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of deception in this world, that's for sure. There's a lot of suffering. I meant to ask you, did you take glee yesterday in my suffering? You seem to enjoy it
Well,
and say that I deserve it. You
that
said something
was,
about how I deserve more of it.
see, those are the stories you're telling yourself, and that's why you're feeling the suffering, because can I be honest with you? Or because I don't want to be cruel, and I know that sometimes I come across as
I'm not sure why this is difficult for people to see.
callous and uncaring.
Yeah. Well, if you're a man of love, why would you be cruel?
To have all these problems, Steven, you're not that hard off, dude. It's about time you suffer a little bit, maybe, huh? Grow up, get a job. It's about time you suffer a little bit, maybe, huh? Grow up, get a job, get a life, get a purpose. I'm talking to someone who's not here anymore.
I think I'm going to end the stream here. People aren't getting it. What I was showing there, they're missing it for some reason. Maybe I'll try one final attempt and make a separate video showing him from one day to the next. And maybe people will catch on. I don't want to spoon feed people. I don't know if I'll say what he's doing, but I don't think people are catching on for some reason. We have 20 people tuned in, and it's yet again disappointing. I don't know why. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know why that's difficult. Anyway, have a good day. I hope. I don't want to say I hope. I don't think people are getting it. I don't think you're getting it. The majority of people that come to my channel, they're not seeing what I'm showing, even though I repeat it. I just think people are not really tuned in. They're not paying attention while they're here. So there's lots of other chat rooms and channels to watch. You can watch movies, TV. I don't think people are paying attention to what I'm showing. So I'm not going to waste my time and energy streaming more today. People are here, but not really here. Anyway, take care, and I'll talk to you later.
Sky splits open, blood red scream. Demons crawl from shadowed seams. Their eyes burn lies, my sword cuts clean. The truth ignites a primal gleam. Ashes fall like winter.